What family secret was finally spilled in your family? I started having problems with my teeth. Spontaneous abscess that resulted in multiple root canals. My dentist did some looking into what the cause might be and found some really odd abnormalities with my incisors, roots and nerves, the teeth that had been afflicting me, so he sent out requests for help to a couple of professors he knew in the field. When my next appointment came up, he was really quiet for a bit before verbally stumbling about. It turns out that what was happening with my teeth was a classic sign of inbreeding, and he was super uncomfortable giving me the news. I brought it up to my mom and she just was like, "Oh well, yeah, didn't you know? What the fuck?" Of course I didn't know. Turns out that not very far back in the family tree, several of my relatives decided that it was a good idea to get married to one another, and no one bothered to mention it, ever. The small town where I live is 85% my relatives, no joke. I hadn't even met all of them, that's how many there are. Edited for clarification, I had made a big point of going far away from my hometown to meet my husband, married 12 years this June, because I was afraid of having children with someone that might be my cousin. Only to find out 5 years after we had been married that I was in fact a product of inbreeding. My husband and I are not related at all. Point edit. I did not expect this to blow up. I honestly thought that it would just get lost. Thank you for the awards. I will try to answer some questions here. My teeth look normal, nothing special about them, no crowding, nicely spaced. Pretty normal teeth. I didn't take what the dentist said really all that seriously, and figured that what the proof said was maybe just a theory rather than fact. Maybe just correlation rather than causation. Then I told my mom. All of my lower incisors have split roots with split nerves. The nerves are in a V shape instead of just straight. There are cavities in my chin around the nerves, so if I get a slight bump on the chin, the inflammation can cause an infection. I pretty much end up looking like a sexy female version of Brian Mulroney. I found out about this after I had been married for around 5 years. I'm from Ontario, Canada. I won't say where, because you might be my cousin. Both my mother's side and my father's side came from small towns, where the population was predominantly family, that is, the families had lived there since the town had been settled. So there is a good chance that there had been some inter-cousin shenanigans on both sides, though no names from my mother's side showed up in my father's family tree. So far 23 and says that I have a little over 1500 relatives scattered across Canada and the USA and only 17 in the UK. Mostly my father's side is in the USA, which surprised me, while my mother's side is mostly in Canada. But that's only people that have taken the test, there still could be more. My mother had a child when she was a teenager, and she had given him up for adoption to a family. After this, she went to college, got her degree, married my father, and gave birth to my 4 siblings and myself. 30 years after giving her child up for adoption, I remember her getting a phone call and immediately locking herself in her room. I was about 12 at the time. I remember feeling scared because I could hear my mom crying, but she didn't want to see anybody or talk about why she was crying. On an evening later that week, my parents sat each of us kids down and told us about my mom's past and explained that my half-brother had reached out to my mom wanting to meet her and get to know her. My dad had known ever since he and mom were dating in college, and I believe my oldest sister had been told previous to this point. But the rest of my siblings and myself and all of the in-laws on my dad's side, my grandma, aunts, and uncles etc., didn't know about this part of her past. We are fairly religious/conservative, so it was really shocking at first. My mom then flew out to the state where my half-brother lived with her sisters and met him. Both my mom and my half-brother were both very nervous about the whole thing, but by the end of their trip meeting each other, they got to rebuild a relationship. After a bit of time, we, my siblings and I, got to meet him too. Fast forwarding to now, he's since moved to our same state and we see him much more frequently. He's in all of our family pictures. We see him occasionally for holidays and birthdays, and we all see him as part of our family. We are a very close-knit and extroverted family, while he is much shyer, so at times he can be a bit more distant than we would like, but we give him his space. I know my mom stays in close touch with him, and we love it when he's able to make it for family dinners and whatnot. Back then, I was the youngest, and, up till then, the only boy in my family, so I loved learning that I had an older brother. Now that I'm an adult, I sometimes get his old clothes, because we're roughly the same size. He's got good taste too, so I really lucked out, haha. I love that this family secret was spilled, and that we were able to welcome my brother into our family, and have him in our lives. When I was 28, I found out that my dad was not my biological father. The news came out via the following: my dad was battling depression and was suicidal, so I had just flown home to try to take care of him and rescue him from my mom's wrath. My mom had verbally and emotionally abused him during their entire relationship. He loved her so much, and he tolerated it well. During a solemn walk my dad, as I tried to help him out, he confided that he's not my biological dad, and he went on to tell me he knew this all along, but my mom lied to him and tried to convince him that he was my biological father. He knew he wasn't, but he wanted to play the role. When I was 10 years old, my mom finally confessed this to him, and he was worried that upon hearing the news, officially, he'd somehow let this affect his relationship with me. So, when I was 28 years old, during this walk my dad, as he pours out this story to me, he frames it by telling me that his two most proud items in his life are: 1. How I turned out his raising me. 2. That he had completely forgot about the news my mom told him earlier in that day, when I was 10, about him not being my biological father, and that it was only upon tucking me in at night, when I was 10, that it briefly crossed his mind. It was at that point that he knew nothing would ever come between us, and our father-son relationship would be as awesome as ever. He also confided that my mom did hard drugs while pregnant with me, and this broke his heart to witness firsthand. They were very poor. My dad grew up in a foster home without parents. My mom grew up 6 siblings and ill-equipped parents. She dropped out of 9th grade, whereas all of her other siblings dropped out earlier. Many of them are barely literate. I'm now mid-30s, and tragically, my dad committed suicide mid-March 2020, right as COVID was hitting. I was out of the country at the time, but immediately flew 30 hours, 30 minimum layover, and made it in time for his funeral. I do everything in his honor. Update: wow, this thread blew up overnight. My most popular comment by 2 orders of magnitude, and it's about my sorrow. I'm just glad so many of you read about how amazing my dad was, and I truly appreciate the outpour of kind, thoughtful words and wishes. It warms my heart. I could go on and on with countless examples about how amazing he was. After graduating from the orphanage at age 18, he moved up to Atlanta by himself and taught himself woodworking. He was incredible and would build fine furniture pieces for renowned interior decorators, and his items would be in magazines all the time. He was a starving artist. We always struggled to get by. Yet, I felt like a spoiled kid on my street, as I had life easier than everyone else. The other kids on my street lived in trailer homes and had very chaotic households, and it was clear that both of my parents loved me immensely, and I felt very well provided for and supported. I was very lucky to have him in my life. I still think about him daily, and I'm trying to improve emotionally. I appreciate everyone sharing your own similar stories, and it provides a sense of camaraderie. Hearing the shared pain and empathy, and seeing that this resonated with so many people, it motivates me to finally write a short stories book that would include snippets from my relationship with him. For those interested in reading more about him, excerpt from my eulogy to him, which I wrote when flying to his funeral. His hard work for my entire upbringing. He worked every single day in his shop, for long hours, didn't even take a day off for Christmas or his birthday. As a kid, I witnessed his work ethic and it forever left an impression on me. Importantly, he didn't appear as if he was working for someone else. He was working for himself. He found what he loved, woodworking, and he completely immersed himself into and dedicated his life to making perfectly crafted items because he wanted to. He had passion, a pursuit of perfection, and an unlimited tank of dedication to fuel it. He didn't just make items. He didn't just work. He made masterpieces. When I was 18 and left home to go to college, I aspired to be like my dad. He set the example. I was trying to make something of myself and to really give it my all just like he did. His work ethic was ingrained in me. I would get 4 to 5 hours of sleep many nights every week. For years. It was hard, but I always thought about how much harder my dad worked. I would recall memories of him working in his shop late at night. I'd hear the saw spinning, the compressor running, memories of huge sawdust piles under his table saw. He did so much to provide for our family. He always provided. I remember being a kid, hanging out with him in his shop, admiring his dedication to the craft, and strive for perfection. So, when I was 18, starting college, I was trying to make him proud, and I was also trying to do everything I could, so that I'd have the opportunity to do anything I want in this world. Not just for myself, but on behalf of my dad. A part of me felt that whatever opportunity I gained, whatever success I had, it was in hopes that he too would somehow benefit. That he could vicariously get what he deserved. He deserved the world, and I've just been trying to channel his hard work and do my part. Anything I've accomplished, it's because of my dad. 3. His creative problem-solving abilities. Not only did my dad work relentlessly hard, but he masterfully found creative solutions to everything. He truly dedicated his life to solving problems and designing furniture for others. There is no physical item he could not figure out. His ability to do so was way beyond anything I've ever witnessed. None of my colleagues at MIT, Harvard, Brown, or whatever fancy place I've worked at could remotely come close to having my dad's unique ability to creatively make things work. Whatever the problem, my dad could find a solution point. When he was 12, he was excited once he learned that you could repair some radios just by replacing the diodes. When I was a kid, he made me an incredible treehouse with its own electricity line. When I was a teenager, there was a large ice storm in Georgia that caused 500,000 homes to lose power for up to a week, our house included. My dad had an old portable black and white TV. He grabbed his car battery and rigged it up so that we could watch TV for days, despite not having power. His vehicles over the years had so many contraptions and workarounds. They were often like modern day Flintstones cars. This was how he did things his entire life. 5. His strength and character. His perseverance was unmatched. He handled so much adversity over the years, especially the past 10 years, when he was in so much pain. He was the strongest person I've ever met. Hands down. In recent years, he experienced and recovered from Stevens-Johnson syndrome, a rare, horrific deadly skin disorder that covers the entire body. He was resilient beyond belief, and he endured so many personal obstacles that were thrown his way. His strength wasn't just in his ability to endure, but in his bravery. I have many stories from my childhood where he stepped us to save the day in crisis. He was fearless. Not only was he courageous in his character, but he was also physically strong as an ox. It was uncanny. In his 60s, he could often lift more than I could in my 30s, despite my being really into weightlifting. But I'll spare you the fun, humbling details. 6. Vulnerability and gentleness. Once I became an adult, he was strong enough to admit to me tough moments in his life. He was willing to confide in me painful times that he endured. He was willing to call on me for help and to tell me when he felt he wasn't strong enough. We all feel this way at times. He was vulnerable to cry. He showed me that one's willingness to show vulnerability is in fact a product of strength and bravery. 11. Closing. As I close, I want to mention one of my favorite artists, Alanis Morissette, who has a stanza that challenges us by asking, how about remembering your divinity? How about unabashedly bawling your eyes out? How about not equating death with stopping? To this effect, I know that my dad will continue to inspire me and influence me for the rest of my life. Without question. I'm who I'm because of him. I've always aspired to uphold the principles and he stood for. And I hope that others see in me his virtues and pieces of his personality. I want to continue his legacy. Thus, he hasn't stopped. Further, I challenge all of you to do the same and never equate death with stopping. That is, we can do better than just remembering someone. We can do better than just remembering my dad. We can continue to learn from what he's taught us. The element I've mentioned today, when you find something you love, whether it's work or a hobby, put everything you have into it. Be willing to think creatively, to solve problems. Take the time To enjoy the so-called minutiae in life, the alleged trivial details make it significant. Point B, willing to play and be silly. Don't take yourself too seriously. Point B, brave. Be strong. Be so strong that you're willing to be vulnerable. Point B, a teacher and be a lifelong student. Point mean everything you say and speak earnestly. Point connect with others, form a community, and be there for others. We could all benefit from the help of others, so be unafraid to rely on others for support. I would do anything to have my dad with us here today. In his own words, which he often told me, it's not what happens to you, but how you handle it. So again, I urge you all to handle this tragedy by staying strong, connecting with community and the support of others, and continuing to learn from my dad. Point thank you all for being here. It means the world to me, and I know it means the world to my dad. My uncle served in Vietnam. While over there, his troop found a baby that had been orphaned or abandoned. They aren't sure. My uncle was shipping back to Australia soon and wanted to adopt him, but my aunt said no. They'd only been married about 4 months when he was drafted. So while I don't agree with my aunt's actions and generally don't like her as a person, I can understand why she said no. My uncle's troop found a family to raise the baby, and that's the story the whole family knows. The secret is that my uncle and some other guys from his troop stayed in contact with the family and the kid, sending them money every month to help raise him and then to help him go to university, and eventually helped him and his adoptive family move to Australia in the last 90s. My aunt and the rest of my family had no idea all this time. It only came out when my aunt and uncle divorced in 2017, and she had a forensic accountant go through their bank records. She worked at a bank for like 40 years and always noticed the money missing, but his reasons were always justified. Point. Since we all know now, my uncle has introduced some of us to the guy and his family. They're all really lovely people. Point edit to clarify as to why my aunt is a bad person in this instance. I was half asleep when I posted this and realized I left out a pretty important detail to explain why I don't like my aunt for this FASAPM 2 preface. I'm child free, and if my husband was in this situation, I'd say no as well. It's not the fact she said no to adopting the kid that makes me dislike her for this. It's a reason. Point aunt is very racist against Asian people. Doesn't matter what part of Asia, she hates them. She's the kind of person who will yell "go back to your own country" at random strangers who even vaguely look like they may have Asian ancestry. She also cut contact with my cousin, her daughter, because my cousin's husband is half Japanese. Point she said, in front of my family with no shame, that if the kid hadn't been Asian, she would have said yes to adopting him. I grew up in a Mexican family and have 2 younger cousins. My aunt married another Latino guy who basically looked white. The oldest child was a girl and came out looking exactly like her dad. Full stop. The second was a boy and came out looking like his mom. Maybe. He was dark. Like, I'm half black and this kid is darker than me. But his mom was pretty brown as well. So we thought nothing of it. Kid looks like his mom. Well, fast forward 16 years later. They're divorced and hate each other. The daughter was always treated like a princess. The boy was rather spoiled too, but very much sought out his dad's approval, which he just wasn't getting. He couldn't figure out why. He's acting out, getting in trouble, running with gangs. Boo-hoos about his dad all the time. Well, dad had enough and flat out told him, you're not my kid. Your mom is a hoe, and I don't know who your dad is. He even was kind enough to offer up a paternity test. His mother never said shit about it. She took the ostrich approach and hoped it would go away. We know now his dad was a Pacific Islander, and while there is one who has always been a family friend for many years, he took a paternity test too and was completely cleared. So the mystery remains on who she cheated on her ex with. She says she doesn't even know. When my paternal grandfather died, the federal government reached out to do a state funeral. He'd been career army and a colonel, so we didn't question it. Then the funeral came, and they went all out. Huge procession, people showing up who are really big names, like heads of debts, senators, retired senators, people from the CIA and state debt. It was nuts, and we were all super confused. Turns out he was a key dude in the OC during WWII, and when the OC splintered into the CIA and Secret Service, he went the Secret Service route. He wasn't on White House detail, but instead worked in a covert office that dealt with counterfeiting and currency. He went blind when I was a toddler and retired from the army. For whatever reason, he told no one about all his covert work with the OC and Secret Service, and the only person who knew, my grandmother, was sworn to secrecy and never told anyone. My father grew up thinking he was just a colonel working on base. Only after his death were we given all sorts of cool sheet-like publications by him, lectures given by him, and all kinds of things from various things he did and was known for. All I knew him as was a blind old man who was perpetually smoking, drinking and being a crotched bastard. Turns out he was a bad motherfucker and all but none of us knew. My mom cheating on my dad with my now stepfather. My parents divorced when I was really young, about 1 year old, so I don't remember anything about that. When I would ask as a curious kid why they split up, both said that they just fell out of love. I already had a feeling that this was not true, because through my grandma I knew the divorce was in 1996, but my mom and stepfather started dating in 1995. On my 18th birthday my stepfather confessed to me in private that they had an affair all that time ago, and he still feels awful because he feels like he broke up that family. I told him that all is fine because everyone is happy now, and I already kinda knew it. Some years later my stepmother told me that my mom actually kicked out my dad without telling him why. She just needed a break. Remember, she just had a newborn and my dad could barely see me at the beginning. My dad later found out through the landlord that my stepfather had moved in the house my dad rented with his wife, where his newborn daughter was living with a stranger. To this day I don't know how my dad managed to overcome this without starting a huge fight. I never talked with my parents about it. Just once when my mom was having a rant about a neighbor who left her husband for another man, I told her to stop throwing rocks while sitting in a glass house. I hope you know what this saying means. She definitely does. I think I've shared this on Reddit before, but whatever, everyone knew my great-grandpa had cheated on his wife, my great-grandma, numerous times, but we never knew if he had illegitimate children or not. My great-grandma died first, then he followed about a year later. Their only living child was the executor of their estate, and she noticed a lot of names, like 20, listed as specifically excluded from their estate. All of them had to be notified by the executor. They died very wealthy and had taken in foster children when my great aunt was young, so she recognized almost all of the names. They excluded the foster children because they didn't want them entitled to any of their belongings. The name she didn't recognize turned out to be my great-grandpa's son from an affair. After doing some research, she was able to locate his mother and notify her that he was excluded from their estate. My great-aunt figured that the son didn't know that they were half-siblings, and she didn't want to be the one to tell him. It turned out she was right, and the mother never told her son. Apparently, he still believes that his, now deceased, stepfather was his biological father. The craziest part? The illegitimate son had 2 daughters that ended up going to high school with my brother. Edit. I want to apologize for the use of the word exclude. I genuinely thought it was an actual word. I have used it for as long as I can remember, and this is the first time that I've heard that it isn't an actual word. Don't listen to them. You're doing the right thing. One of my ex's older brothers abused him as a child and only stopped when my ex was 13 and threatened to murder him in his sleep. That brother had a baby daughter while we were still together, and it was hell watching her and worrying so much. I wanted him to finally get closure on this, but I doubt he will ever report it. Just watch diligently. Point: personally, I know exactly how hard it is to go through pressing charges. People will question you, will try and trick you into saying you lied, will try and minimize what happened. This is why victims don't report most of the time. I didn't have the courage to report my abuser either. I can't judge. Point: but the fact is, you decided to stop this cycle. That in itself is huge, and money doesn't come into it. Do they think you magically get paid by your abuser after pressing charges? That's not how this works. You're doing it for a child. You've pushed aside your upset and discomfort to save a possible victim. There isn't much difference between you and his child. If he crossed a line like that before, it's only obvious that you'd be terrified he would hurt his child too. So please, don't listen to them. You're doing something selfless. And being an addict doesn't come into it. Be prepared for pushback on it, but don't give up. This is also important for your recovery. Your abuser put you into this situation on purpose. It discredits you, even though that's wrong and it shouldn't. If you're ready, then I'd suggest you try and recover from your addiction too. Not because I think you're bad or wrong for being an addict, but you deserve better. You honestly do. You're a human being who was hurt badly, and you're coping in whatever way you can right now. That's admirable. And I hope that you keep that focus and strength for your own recovery and to protect any further victims and for real. If you find you can't go ahead with it, I understand that too. Reporting is tough, and it's hard for anyone. No one will think badly of you either way. Remember that you deserve to be cared for and loved as much as anyone else. And you deserve justice too. My father, now slowly succumbing to Alzheimer's, has always been considered a hard case as people called it growing up in New Zealand. He has many quirks, and in the 90s as I grew up people didn't have words to describe to me why I was different. It was known that he had epilepsy, a fairly short temper, and an incredibly literal take on things. He is, in short, a hard man to know at times. It was only in the last decade have we begun to unravel his story. Due to living in the South Island without a lot of money, we didn't see our extended family much growing up, so there wasn't much of an opportunity to ask questions as I became a teenager. Originally, it was claimed that Dad had been out in the sun too long as a child and had serious sunstroke that triggered a change in him. Before that time, he's been a fairly normal child. But over the years, another story came out. Dad had dived into a swimming pool and hit his head hard, causing a change. But finally, about a decade ago, after my step-grandmother passed, the truth floated to the surface. My grandfather was a man deeply affected by WWII. He had served in the infantry in Egypt, and the experience changed him. My memories of him are of a jolly man with a temper when he was pushed, growing grumpier each time I saw him. Anyway, he had returned from the war an angry man, working as a laborer best I can tell, marrying my grandmother, who passed when my dad was 12. When my dad was a teenager, after years of tough upbringing, did something that made my grandfather snap. Dad has always been a smartass and knows how to needle people. In response, my grandfather beat the shit out of him. Blood was coming out of his ears and that was how he changed. Recently we've established he's unlikely to be on the spectrum, but his behavior is consistent with a traumatic brain injury. His whole life has been affected by the actions of his father. For my part, I've resolved to not repeat my father and grandfather's patterns of anger for my children, and now I reflect on how the legacy of WWII affected my father through his father. That ends with me. I have two secret child stories. My grandmother on my mom's side got pregnant at 16. She was forced to travel halfway across the country to give birth in secret and come back like it never happened. This secret came out before I was born. My grandmother and both of her children always wanted to find their other sibling, but were unable due to legal reasons. 6 or 7 years ago my uncle got a phone call from the adopted child, who had decided to look for his biological family after his adopted parents had passed away. Unfortunately, his biological mother, my grandmother, had passed away in 2001. While he does still live halfway across the country, he is certainly a welcomed part of our family now. Before COVID there were annual visits, but of course those had to stop for the time being. And a great aunt on my dad's side, my dad's mother's brother's wife had also secretly given a child up as a teenager. 2 years ago at my great uncle's birthday, his wife's adopted child was there. News to me and my dad, but of course welcomed. The closer family had known about her for a while by that point. We are a big and relatively close family, but only saw the more distant relatives on special occasions. Unfortunately a year later, my great aunt passed away. It was sad seeing the rest of her children sat up front at the funeral, with the adopted daughter sat towards the back, and if my memory serves me correctly, not mentioned in the obituary. I wasn't really privy to the details. Maybe this was the way she wanted it, but I felt bad seeing her hardly acknowledged at her biological mother's funeral. I had the feeling she wanted to be accepted and part of the family if she were attending birthday parties. I got a list. Grandma was a lesbian. Older family member spilled the beans about the real reason for her sudden divorce in a conversation the night my mom died, but I'd had suspicions before that. She shared a bedroom with the same woman from the time she divorced till the day she died. Had also been told her ex-husband was a huge liar. Had never served in any military ever other than as a volunteer bus driver for the VA in the 90s. Found a bunch of telegrams clearing out stuff after dad died. They were from various European locations via the US Army to my grandma, talking about missing her and when he'd be back stateside. Was also told great-grandfather, same side, was a giant of a man and towered over the rest of the family. His immigration papers, found around the same time as the telegrams and dated at least a decade later than we'd always thought. He came to the US, put him squarely at 5'7". His wife was a 6 feet tall woman. According to various hospital paperwork we found, both were sadly long gone before I came along. Mom wrote a suicide note sometime in the mid-80s. I found it about a month after the previous ones. I'm the only one that knows about this one in the family and honestly see no reason and have no desire to tell any of the rest. She obviously changed her mind and showing/reading it to literally anyone else mentioned would bring harm to them and no peace to me. And one I knew about most of my life that no one else still living did. My mom was pregnant 9 times. She only had 2 kids, but had they all lived/been carried to term, we would have been #2 and #10 of them all, cause one was apparently twins. And the first would have had a different father cause she was married for a year in the late 60s before she met my dad. Oh well, my grandma killed around 6 to 7 soldiers and or policemen, paying other people. This was because a policeman killed one of her children, and when she asked for help to the military, but they told her for fuck off, the police force in my country is useless and corrupted, so she went to the next country and employed murderers to kill all these people, and they got them. Some people said with guns, others with witchcraft. My grandfather had so many children that I accidentally met a distant cousin in a workplace. My grandmother was okay with this, as long as everything in grandpa's job was for her, lands, houses, animals, etc. Just to be clear, my grandma is the sweetest person in the world, so this was a surprise. Also in the same family, another family member that I never met, his wife was killed by a man with a lot of power. So he waited for 7 years with a plan to finally find him alone in a land and kill him. Absolutely everybody in the town knew he did it, but they were too scared of the whole family. In my other part of my family, my other grandma had 11 children with all different fathers. They told me my grandma was the most beautiful woman in the whole town, and I believe it. I loved her so much. I never met my grandfather. My father is the first child, and it was until last year that my mom told me this. I'm in my 20s. Sorry for my English. I speak Spanish. Viva Latin America. We recently found out that around 40 years ago my grandfather had a 7-year-long affair with a woman in his church, who was also married. During this time he had 2 children with this woman, and they never told anyone about. She pretended that those 2 children were that of her husband despite them not looking anything like him. How we found out was rather interesting. A couple years ago I had gotten one of the 23andMe DNA kits to figure out what my ethnic background looked like. My aunt and uncle had done the same about a year ago as well. Once you get your results from 23andMe, it also will show you any DNA matches you have with relatives. A couple days after Christmas, a woman had reached out to my aunt and uncle asking to speak with them because 23andMe was telling her that they were her half-siblings and that I was showing up as her nephew. Coming from a very strict Catholic family, this was very confusing and concerning to her. They ended up meeting and pieced together everything and then approached their parents about it, who at first denied it, then came clean about the affair. It's been pretty hard on the family. For the longest time my grandfather was too stubborn to even apologize to the family and my grandmother for all the pain he's brought, but he finally did. Shockingly enough, my grandparents are still together despite all of this coming to light. I've never told this story to anyone, but I doubt anyone will read this anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead. I's gonna be long point. My father died when I was 7 years old after a super bitter and contentious divorce from my mother. We never went to his funeral. To this day, I'm 36 now, I've never even visited my father's grave, but that's something I will fix soon, I hope. My siblings and I were told by my mother that we were abused and unwanted by my dad and his new wife, so just before he died he sent us away so he could enjoy his life without us and with his new wife and son, my stepbrother who was just a baby at the time. I bitterly hated my father for decades for doing this to us, cruelly sending us away to be impoverished and abused by my mother. My mom told us stories about how he would leave us outside during the winter if we did anything wrong, and only fed us a small can of beans or a hot dog for all 3 of us kids, while giving his other son all the best food and toys and stuff. I couldn't remember anything, so I took her word for it. It was ironic in hindsight. She talked about how abusive he was, and then she would turn around and leave us alone for months on end to fend for ourselves while she was vacationing with friends, or beat us with tree branches and pipes, or tell us we were her biggest regret in life. Thank God for my older sister. Without her I'd be dead right now. Anyways, 5 years ago I was getting married and wanted to bury the hatchet with my little brother. So I found him on Facebook and started talking with him, and we all reconciled. None of it was his fault after all. He was only a baby point. When he flew out to see us, we started talking with him about our abusive jerk of a father, and he was sincerely confused. As it turns out, after the divorce, my mother, for lack of a better term, seduced a very expensive lawyer into suing my father for custody of us, essentially legally kidnapping us through the system. My father was a very poor southern man and couldn't afford any high-powered attorneys. We found out that not only was everything we knew about my father a lie, but he fought tooth and nail until the day he died trying to get us back, or to at least see us again. We didn't attend his funeral because, of course, they didn't want my mother there. My paternal grandparents and my stepmother, who is a very kind and wonderful woman, by the way, tried to get us kids to attend it, but my mother wouldn't let us. She told us my dad said in his will he didn't want us there, which is absurd in hindsight. He died suddenly of a heart attack and had no time to write a will banning his kids from his funeral. Anyway, we found out my dad tried to send us mail, gifts, voicemails, and none of it ever got to us because my mom intercepted and destroyed it all. My dad loved and missed us intensely up until the moment he died. My stepmom kept court documents, photos, letters, home movies, all proof of his devotion to us in the hopes that one day we could reconcile. Sometimes I think about it, like what must have been going through his head when he was dying. Did he think about us? Did he see me specifically? Did he feel like he failed by not getting us back and now he'll never see us grow up? Did he die so young of a heart attack because of the stress my mom put him through by taking us away? If he knew the horrible things we thought about him, he would have been crushed. I spent so much time being manipulated into hating my father that I don't even really miss him. It feels good to know my dad loved me, but it doesn't change anything now. I can't call him when I need advice. I can't talk to him about marriage problems or repairing my car. It's the same as it's ever been. I'm just numb to it, and I think that's the saddest thing. I don't know if there is a heaven or afterlife or whatever, but I hope somehow he knows I'm sorry for thinking that way about him, and that I would give anything to be able to talk to him a little bit or feel what his hug is like. Was talking with my dad and stepmom last week and finally revealed how I hacked their words, not mine. I in no way hacked anything. The family computer password after they had locked it, so they liked to lock the computer when they were gone at work, and as a teenager I liked to surf MySpace and later Facebook when I was supposed to be doing schoolwork, so they put a password on it. Unfortunately my dad and stepmom have the mental capacity of a rock on creating strong passwords, so they would put like my dad's first initial and last name, which ironically is mine also as Emma Jr. Figured that out easy. Then they would change it to be like my stepmom's initials and my dad's initials. Then they capitalized the initials, and it went on like this with weak passwords that are easy to figure out points. So finally my grandpa recommended this USB device that locks the PC when it's not plugged in. After a few minutes I figured out how to bypass that. There was a 30-second window of inactivity upon restart, so I'd restart the machine, press Ctrl plus Alt plus del, bring up the task manager, find the program, and kill the program right when it was about to start, preventing the computer from being locked when I was done with it. Or if they got home early or something, I'd just restart the computer and let it lock like normal. Point, they knew I was getting onto it but couldn't figure out how, and they never asked me. They just assumed I was hacking into the computer somehow. Ironically, if they had asked me, I would have told them. So here I'm like 13 years later, visiting them and my grandma, and they brought up how I often hacked into their computer, and I finally broke the news to them that I never hacked into it and revealed how I actually did it. It was basically just weak passwords and knowing how some Windows programs work, though I'm now going to school for cybersecurity, hoping to eventually get a job in pen testing. When I was 13, my sisters a year and 2 years older than me respectively, we flew to our hometown to visit our mom and some extended family out there. We started out by staying over at our aunt's house for a few days, when out of the blue our dumb lying cunt cousin came and stayed over with us too. It was fine at first. We had been having a good time with our aunt and uncle and reluctantly catching up with our cousin. One day we, my sisters, cousin and I, all decided to walk to the park in our aunt's neighborhood. My sisters and cousin got on the topic of smoking weed and wishing they had some to smoke. I wasn't interested and didn't think they would be able to get any, so paid it no mind. Until cousin said she had friends who could hook them up. Walked home, had dinner. The night panned out as the previous ones had, until the security alarm started blaring throughout the house because of an opened window in the room my sisters and cousin were hanging out in. Turns out cousin had asked her friend to bring them weed and pass it through the window, but lo and behold, no one knew there was an alarm. Uncle stormed in, cussing up a storm, angry as all hell for no reason. Rest of the night was tense as we were all sent to bed early. Morning comes and my sisters and I fix ourselves breakfast, cause uncle and aunt and cousin are nowhere to be seen. They were having a private discussion in the master bathroom, while we had no clue one was happening as we weren't invited to partake. When our aunt emerged, she sat us all down and told us we couldn't stay at her house anymore because she didn't want anything to happen when she went to work. Super out of the blue, but she had already called our mom and asked her to pick us up. We were upset and didn't understand why or what. Cousin had said to have us kicked out of our aunt and uncle's house when she was free to stay. Drama unfolded OFC as everyone in the family heard something or other about why we weren't able to stay, but the only explanation we were given was our aunt not wanting any accidents to happen when she wasn't around. Our family relations fell apart. We didn't talk to any family on my dad's side after that trip for a long time because of the way they had treated us and kicked us out without explanation. To this day I still don't talk with any of them regularly. Why? Because I recently found out my dear lovely cousin told my aunt my sisters and I were trying to sell our bodies for cigarettes at the park and were planning to sneak out that night to try again. And she must have believed it. To this day, it still hurts to think about how unfairly my sisters and I were treated, on top of having such a shitty accusation put against us and believed by someone I loved and admired. My cousin can joke for all I care. I bet the reason she said those things is because she had plenty of experience firsthand. Anyway, that's the family secret I can share within my immediate family, because I could care less what kind of secrets the rest of my extended family has. When I was a kid, we didn't hear much of anything about our family's history in Louisiana. Poor white family. My grandma was one of 11, grew up on a sugarcane farm. Everyone moved to Tulsa for work during the Depression. My great uncle Possum stayed on the farm. That's it. A couple years ago, the family's having wine and dishing. My aunt and I start arguing about removing Confederate monuments from public spaces, so she takes me aside. She reveals that my great-great, maybe another great-grandfather was the son of a Confederate soldier who defected, was captured, and then released to return to Louisiana. However, when he got home he was tried and hanged for desertion. That left his sick wife and their wet nurse, a black slave, to care for their many children. After the war ended, his wife died of her illness. Despite being freed from her legal ownership, the wet nurse remained with the family and raised the orphaned children to adulthood. My aunt used this family 10 as a basis for her view that most slavery in the South was actually a mutually decent and consensual arrangement, but that version of American history has been erased from our culture. As she wistfully put it, our family wouldn't have survived if not for the love and care of a black woman whom they saw as a second mother. I wince in pain every time I think back on that conversation point. Suddenly everything about my family made sense. It wasn't the facts, but how my aunt told the story, unable to see the privilege and status in the words she was saying. The undercurrent of racist lies and mythology in American families is deep and enduring. It's been painful to confront, but I'm grateful for my eyes being opened. Point at it, just trying to get the generational designations more accurate. My foster parents told me that my birth family hated me and told my birth family that I wanted nothing to do with them. I was adopted when I was 12 by a family that seemed nice, but after I signed the adoption paperwork their whole personality flipped like a switch and they started treating me awful and cut me off from my birth family entirely by making me think that they all hated me. From what I was able to tell later on, they were friends with their DCF worker, and she was able to somehow make DCF not do any of the follow-up appointments they were supposed to do, which is why this all went unnoticed by DCF, or they just didn't care, because they're obviously run by Satan himself, and they don't care about kids at all, just the money. I mean, they netted in the ballpark of 100k off me alone, but that's a different story for another time. Anyway, I was with this foster family for around 5 years, and during these 5 years I did most of the house chores, everything from sweeping and scrubbing all the floors, and dusting everything in their 3-story house to picking helicopters, the little seeds that twirl when they fall out of their lawn, shoveling the barn roof alone, washing their cars, and a whole slew of other things, all while being verbally and physically berated. Around the time I turned 17 I realized that I was coached to lie about my mom in court because I had no memory of all the awful things I found listed in the DCF report. I snuck into their room and was able to find it, and so at that point, even though I'm not proud of it, I stole their car and drove across state lines with no license back to the last places I remembered family members lived, and thankfully I was able to reconnect with my grandmother, which was when I found out that the foster parents told my birth family that I wanted nothing to do with them. I mean, imagine being so selfish that you convince a 12-year-old his entire family hates him and convince his entire family he doesn't want to be around any of them. Anyway, thanks for reading, and sorry it's a bit choppy. This is my first time posting something like this. Edit also if you read this and wanna read it on your channel, I have no objections. Not sure how much of a family secret it was at the time, but it was certainly news to my generation when I found out last year. My twisted spinster aunt, who won't talk to my mum because she's close to her step family, has a very good reason for it. Turns out, my aunt was the other woman in my uncle's marriage, her stepbrother, and when they divorced, he didn't choose my aunt. He and his current wife have been happily married since not long after, while my aunt married a violent drunk. She's still a bigoted old witch, but I can't help but feel super sorry for her after learning all of this. Also, between my bio-grand dying and my granddad meeting my gran, it turns out he most likely fathered a son from a one-night stand. So I have an uncle out there somewhere that I've never met, and neither has most of the family. It's not something that gets talked about. Literally only when my granddad died and inheritance was talked about was his existence even mentioned. But one of my aunts reached out to him. Unsurprisingly, he didn't want to know. Thank goodness the other side of my family is far less complicated. Edit. I say the other side is less complicated, but my great aunt's son murdered his dad because he was a violent drunk and has been in a psych unit ever since. But that's not a family secret. My cousin sister was younger than me, but when I was in my teenage she used to touch me inappropriate, and one day I woke up with her on top of me humping me like crazy. several incidents, and I was afraid to tell anyone. One after another incident, she increased the frequency and aggressiveness of the touches. I had no sex education or any awareness about the inappropriate touches back then. I gave in to temptations, or whatever you wanna say it was, and had sex at multiple occasions. We started looking for chances to get physical with each other. Eventually, someone in our family found out by reading her chat with me. We tried to make excuses to save our ass, but at the end she blamed me for taking advantage of her being naive. My aunt blamed it on me, but fortunately she was the only one aware about that. I was bright child, but this thing shattered my confidence. Moreover, I wanted to keep a good relationship with my cousin sister by moving forward, but she doesn't talk with me now. Only when everyone is around, that's only when she talks with me. I'm still not able to figure out whose fault was that. It's my first time I'm talking about it to anyone in my life. She could have accepted that it was fault of both of us, even tough it was her who started it. I should have known better, but this thing haunts me every time it comes to my mind. Edit, Grandma. Grandpa was a treasure trove of information and secrets. Grandpa drove moonshine over the border from Mexico during Prohibition and used to run it around the country. In the 20s to 30s he smuggled people across the border under the guise they were his kids / brother / sisters / nephews or whatever. Around World War II he joined the military under the promise of money and US citizenship. When they asked who he was married to, he said my grandmother, obviously. So she received all his benefits. After he died we found out they weren't married. Not until around 1952 did they actually get married. He was actually married in Mexico and had some kids down there, but never stayed in contact. He told the military he was married to my grandmother because for one, he wanted her to have the benefits, and two, her mother was a devout Catholic that would be very upset if it was discovered she had a kid and or was living with a man unmarried. I guess at one point, according to my father, a guy called and asked to speak to my grandfather and said he was his son from Mexico. My grandfather told him not to call again and hung up. We also found out he helped liberate a concentration camp during the war that he never spoke of. Though there was one thing we never figured out. I remember when I was in grade school I had to ask my grandparents for their family history, about their parents and whatnot. My grandmother said a little bit about her background, but not too much. She wouldn't speak of her father, and only made brief mention of her mother, and that she was born in Texas. My grandfather on the other hand absolutely refused to speak of his family. He wouldn't tell us if he had siblings. He wouldn't tell us about his parents, not even their names. We asked him about a last name and he just said doesn't matter. Looking back through his old military and border crossing records, he changed his last name around a couple times, so we aren't even sure that this was actually his last name. And to this day the family has no record of his parents or siblings, though grandma did mention he had a brother before she passed. We know he was born in Sinaloa, Mexico in about 1915. He confirmed that much. Though some records show 1916 or 1917. Nothing else. Edit. On my mom's side my great grandfather was the highest level Freemason you could be. He had chemicals and poisons hidden in his walls when he died, as well as Manson documents. Mine is kinda dumb, just because I didn't personally think it was a big deal or anything, but my family kept it secret for years, particularly from the younger folks in the family, and I didn't even find out part of it until after he had died a few years ago. But basically my family kept this secret about my grandfather's brother, great uncle, right? But he was gay and a huge pothead. I know, what a dumb thing to keep a secret, but back in the day it was a huge deal obviously, and my family always acted like it was a huge deal. Both of those things equally. Uncle Dan, as we all called him, was an awesome guy. He loved cars, worked for a auto manufacturer too, baseball, and gardening, both regular and the fun kind. Lol. He would help us with car stuff all the time, would buy my whole family tickets to our city's minor league baseball team games, and season passes for our zoo for Christmas every year. He also was always super nice, and loved all the kids in the family, and helped take care of them. He married for a few years himself, and had one son who has his own daughter, and he was always great with them, but his marriage didn't work out, for obvious reasons looking back on it now. But since he wasn't married, and his kid was out of the house, he moved in with my great grandmother, his mom. when she got too old to take care of herself, and he lived with her and took care of her for years. She lived to be 89, and they ended up dying the same year, about 3 months apart, both from cancer. I found out he was a big time pothead when I was a teenager, but we never smoked together unfortunately, and then after he died my mom let on with the whole him being gay thing. I don't know, it made me feel bad cause I know he couldn't live his life the way he wanted to when he was still around. Even if my family never treated him badly for it it was still something most of them felt like he needed to hide about himself, which is wrong in and of itself. I know, a couple of silly things when you look at it today, but the being gay thing was a secret that sort of controlled and in a way ruined his life, and I was still shocked to hear it when I did, even if it made sense later on as I was an adult. I wish I would have known when he was alive, so I could have told him that I didn't mind, that I still loved him and accepted him for whoever he wanted to be, but unfortunately life doesn't work that way. Oh well, Uncle Dan I know is living it up in his own afterlife in his weed garden, getting high and blowing guys, or whatever. Sorry if that sounds graphic, but hey, it's what he would have wanted, damn it. My brother and I, from a young age, suspected that our dad was not our father. Our parents played it off, and by our late teens we gave it up. 20 plus years later I get a friend request from a woman in TX. At the time I was a low-key craft personality on YouTube. She was into knitting, so I figured she saw my tutorials, so I accepted. The next day I get a message from her explaining that her stepfather was my biological father as well as my brother's. Her story checked out, and when I saw his picture I knew she was telling the truth. I told no one in my family for a year and a half. I couldn't look them in the eye, or any one of my relatives for that matter, because they were all in on it. Turns out my mother was married to the dude, and divorced him a year after I was born. Quickly met my dad, unless there had already been some infidelity happening, I don't know, and married him 6 months later. My brother was 2 years older, and he was more adamant as a child about it, because he was 3 to 4 when it all went down. When I finally decided to let the cat out of the bag, I booked a trip to meet him, and set off to my parents' house alone to have dinner and tell them. I told the woman that I would be coming by myself, because my brother was fragile, and he may have a very different response than mine. So I confront my parents after dinner, and of course I'm the asshole, and my now adopted father says back, quote, "The only person hurting from this is your mother, because I just stabbed her in the back." I was expecting that, and didn't take it to heart, because I had just dropped the bomb on them, and they had thought they were in the clear for good. The next day my mother convinces me that it's not fair to go alone, and that I should cancel the trip, same book it with my brother. I fold and oblige. Of course my brother flips out, and can't understand why I didn't include him in all of it. Well, remember Carrot when I said he was fragile? He was a very Midwest rural type, who was insecure to the maximum, and quite abrasive. With equal empathy, compassion, and romanticism of a hyena. A few years later, after he decided that there was no one he could trust, he ate a bullet, leaving behind 2 young children and an evil to the core ex-wife. Faked up sheet, but honestly I think he's better off now, because had he made it this far he would be suffering from a clinical case of QAnonosis. 10 years later I still haven't met the man. My great-great-grandmother was not half Native American, she was half black. Generation gaps in my family are somewhat small, and she lived long enough that I met her and remember her. She passed away when I was 5. I remember when I was little, being so enamored by her pretty darker gold toned skin. I also have gold toned skin, and she was the only one in my family that had it, though I have darker skin than the rest of my family, not as dark as hers. I asked my grandma, her granddaughter, once, and she said great-great-grandma's mom was an Indian who died when great-great-grandma was little. My grandma took so much pride in that. Fast forward. I'm 25, and lamenting to my wife that my grandpa, on the other side of my family, was never told about his heritage, and now anyone that could tell him was gone. We have an unusual last name too, and I thought it'd be cool to know where I came from. She ordered me a DNA kit. I have no Native American ancestry, but I have enough African ancestry that matches up with great-great-grandma being half black. I told grandma, and she was not pleased. I've come to learn this was common in great-great-grandma's era, because in our area of the country, it was less shameful to claim Native American ancestry than it was to claim blackness eater. I should add that I know it didn't come from grandpa's missing ancestry. Before my wife ordered the DNA kit, I looked up my last name and found it to be an old Scandinavian name, which matched up with the results of the kit. Thanks to Ancestry I found that I almost dated my half-brother, so my parents were real sociable people, potheads, and we always grew up with lots of people coming in and out. One particular group of friends were this really cool southern rock band. They would come over and bring their kids and we kinda grew up together. Fast forward to 16. One of the older boys, we'll call him John Smith, that I had thought was really cute, I know faking gross in retrospect, was always nice to me. And I needed a date to a school dance because my boyfriend had cheated on me and we broke up right before. So as revenge I thought it would be awesome to show up with an older handsome guy. So I asked him to go. My mom was really hesitant, making the excuse he was too old for me, 19, that he smoked, that he was a bad influence etc. In the end we went together anyways. I didn't know till later that she begged him not to let anything happen. It was all for nothing though. We went, we danced. He knew I was trying to make my ex jealous, so he played the role well. I never felt that spark though, and in the end it was just like going with the good friend I had grew up with. Fast forward to Christmas 2019. My husband buys me a DNA test, and come January I'm excited to get the results. Here's the thing though, none of my cousins on my dad's side are popping up, and instead I have a whole list of Smiths, including one that's being listed as a half-sibling. I recognize her immediately as John Smith's sister. At this point I'm really confused. Unfortunately both my mom and dad passed away already, so I reach out to my mom's sister. She confirms that my mom did cheat on my dad, a lot, especially with two of the guys in the band I grew up with. She blamed it on my dad also cheating, and both of their drug problems, when they were younger. I'm pissed the hell off because my mom died when I was 18, and I grew up with a complex as a child, because I never thought my dad loved me. No one could tell me this. I'm not sure if my dad knew, but I definitely think so. I look nothing like my original siblings, but found out in total I have 6 more on my biological dad's side. Papa was a Rolling Stone, one of which looks just like me. Here's the other kicker. My biological father had passed away from cancer about a year before this, and I had went to his funeral out of respect for John Smith as we're still close. In all I had watched both of my fathers be buried in the same year and never knew. Fact family secrets. I look back now and I'm so grateful nothing happened. It could have been a nightmare. Also fuck all my family members who have come out of the woodwork now saying they suspected all along. Not necessarily spilled as it never got confirmed, but here goes nothing. My great grandma, God bless, had a hard life and she grew up as a maid for a rich family. She never knew why they took her in as she made several mistakes, but never got fired, and as she told me her mom died at an early age, so she stayed there once she died. Years later actually, my mom told me a theory she had, and it made sense. My great grandma's mom was never the most loving one, and after she died, a maid from the rich family took care of her while she was working. 90 years ago child labor was a thing. She took her in like a daughter even. After she got in the house my granda tells one of the dudes left the country, and after some thinking, my mom came up with the idea of what if she was a daughter of that family? Dude had an adventure with the maid and left her pregnant, and the family took them in because they were not that heartless. They gave the child to another woman, but she didn't last a lot. After saying more anecdotes my grandma said that it could be true. My mom suggested a DNA test for the family tree, but my grandma told her to keep it down. She had outlived the rich family by then, but she knew her sons would make a fuss out of it just to take money out, so she took it to the grave. After years my mom told me, and the one daughter that would not make a fuss. Everyone was pretty surprised, because it was a theory that made sense. But we will never truly know. Edited typus. So, my father never really knew his dad, but I never knew much in the way of details until I started doing genealogical research. My dad did say some things like his biological father was not my grandmother's husband. Still not totally sure how she figured out which of her kids were whose, but her youngest, that would be my dad, and her oldest, that is, the oldest one she got to raise, my uncle, 20 years older than my father, were at least absolutely the same man's. His father was also married, twice according to records. Neither time to his mother, and the second occurred during the 20-year timeline between Gran's oldest and youngest. The first one I'll get to in a minute. There was a sizable age difference between them, though my father didn't know how much. Implicitly, Dad thought this is why they never married, because their lives were out of sync, but they kept up the affair. Not sure what to call it, you'll see why. So armed with this knowledge and some names, after my father passed, I start digging around family search, aka the free Mormon resources that Ancestry.com makes you pay for, and the age difference between my grandparents was 18 years. Okay, times were different. Moving on. I also find out my grandmother started having children very young. Like, her first baby was at 13, kind of young, and she had 5 children before her supposed oldest, who she had at 21. It's weird, they are noted on records with a birth year, but no birth date, so either they were stillborn, despite no death dates at all, suggesting they might have lived, or adopted out in quotes, because this was the late 1910s and early 1920s and the adoption system as we know it today didn't exist then. So who knows what happened given to neighbor/family/random stranger. An arrangement with what rudimentary agencies existed then. Unwed mother's home type deal? Your guess is as good as mine. But all the babies starting from her first at 13 up to the one before her oldest all have the same father. No prizes for guessing it's my biological granddad, who was very much married at the time to someone who, from the last name, is somehow related to my grandmother. So basically, my father was the product of a child grooming situation starting when his mom was 12/13 and his father was 30/31 that continued for most of her life. Not really sure what to make of that. Bonus factory, starting from her oldest until my dad was born, all the birth certificates, the originals, at least, my oldest uncle had his amended later, have her husband's name in the father's place, but then my dad's certificate has his proper biological father, though he was given each man's middle name for his given name, though one of those has been rendered in so many different spellings I couldn't tell you what the original was. Since everyone, or near everyone, involved is dead, I'll likely never get a large chunk of answers about any of this. Years ago when I was still in high school, I'm 25F, my mom, dad, and younger brother were all visiting my mom's family at our vacation condo about 3 hours outside our hometown. I stayed home, because I wasn't able to get time off from my crappy summer job and of course I was bummed I couldn't go. Apparently one night, an argument broke out between my mom and her younger sister. Side note, her sister was a surprise pregnancy and came along while my mom was away at college. This was also after my grandparents had some investments that finally paid off, so essentially my mom's sister had the comfy, lavish childhood my mom never did. Anyways, back to the fight. They're screaming at each other over some mundane issue like who is helping clean the table after family dinner. Well, 30 years of resentment finally boiled over when my aunt called my mom a fat jealous bitch. My mom promptly responded with I may be fat, but I'm not jealous. I'm not the one who was faking around on my husband with. The person she named is of one of my grandpa's business partners and a very close family friend. Yup. Turns out my aunt had a fling with one of my grandfather's fellow real estate investors, and they had slept together more than once. My mom even babysat for her one night when my aunt went to meet him. So yeah, I got a phone call from my brother shortly after saying they were on their way home. It was really awful because basically everyone in my extended family ended up turning on my mom. Still blows my mind to this day that I missed out on all that commotion. You're ready for this trashy ride? A few years ago, when 23andMe was all the rage, my mom's twin sisters, she's one of 6 siblings, both took the test. Come to find out they have different fathers, so here's the story. One night, my lovely grandmother goes off to see a concert. Apparently she caught the eye of the lead man. One thing led to the next, and she's in a tour bus. Well, apparently this generous fellow liked to share, and my grandmother was, well, a slouched. I'm not sure who in the family came forward with the story. Likely my oldest uncle, as he would eventually become friends with said singer. Talk about an interesting conversation point. It all makes sense though, because the sisters physically are total opposites, other than being Caucasian. One's overweight with brunette hair, the other is skinny and the only redhead on that entire side of the family. One loves a rainy night and rabbits, and the other one doesn't. That was a hint. Anyways, at the time, my mom was the youngest. My grandfather divorced my grandmother. She went on to have the twins, sired by two different men, on a tour bus, on same night. She would eventually marry one of the guys, and have another kid with him, who would eventually find himself in prison for the fourth and final time, for stabbing the oldest uncle. I never grew up with a father. Me and 4 other siblings. Younger bro from another guy, who was never around either. My dad lived down the street from us. He would drive by with his new wife/girlfriend. I'd be playing in the front yard, and would get excited, and wave as he went by, and would proudly tell my friends, "There goes my dad." Don't know why. Years later at 23, what I thought was a rumor from my aunt to my wife, after she told her that my real dad was looking for me. I told my wife she's just starting shit, to spite my mom, and she should mind her own business. It lingered around for a while in my mind, as I suspected could possibly be true, because it made sense as cold as my dad was. I get home one day at 37, I go to my man cave and grab a beer, told my wife I need time after the day. I hear the phone ring, and on the TV is the caller ID, and it's the name of my rumored father. I'm FKN frozen. I hear my wife answer, and she knocks on door, and says, "It's your dad." I spoke with him, and he's talking fast, and I'm guessing, because he thinks I'm going to hang up, I told him to relax, and spoke with him for a while. He then says, "I need to get home, please answer. When I call you, brothers and sisters would live to talk to you." Holy shit. I assured him. He calls back, and I speak to my 15-year-old brother, 8-year-old bro, and 12-year-old sis. He was looking for me since I was 23. He says he spoke with a woman when he found a number and got the courage to call. He says he was told to leave me alone, that I wanted to have nothing to do with him, that I was a man now and no longer needed him. To this day we have no idea who that was. He lost hope and stopped searching till I was 37, and his new wife encouraged him to. I lost all those years. I got the courage to ask my existing siblings and my mom, and no one denied he was my dad. No one ever told me, led me to believe the other guy was my dad. What the fuck? Everyone knew, even uncles and aunts. It was a huge secret by everyone except me. What the fuck? I decided to grow my relationship with him, which was great for about 9 years. Covered took him in January. I am glad I opened up to accept him, and we did what we could while we could. I would visit, and would go swimming in the river and other things with my 1/2 brothers and sisters, and forgot I was 37 years old. I have no regrets besides my family, still, and all that time I could have spent with him, and whoever he talked to on the phone to turn him away. I grew a successful company with the last name of my dad on it with pride. Now it's not even my real name. I feel I should rename it, but it's well known. From sorry for long story, couldn't stop writing. Going to my oldest 1/2 brother's wedding on Saturday. We all swore to stay close. My mom bought my fiance and I 23andMe DNA tests for Christmas a few years ago, after being obsessed with researching her entire family tree. I'm talking, bought poster boards, cut and pasted pictures of faces of people, and drew lines to connect the lineage, dated our side of the family back quite a few generations to the Italian mafia. Pretty neat, actually. Right off the bat, I get a hit with a name I don't recognize, but we shared a significant amount of DNA, so I brought it to my mom, since she had the big poster board, and she didn't recognize it either. Has to be from my dad's side. At this point, just over 2 years ago, I had cut contact with my dad, so I wasn't about to ask him about it, so I sent a message to the lady. After going back and forth for a few days, we finally figured out a name in common we both recognized, my grandma. Turns out, my grandma had an affair with her dad a month before he got married to her mom. This lady ended up being my biological aunt, who only lived a couple hours away. Met her once, very nice lady. This totally explained why this beach, my GMA, made my life a living hell my entire childhood. Despite the fact I was the only one in my generation to accomplish anything and not get hooked on drugs, I was the product of her infidelity. Also, my adopted fiance ended up getting a hit 6 months later. He finally got into contact with his biological mother, father, and brother. TLDR, my mom bought my fiance 32 meters and I 30F DNA tests. I found out my grandma was a hoe. He found his biological family. My stepdad had a secret daughter and was almost charged with attempted murder because of it. When he was in his late 20s, he started dating a woman in his apartment complex. After a few months, she cut off all contact. Turns out, she got pregnant, but was super married and never told him. Her husband must have been a special kind of unaware because she hid the pregnancy from him, covering it up by claiming she had stomach cancer when she delivered. She left the baby in a dumpster. It was found and rescued by a janitor at the hospital. The woman came forward a few days later. My stepdad knew nothing about the pregnancy at all and hadn't heard from her for the better part of a year. As soon as he saw the baby, it was undeniable it was his, and he did everything he could to claim custody while having to go through a rigorous process to prove his innocence. He also had to go through months of parenting classes and prove that he deserved to keep the child. In the meantime, the story made national headlines and offers for adoption were pouring in. But he is absolutely a family person and was determined to get custody of his child from the state. The mother was now very much in jail. After a long process, he finally had custody of his daughter. However, he was in his late 20s, working a demanding on-call job, and his first wife had just abandoned their toddler son at the demands of her new husband. He was living in a shitty apartment, working 65 hours a week, usually overnights, and now alone taking care of 2 children under the age of 3. Within a year or so, he finally caved and gave his daughter up for adoption. The family was very wealthy, lived in a great area, and were unable to have a child of their own. He even tried to negotiate being a part of her life, but the family felt it would be best to raise her as their own. It killed him, but he agreed, and agreed not to contact her, under the stipulation that she be told what happened when she was of age. Within a few weeks of her 18th birthday, she located my stepdad. He and my mom were well married at this point. My mom knew about this from the beginning. He and my mom had moved out of state when I was 20, and it took a couple years before I was ever able to go visit. So as my mom was in town and we were planning my first visit down to them, she told me basically, by the way, this is a thing that happened, and when you're visiting, your stepsister will be down here as well. She and her adoptive mother, her adoptive father passed away shortly before her 18th birthday, are now very much part of the family. His son had a pretty rough life and unfortunately died of a heroin overdose on his 25th birthday. Just a few months after meeting her, I went back and read all the articles I could find about it. The quotes in the articles are so purely him. Also purely him is the fact that he spent the last 25 years still turning down offers to be on shows like Oprah, Ellen, etc., and numerous paid book deals and the like. All he ever wanted out of the whole situation was to provide the best life he could for his daughter, even though that meant giving her up. She now does a lot of work with Safe Haven. She's kind of a typical mid-20s girl. You can tell she kind of loves the attention she's gotten from it, and I believe she's actually accepted a book deal, much to his chagrin. But at the end of the day, the work she's doing is a net positive, so he's happy to support her endeavors. He's one of the most loyal, honorable people you could ever meet. It's never unclear to him what the right thing to do is. Life has thrown him a lot of bullshit for his efforts, and even though I always generally liked him, it's uneasy to really see a stepdad as part of your parental unit. Especially when they come into your life when you're already nearly an adult. But reading and learning about how he handled that situation earned a lot of respect and adoration from me, as it made me realize that all the kind things he did for me growing up had nothing to do with the uneasiness of being a step-parent, or anything to do with making my mom happy. He was doing them because, without hesitation, he knows the right thing to do, does it, and his greatest pleasure in life is to help people and make other people happy. My real dad is no slouch by any means, and very much part of me, but even though my stepdad has never once felt the need to teach it or explain it to me, I learned the joy of selflessness and the value of true morals, not the kind you have to do mental gymnastics to justify. From watching him point God, what a good faking guy he is. I should call him tomorrow. After reading through this thread, I have come to the conclusion that those soap operas on TV are actually not nearly as far-fetched as people think they are. The truth really is stranger than fiction. When I was 16, I finally began to understand where my life began. I believe I saw a framed picture of my mother and father's marriage certificate and did the math. The math didn't add up. As I got older and started going through puberty, I noticed my mother was extremely strict about me being out unsupervised, being around boys, being out after dark, etc. My parents were just super strict about me having any type of freedom, especially my mom. I remember standing in the doorway of my bedroom. My mom was in the hallway that went down toward her room. I had just figured out that my mom had gotten married in April, but I was born in October, which meant that she was pregnant when she got married to my dad. By the time I figured this out, I was the oldest of 5 kids already. I said something to my mom. I don't remember what, but I just remember saying out loud, "That's why you hate me so much." The shocked look on her face when she realized the dark family secret was finally out was a look I had never seen before. She was utterly stunned and didn't really know what to say. I think she was entirely unprepared for this moment. Mom had always treated me differently than the other kids. She was really hard on me. She rejected me often, acted as if I deserved nothing. She never told me that she loved me once when I was growing up, and she just treated me like I owed her something. She also got jealous if other friends' moms were kind to me, showed me attention, doted on me in any way, or tried to buy me shoes or any nice thing, which I desperately needed. When these things would happen, they would just push me further down into darkness. I couldn't understand why every little ray of light that would come into my life, every little bit of happiness, she would just snuff it out and take it away for me, always treating me as if I wasn't worth spoiling in any way. I got really good grades, I stayed out of trouble, I took good care of all my siblings, I did the cooking and cleaning, etc. I spent a lot of time trying to earn the love that I didn't get. That's obviously not a healthy way to grow up. It did lead at the time to me having emotional issues and eating disorders, and worse. I had no idea back then that I had any worth. And I had no idea about what was healthy or unhealthy. I just knew that anytime I spoke up about the things that I saw that were just completely wrong in our household or family, I would get abused. They would make sure that I shut up quick. I do remember age 15. It was when my father and mother were starting to go through the beginning of breaking up. My dad had shipped myself and my sister to my maternal grandmother's house and taken my 3 other siblings to his own parents' house 3 blocks away. I remember it was as if my higher self was acknowledging that something was going really wrong and the things that were going wrong were about to seal my fate. I believe this was right before I started having the eating disorders. It was as if there was a shift happening, and I felt it, and I felt a deep sadness knowing that I was being damaged, and it was a little too late to turn back. It was as if I was grieving for the person I could have been if I had only been loved. I was actually very fortunate though that I had been sent to my grandmother's house, because over the next 4 years, she gave me so much love and acceptance and treated me as if I was someone that was wanted to have around. I ate up that I love and attention like the thirsty soul that I was. It didn't fix me. That took time and lots of therapy and just a change of household. When I turned 18, that definitely helped. But my grandmother gave me the example of what it's like to love a child, and that is what I drew from when I had my own children. I can imagine what I would have done without her. God really provided something important for me come up at the 11th hour of my childhood crisis later on down the road. I found out more details that my mother, who was raised by my closed up, proud 50s housewife grandmother, had gotten knocked up by my dad on a date. They had been going out for not sure how long. My dad took my mom to park at Griffith Park in Los Angeles. It was late at night and my mom was very inexperienced. She is honestly still quite a prude, and she claimed that she knew pretty much nothing about sex. This was back in the 60s. Her father had died when she was only 10. She felt as if what happened to her was daytrap, that my dad basically forced himself on her. She is very resentful to this day. Never had therapy, but meds have helped. So, back to the pregnancy. My mom got pregnant, and immediately there was an uproar in the family. My grandmother threw her out of the house, completely mortified and embarrassed that my mother had gotten herself in this situation. My mom was only 17, and probably quite traumatized, had to go stay at my dad's with his folks. And my dad's parents, I'm sure they weren't too thrilled with it either. My grandmother used to have a really hard time dealing with my dad's behavior issues. My aunts told me that my father, her older brother, used to be so much trouble that her mom had to quit her job and stay home because after school he would raise hell around the house. So, years later, my mom was diagnosed with depression, fibromyalgia, severe PMS, all kinds of mood issues. Made sense, as she has a rep for being an emotionally immature nightmare to be around a good deal of the time. Anyway, I just remember she yelled a lot, and when she would yell, my dad would start swinging on us to make her happy. That, coupled with going to church a lot, seemed to be the only parenting skills that they possessed. She was always good in emergencies, and if there was some type of craft project involved in a task, but the day-to-day was absolutely not anything that interested her. That was left to me, or nobody. I honestly used to wish someone would come rescue us. We always looked like the perfect little family at church, but behind closed doors, it was pure misery point. And what makes it worse is that my dad was not at all normal himself. I believe that he was born with some type of neurological issue. He never knew how to be appropriate, he didn't understand boundaries very well, and his behavior and words showed that. He was often indecent, and this led to a lot of scandal in future years. He is currently on his 5th wife, although some of the scandal also involved his stepdaughter and other things. I won't go into it. He and his 5th wife have been off and on, but now that they are both getting older, they are trying to work it out, just because it's hard to be alone in your old age. I will say that my parents have calmed down some. They have realized some of their mistakes, although more my mom than my dad. Ironically, there is a best-selling teen novel by a woman who knew my brother in grade school, based on some of the trauma of our childhood and the issues my dad caused my brother. He is my closest sibling, has more trauma, really bad stuff, than pretty much a lot of people I've ever known. But honestly, now he's gone on to bring that trauma into his own family with his own kids. Even though he's a wonderful person and he does amazing things with his kids, and always helping out others, incredibly bright. He is finally sober, but the damage is done. His children now have the issues children of alcoholics face. My point is, we can sit and point fingers at the bad guy who messed it up all day long. But in the end we are all human. The point, really, is figuring out how to make ourselves better, not figuring out what is wrong with others. There is always going to be someone that was affected by the dysfunctional people that screwed them up, and so on and so forth. Breaking the cycle is all that matters now, healing and restoration. My father told me I was supposed to have a little brother, but my mother miscarried and never wanted my older sister. She was 4 at that time, and myself, 2 at the time, to ever find out. We ended up having another sister 2 years later, but this was apparently a secret my mother wanted to take to the grave. I only found out because my dad, parents have been divorced for 20 years, stopped by to visit my daughter for the first time a couple weeks ago. She was born just before the pandemic and my stepmother made it impossible for him to visit due to a medical condition. Since she passed due to COVID, my father was finally able to come out to visit in person. My mother still doesn't know I know, and my 2 sisters have no idea. I'm not sure I should say anything to anyone. I don't think it is a huge deal, and my mother should absolutely not feel any shame about it, but I think it is more a sensitive subject, since apparently she was pretty far along. I also found out my great-grandfather was murdered during the Great Depression while working on the railroads in Chicago, but the police refused to do anything, since my family were immigrants and the police were pretty racist back then. We will never know who did it, but only the why. He was a semi-wealthy immigrant and someone wanted him dead for both things. injured by a blast in combat, which gave me a seizure disorder. Despite no family history of seizures, doctors insisted that I search my family history for genetic seizure disorders. My birth family was extremely abusive, and my final tie to them was cut forever when my severely autistic sister, who can't and has never administered her own medication, died to an accidental overdose. Side fact 1. At the time, my parents referred to my sister as mentally retarded because that's the diagnosis doctors gave. Side fact 2. If you are clearly murdered while mentally retarded, they not only won't look for your killer, the hospital won't even report it to the police for investigation. My love for my sister was the only reason I had not already been legally adopted by my parents, who had taken me in as a teenager, snuck me meals, bought me clothes, had my hair cut, and generally taught me how to live love in every way as normal people do. Taught me in every way my birth parents failed. So I'd been legally adopted for a decade when the doctors asked me to dig into my genetic medical past. 23andMe Ancestry.com revealed something strange. Lots of connections with my birth mother's maiden name, none with my birth father's last name. So I dig with my aunts, uncles who understand why I left and still talk to me. Takes me a while to find that aunt who doesn't just spill tea as I expected. She brewed a whole gallon to dump on the floor and mop with. My birth father's father was sterile. How sterile? He was known through multiple towns for sleeping with everyone that would have him, yet none of his affairs led to children. My birth father's mother wanted a child, but it wasn't happening, so she slept with a neighbor's husband and got pregnant. But nobody will ever know, right? It's the 1960s. Paternity tests don't exist. Strange fact, kids from the same father can look alike. How alike? At 5 years old, the neighbors had a blow up when their kids were clones of each other. They knew they'd cheated, and then my grandparents moved. How do I know this? I met my birth father's clone, who was literally as if a twin of him, and he spilled the tea on what he remembered from his parents arguing at 5 and knowing he had a twin in the same town. He wasn't stupid, but also didn't care to meet whoever this was. I wanted to see this man again and explore more about my genetic past beyond him confirming there was no history of seizures he knew of. Strange thing happened before I could talk to him again. Shortly after this meeting, he wrote a note to his wife that said just the words "pay the bills," took a shotgun, and ended his own life. I decided this was the end of the line. I'm not trying to find his family to then explain what he admitted and ask for help while mourning him. I was hoping to learn the history of my genetic past. I've had to investigate uncovered infidelity in every area of my adult life. Adultery is against military law, investigated as a crime, and if we are honest, we know it's all around us. With what I've learned through this experience, I have to wonder about genetic lineage. How many of us will ever really know? I'll start off by saying my uncle was never a very good person, but he loved me and my cousins more than anything. He was a heroin addict, and we frequently smoked pot together. Once when he was homeless, he got 3 single-room campers and a school bus and welded them all together to make a sort of home. He installed a wood-burning stove in it to keep warm, seeing as how this was during the cold wheaty months of Ohio. My aunt, who I lived with at the time, which was his ex-wife, allowed me to go stay a few nights with him. I was 15. My uncle had a pig he was giving living outside in a little pen, and he had dug a wild roasted in. One night we are sitting at the table playing cards, and he had a friend stop over who was an old native guy. Let's call him Kenny. Kenny gave me a very awkward feeling. We had a generator hooked up outside in a shed to use electricity in rare occasions when we needed to charge phones, etc. So a few nights go by with Kenny coming over. We play cards, we smoke, and just hang out. One night I was out cutting wood for the wood burning stove while my uncle and Kenny were inside, probably doing heroin. When Kenny came outside to leave, he came up to me and told me how much he loved hanging out with me, but it felt very predatory, more than he just liked hanging out. Like he wanted me as a small child. Few nights go by and Kenny hasn't been over. And late one night my uncle and I were asleep, and I woke up to the fire being out. So I went outside to the shed, where we also kept the wood for the stove, and grabbed some wood. While out there I cold sworn I saw a man in the surrounding woods. This home was located in the middle of some woods. I went and told my uncle and he looked and couldn't find anyone. A few nights later my uncle leaves to go to town and I stay and tend to the generator and cut some wood. I hear a crunch and I turn around and it's Kenny. He asks if my uncle was there and I told him no. And Kenny said he would wait with me for him to return. He helps me chop wood, the whole time looking at me very weirdly. I always felt creepy around him. We go inside and a little time passes. Kenny tried to take advantage of me. My uncle comes in just in time. He sees what is happening and grabs Kenny. I get away and go sit in a corner crying. My uncle takes him outside and I hear a lot of noise, yelling, fighting, then nothing. About 2 hours pass and my uncle comes in covered in dirt. He told me I didn't have to worry about Kenny ever again. My uncle made me swear to never tell anyone this story, but he has passed a few years back. So I finally explained to the family what happened. My grandpa always bragged about putting his son through college, which my father resented because he worked his way through school and had an Eagle Scout and ROTC scholarships and was the janitor of his fraternity house for room and board. 40 years later at my cousin's outdoor wedding reception, my great aunt, grandpa's little sister, is telling my aunt that someone called La Troya has passed away. My aunt scolded my great aunt saying she shouldn't call her that and told us the woman's name and said she was a nice lady. When asked why not call her La Troya by one of the cousins, she said it's because it means the hoe. Long story short, the recently deceased woman was my grandfather's teenage sweetie, but her father wouldn't let her marry my grandpa because he was a middle school dropout, so she married a well-educated mobster in Detroit. Grandpa married the sister of his best friend. This mobster was infertile from having scarlet fever as a boy. This mobster was shot one night, but it wasn't the cops, and it wasn't a mob hit. The woman, now a widow, moved back to our town with her parents and a few months later had a baby boy. Grandpa always worked 2 full-time jobs and flipped houses on the weekends, only stopping to go to mass on Sunday. He owned a house and a cottage and had a beat-up pontoon boat, but didn't leave a lot when he died. I googled that widow's son. I got his name from her obituary. He went to University of Michigan and law school too. Did very well. I think I'm the only one who figured out what son my grandpa put through college. We all thought my gram was just mean, that she exaggerated tales of her evil stepmother and had a paranoid persecution complex. Years after she died, my mom was packing up to move and we found a stack of letters and even a tape player with a cassette. It turns out her stepmother and half-sister were freaking nightmares and her father just didn't notice or care. It was common practice at the time for widowers to basically ditch their young kids if the wife died and he remarried. So first the stepmom had her sent to a Catholic orphanage for schooling, only got to see her dad on rare occasions. Then the stepmom and half-sister sent her with deepest sympathy card to my gram. The back had this vicious letter saying they heard my grandfather had left her and she had best get on with her life and accept she was worthless trash. My grandfather had left to fight in WW2. The half-sister sent a formal invitation to her wedding, but inside was a handwritten note that Graham was not actually allowed to come. It was a ploy so their father didn't find out his wife and kid were mean and then could complain about how terrible Graham was for not even sending a gift. And it worked. The cassette was from when her half-sister started manipulating the 90-year-old father from even letting his daughter visit, so Graham started recording for her own protection. In it, the half-sister claimed her father had gotten confused by something Graham had said, such that he sat outside in winter for hours waiting for her to come. It was a total lie. After his death, they had his will expunged, claiming my Graham was a terrible daughter and no way were the assets supposed to be split, so obviously he had to have been out of his mind when he wrote it / would have changed it. A lawyer convinced my Gram she'd never win in court and she lost about $500,000 worth of inheritance. It was awful. Gram made so much sense after hearing that my grandpa, not BO, had molested my mom for a few years until she finally spoke to her mother about it. Her mom, my grandma, refused to acknowledge the accusations and even punished her for it by not getting her any Christmas gifts and making her watch her sister open her gifts, among other shitty ways to treat her child. Basically, this man provides us with money, and if you don't let him molest you, He won't get you any presents. They weren't my favorite grandparents, but I never would have thought that I was sleeping over and spending time with a bidophile and his accomplice. We went on out of state trips, camping, fishing. I even learned how to play guitar from him. He gave me a nice guitar that I have cherished since I got it, and now I look at it and want to smash it to pieces regardless of it being valued at thousands of dollars. He's withering away as we speak, they both are, and all I can say is good riddance. The family continues to support them and gather around them like they didn't do that to my mom, and it really makes me question a lot about my family. I have no idea who knows, and I don't know how my mom handles it at all. I try to be a good son and not make a scene at the family gatherings because it seems like it's for the best right now. I haven't discussed this with her since she told me what I've just told you. I just wish she could have got the justice/recognition and support she deserved decades ago. My dad had a child with his college girlfriend, and the girlfriend put him up for adoption against my dad's wishes. Soon after, he and my mum dated and eventually married. She knew about the child, but he was never spoken about. It wasn't until I was 23 that I found out about him. He was married and had recently had a child, so he reached out to the adoption agency for health records. They gave him his birth mother's number, and after that conversation didn't go well, he called the agency back for our dad's information. Someone in the family had been secretly submitting information to a box the agency held for my brother had he ever wanted to know about his birth dad, and inside of it was my dad's obituary. At that time he had been deceased about 7 years. He saw my uncle's information in the obituary and reached out to him, assuming my uncle knew he existed, and the secret was so buried that my dad's only sibling didn't even know about him. My uncle flew in to meet him, and eventually I found out about him and got to meet him. Found out he was adopted by a family that lived a half hour away from my family my entire life. He worked at the only mall in the area that I would go to. Even weirder is that one year his company had a Christmas party at the restaurant I worked at, and I was their server, having no idea that I was waiting on my half brother. He is awesome, and I'm so happy to have him in my life. What makes me sad is that my dad suffered from a lot of mental health issues, depression, anxiety, self-medicating, alcoholism, and he took his own life when I was 16. I can't help but feel like the weight of knowing you have a child out there that you never wanted to give up and not being able to talk about it with anyone played a role in his issues. A relative once just left and never came back. About a year later we found out through a friend of theirs that they lost the plot and started an alternative community. They think Jesus was a literal magician and anyone can learn to be a Jesus. We thought they had disappeared or died and had filed a missing person police report. Turned out they were living with about 100 other people off grid, growing veggies and having weird sex magic orgies, and he wouldn't return to society because it was controlled by Satan. Our grandpa is a conservative Christian older man, and if he found out it would have killed him. He was about 85 at this point. Everyone carried on like no one knew the whereabouts of this deranged relative around our grandpa. One of the younger family members spilled the beans by accident at a family gathering, and we had to tell him what we knew. He didn't take it well. I think he was equally as hurt that we'd kept the information from him, which in hindsight we shouldn't have done. We all felt terrible about it as well. He left shortly after with a few terse comments and choice words to select family members. I still remember what my gramps said to me. It actually makes me tear up. He leaned in close and whispered in my ear, "I need about $350." Well, it was about this time I realized that my grandpa was about 8 stories tall and was a water-dwelling reptile from the Mesozoic era. Rapid inhale. OK. TW when I was 17. 2018, it came out finally that my dad had molested my sisters and I as children. I'm the oldest by 4 years. The last instance of the sexual abuse was roughly 2014 toward my youngest sibling. It stopped with me supposedly around 2008/9, but the memories come and go. I had thought the last instance for me occurred much earlier, only to find out recently that the show playing on TV didn't come out until 2008, so I'm struggling to figure out when it actually stopped. Lived with that secret my entire life, even keeping it from my mom. Fuck her too, she's emotionally abusive, but still. Parents had agreed, when I was 12 to pull me out of school. They're your typical don't trust the government. Trump is a savior kind of people. All it did was further isolate me and keep me from speaking out for the longest time. Set me up for failure educationally and socially. Finally just left when I turned 19, the legal age of adulthood in my state. Guess where I'm from? Got my jet after sofa surfing for a while. Now I'm trying to go to college too. Living with my partner and his family, and very happy. I'm finally starting consistent therapy this year though, so yay. There's a lot more I could say, but I don't have the time. Either way, this question hit home a bit to say the least. My father wasn't the noble soldier who died for his country. He was a deadbeat who joined the Air Force in a futile attempt to avoid a high school paternity suit and assess child support. He died of a hidden genetic disorder while driving to one of the many hearings to attempt to get him to pay any of the court-ordered child support. His father told everyone in that family that my mother was a hoe who couldn't remember who she faked and just randomly pinned it on him. Nope. Paternity suit proves that I'm his kid. I carry the same rare genetic disorder. His co refers to him in paperwork as a little scumbag and other unflattering characterizations, and he did absolutely nothing of importance in the Air Force because he was a shifty little weasel. Co's words again. Interestingly, my half-sister does not carry the same genetic disorder, the only one supposedly from that line in 150 years who does not, and she looks just like his widow's second husband / dad's best friend whom she married 2 months after his death. The only support I ever got from him was his survivor's benefits when he died, and even then his widow kept harassing the shit out of me and making false claims to social security. The whole family is shit, really. And boy were they not happy when my great grandparents reconnected with me and then started telling truths. This is a rough one that I'm still processing to this day. My first niece, who is older than me, Asian family, took her life in 2017. She had been struggling with PTSD, severe depression, and schizophrenia. When she passed away, my older siblings told me the truth as to what had happened. I found out that when she was younger, her older cousins had molested and raped her, and she spent all of her life hiding it. Prior to this, my family had been really close with our extended family but grew apart. I did not know why at the time. My family oftentimes housed her and took her in when times were rough, and during that time she broke her story to my siblings. This was during the rise of the #MeToo movement, and I soon found out my sister was also a victim to the same group of cousins. There are still other victims who have not come forward. Regardless, prior to her passing she had confronted the offenders at a family party to which they denied ever happened and called her crazy. The same with my sister. I think that led her to isolate herself from our bigger family, which I believe exacerbated her depression, PTSD, and eventually development of schizophrenia, leading her to take her own life. It really sucks. She was beginning to get a lot better once she started meds, exercising, found a job, and a boyfriend. Then one day she took her life out of the blue. My family is still grieving over it all. The day of her funeral was very silent. Everybody had felt that the offenders were responsible for her death in a way, but they themselves would not own up to it. I no longer see that side of the family. In fact, it has disrupted a whole family dynamic. My parents rarely even see her siblings because of the fact that their children had molested / raped my parents' daughter. I'm sure we are still grieving the loss of our family as well. I noticed my mom's depression has gotten a lot worse the following years. I was never supposed to find this out as I was practically a child at the time and only the older generation had known. The day she passed, no one was able to hold it in and spilled it to me, and it destroyed my whole idea of family. Prior to this, I believed family was everything and would spend summer and holidays with the larger family. That doesn't happen now. It feels like as you grow older your circle does become smaller. The families with the abusers choose to side with their brother's stories in that they never did it. However, I know for a fact that one of them apologized to her before she took her life because he had a daughter and felt immense guilt. My sister and her husband helped facilitated that apology as they were really close to him and our niece. Surprisingly, she accepted his apology. However, once his siblings found out, they ridiculed our family for letting the secret out, as they swore to never let it out. It was messy, and still is. I don't think they will ever stop being mad at our family for telling the truth. They care a lot about their image. But it's sad to know as a lot of this drama has sprinkled onto my generation, creating lots of awkward tension between the younger generation despite not really being responsible nor involved for what had happened. Sometimes our parents don't like the idea of us hanging out as they despise each other's families, but we spent all our childhood growing up together. My sister is still dealing with her past trauma and has been diagnosed with CPTSD, which has been really hard on her. I'm not sure where this post is going, but I wanted to vent my pent-up emotions. PS. I hope you found your peace and no longer have to suffer. I'm sorry you had to live all those years in silent suffering. It's been years, but I still think about you. Did the Ancestry.com thing a few years back. Was telling grandmother how I traced that side of the family all the way back to Louis Hebert, the first European apothecary to sail into Acadia with Samuel Champlain. My grandmother said she knew that and then confided in me that basically half my family tree could be a lie. Her mother, my great grandmother, was ostracized by the family. She was kicked out or ran away at 16. She evidently brought up that she had been raped once, but never went into detail. My great-grandparents were married days before my grandmother was born, and my great-grandmother's birth certificate doesn't exist on record prior to 1936, 2 years after my grandmother was born. The conclusion we drawn from this, or that tale, was that my great-grandmother's birth caused her mother's death, as they happened within the same month, and her father resented her for it. That or she was a product of infidelity. Mom just also happened to die. Still resentment. He remarried, and stepmother treated her poorly. She was raped when we was roughly 17 or so, and then married whoever she was dating, or with, or whatever. They had a family of 12 children together, totaling 13 kids. My great-grandfather is most likely not my biological great-grandfather. My great-great-grandfather could also not be biological, therefore leaving my somewhat distinguished bloodline somewhere up in the air prior to 1914. There's a lot of weird coincidences and whatnot that comes up from my family tree now that I think of it. When I was 16 or 17, my mom called me into the kitchen to casually tell me that one of my dad's best friends is actually his ex-nephew. Literally no context, just hey Choca Penguino, can you come in here? I guess post spaghetti night was the time to spill some tea. Turns out he was married for 20 years before my mom. They got divorced about a year before my parents got married. I've got questions about that timeline, and she died when I was 7. My dad was close with ex-wife's sister's son, and has remained close with him ever since. I knew him well and always thought he was just dad's friend Jim. I texted my brother who was away at college and he already knew. For at least 2 years he sat on this information. My mom then proceeds to tell me that she was engaged her senior year of high school to her emotionally abusive longtime boyfriend, but they broke the engagement off because he got another girl pregnant. They then got back together after high school, still planning to get married. He went out one night with his buddies, got into a road rage fueled tiff, someone pulled a gun, he was shot in the head and died. Blessing in disguise for my sweet mother. Fast forward, I'm 21 years old. It's Thanksgiving with my mom, dad, brother, our lesbian neighbors. Their sexuality is not relevant here but sort of, and our 2 family friends. We are sitting around, and one of our neighbors is talking about some family secret that came to light, and my mom chuckles and goes, I don't think we have any more family secrets here. Those all came to light years ago. Cue laughter and such. My brother turns to me and goes, well, wait, Choca Penguino, do you know that I'm gay? And I laugh, thinking he's kidding. All eyes turn to me. I snap my head around to my parents trying to gauge their reaction, and I slowly realize everyone in the room already knew except for me. I suppose a coming out story is not a family secret except for the fact that he came out to my parents 2 years before me, and I'm, like, infinitely cooler and less judgmental than them. Which is fine, I'm fine. No worries. Right, totally didn't go to therapy about that point. My mom also just broke the news that she has at least 5 half siblings. two of which she just found out about within the past year. Not as scandalous as some of these, but here's my story. I'm the oldest child in my family, one younger brother, and one younger sister. A few years ago, when I was 27, my mother rang me. We are not close, and usually only catch up on birthdays/Christmas. So I thought a grandparent had died or something. Turns out she said a guy got in contact with her. That was her firstborn, who she gave up for adoption, because she was 16. The father wasn't my father, just some random schoolmate of hers. I don't have contact with my dad anyway, haven't for 15 years, so for 27 years of my life, I had an older brother out there in my small country somewhere, that my mother, aunties, uncles, and grandparents kept from me. To be honest, with my non-contact with my father, I cold really used an older male in my life. Anyway, turns out he's got 7 children to 5 different women. He settles down for a few years and then, probably because of how he was raised, or a mental illness, freaks out and disappears. I got in contact with him. Turns out he lived only 4 hours from me. Me and my wife went to meet him and his current partner and kids. He looked a hell of a lot like me. We got on really well with a lot in common too. I got to meet 2 of my nieces, and it was really great. We kept in contact often after that point. Then a few months later, he did what he always does, had a breakdown and fled, and I haven't heard from since, about 7 years ago. So, somewhere out there I have an older half brother, and multiple nieces and nephews, that I'll never know. When people ask me about it all, I just shrug, and say back easy come, easy go apostrophe. Thanks for reading. Sorry for issues. I wrote this on mobile. No one was talking about my great uncle, killed by neighbors during the epuration after WW2 at age 17. My grandmother wouldn't talk about him. It was too painful and shameful, so we had little information, but everyone knew he was a collaborator who was part of a local group that helped the Gestapo. People would instead talk about his brother who was a war hero. But last year my father decided to learn more about it and he asked for an investigation, so we would know the fact. Turn out he went to that collaborator group for a few days when he was 15 because of stupid belief, but he hated that, changed his mind, and learned that he was wrong, and then asked an important group of resistant from another region to be part of them. He wanted to fight the Nazis. The resistant agreed to welcome him, but asked him to stay in the collaborator group so he could spy them, which he did for almost 2 years until the end of the war. He also helped some Gestapo prisoners, other resistant or Jewish people to escape. But at the end of the war, the epuration started. Everyone started to punish people that didn't act properly during the war, shaving women who went with German soldier etc. Even without proof, it was often a good way to kill or torture some you just didn't like. Their neighbors did that. They heard he was part of the collabo group and didn't believe him when he said he was spying them. They didn't try to investigate or to ask the resistant group, since it was from another region. They just put my great uncle, locked him in a barn for 3 days, tortured him and then killed him, and buried him in the woods. I found a picture of my grandma, her sister and their mother looking at the tomb in the wood and crying. The investigator found a letter my great uncle wrote just before he was killed. He was telling his mother he had a very quick trial and would be shot dead that day. He kept asking for forgiveness for the pain his death would cause her. He asked her to be nice to the barn owner since it was not his fault and was good for him. His handwriting was trembling, and the more he wrote the more he would repeat himself and sound panicked. My great grandmother never saw this letter. She died before. My grandma still have their house in this village, but she never goes there. Too much memories and too much resentment toward those neighbors who most of them are still living there. They can't be punished for that, since the General de Gaulle made a law that pardoned and erased every violence that happened after the war ended. Since we had the documents that prove he was a good boy, a resistant and not a traitor. My grandma put his portrait back in the living room. Before that it was in a tiny room no one used. Growing up I was raised by my grandparents who were absolutely amazing to me and my siblings. After my grandmother passed away my grandfather decided the family home was too big to take care of, so moved into a small flat. Now my grandmother was a quiet gentle lady who was such a joy. to be around, whereas my grandfather was a cross between Jack Nicholson and Warren Beatty. He was a very charming man with that glint in his eye when around attractive women. But growing up they were always together, and how I looked to them as examples on how couples should be. 2 years ago me and my brother were helping grandfather out one day and chit-chatting when he blurted out he had another daughter somewhere and that it's cost him a lot of money. What the fuck was I hearing here? Turns out that when he left the army after WW2 he took a delivery job delivering pies to hotels, pubs, restaurants, etc. Well, turns out not only was he delivering pies, he was delivering his homemade sausage to so many women throughout South Wales, and it turns out the older generation knew about it either from ladies' husbands of BFS finding out and confronting him, or they turned up telling my grandmother. All in all, what I believe to be a wonderful upbringing with two of the world's greatest PPL has now turned things upside down. So far we can make out that he's fathered at least 3 other children besides my mum and uncle. 1 year ago I asked him about his past and why, and his reply was, there are some things you take to the grave. The one thing I will say to PPL who read this is, after my grandmother passed away my grandfather dated 3 ladies all with the same name, Patricia. He had a triangle picture frame with each of their photos on each side, and when they came calling he would move their pic to the front. What he realized was just how amazing my grandmother was. For all those years she stood by him. He didn't like to be alone with his thoughts afterwards, and had 30 years of very deep regret, to the point he couldn't even face going to the cemetery as the burden became so great. Sadly he passed away last summer, and even to this day I struggle to put things into perspective. Well, that's my bit of therapy done for today. 8 years ago my mother came to me and said she wanted to divorce my father. She confided in me the nasty things he would do and say when no one was around. I knew he was an angry person, depressed and overall difficult to deal with, especially as he aged. I got mad at her and also said some things I'm not proud of. Fast forward a year, and after months of vertigo and terrible nausea my mother was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. She had small tumors in her brain, and one in particular was causing the vertigo. She went through years of surgery, radiation, chemo, Keytruda, and experimental medicine. She passed after a few years, when she was given 6 months to live. Anyway, the secret is my mother confided in me that she regrets staying with my father. I had no idea how miserable she felt for decades. I knew it wasn't great, but I moved out at 18. She always seemed content and was a silver linings type of person. She spent her last few years with someone she had terrible anxiety with, who disrespected her, who was nasty to her. After she died my father talked as if she were an angel, which she was, but also made it like he did so much for her and was the greatest husband. I took her to her doctor's appointments almost daily. I did the hard things when someone stays in their home during hospice. The fact is he did nothing except complain and literally blame her for her cancer. Recently my extended family got together and my father was doing the usual poor me, I was the greatest husband spiel. I couldn't take hearing it one more time while I stayed silent. So I said some of the things she told me out loud. First I said it almost as a cliff note, not quite under my breath. Like, oh, was that when you threw your dinner across the room when she couldn't get out of bed? Or was that when you would enter the room and my mother would get so anxious that she would get physical ill? Then it started to just flow out, and I started remembering why I left the house at 18. Anyway, I aired most of what she said to me in front of most of my family. It was therapeutic and very surprising to most. I haven't spoken to my father in about a year, and it will stay that way for a long time. In a way, I'm the continuation of what my mother always wanted to do. Let's see. Great uncle unsuccessfully tried to blow up his apartment building when he was at end of his life. Previously he went into a tirade and threw some workers' tools from a under construction baseball stadium into the middle of a busy Atlanta road. He and his siblings were constantly in and out of the VA hospital to see their father, where they were repeatedly sexually molested. Their father always stole power by swapping his meter out the day before it was read. Paternal great-grandfather went batshit crazy, chased wife 2 of the 5 kids / his brother around the yard with her axe. Before they sent the men in the white coats for him. His wife fared a similar fate a year or 2 later, when she took off every stitch of clothing and walked to, but no inside, church. Then went right home. They found her taking a wash bath in the front yard, and she as well got a trip to the house of no sharp objects. Paternal grandfather was a terrible hoarder, but a really great guy. And his wife had a very serious, but never mentioned, addiction to diet pills, and carpeting / painting / tiling entire rooms in avocado color. Maternal grandfather was a 5-pack a day smoking, gambling, drinking, womanizer that had at least one other family. His wife was a total tough southern country girl, who could only not stand up to him. She ended up being a very distant mother to my mom and her 2 siblings. So much so that my mother was molested by her big brother, after he was molested by several neighbors on a military base. My granddad died 14 years ago, when I was 18. He was the best dad / granddad ever. Looked after my mum on his own for a while back in the 60s as my uncle had died of SIDS, which caused my nan to have a breakdown and admitted to hospital for a bit. He was well known around the country as he was a coach driver and took people on holiday etc. Treated his grandchildren to little mystery trips etc. Just a great guy. A few years back, my nan had told my auntie that some people had been to the door looking for my granddad. They had a lady with them. She was in her late 40s. My nan talked to them for a bit, told them my granddad had been dead a long time, and they left. We didn't know what to think of this as my nan was in the early stages of dementia and we didn't know if she'd imagined it. Fast forward to around 4 years ago. My nan had passed away a few months back. My sister received a message from a lady who was using her husband's Facebook account. Said she needed to talk to my mum. Could my sister ask my mum to add her? My mum spoke to this woman. She said she had found her after she saw my nan's obituary with my mum and auntie's name on. She must have looked my mum up on the records and then seen my sister's name and found my sister on Facebook. My mum didn't have Facebook then. The woman claimed that my granddad was her dad, that he had been seeing her mum back in the early 70s when her mum worked in a shop and my granddad used to deliver there. This story checked out as my mum knew he used to deliver to this place back then. My auntie wanted nothing to do with any of it. My mum agreed to meet up with the lady. Turned out she actually lived in our city, which was weird as we're not from here originally and neither is she. She also works in a shop in the town center. My mum and stepdad met up with her and her husband and they actually ended up having a really great night. My mum said she knew straight away that night that it was the truth as the lady looked exactly like my auntie. Unfortunately my mum then decided she didn't want to see her again, and my auntie still wants nothing to do with it all as she idolized my granddad and doesn't want to believe he had an affair behind my nan's back. So yes, I have an auntie somewhere in my city that I probably have passed many times when shopping. Another family secret that I finally revealed myself after some time was that my mum's second husband, I refuse to call him stepdad, had been beating my sister and me ever since they got married. My mum used to work full time and he would look after us. We would get belts, strangled and God knows what. He even once cut my sister's head open and it needed gluing and he made her lie that she must have done it at school. One day I just couldn't hold it anymore and told my friend's mum. She marched me straight round to my auntie's house as she lived on the same street and it all went off from there. My mum kicked the pose out and divorced him. When she was clearing out his stuff, they found loads of empty vodka bottles hidden in various places in the house/garden and my nan and granddad figured out that he had been watering down the alcohol in their liquor cabinet all the times he had watched their house whilst they went away. So not only was he a child beater, but an alcoholic too. My mum said we could go to the police, but it was entirely up to us, and in the end we didn't want to go through that. I regret this to this day as I always think what if he did it to others. Let's see. As a member of a fairly dysfunctional family, I have a few. My grandmother never died cleaning her gun, but she actually shot herself in the chest to commit suicide in front of my mother out of spite, and she cursed my mother for all her problems in life as her dying breaths as my mother screamed with blood all over her trying to stop the bleeding. I was 12, and I was pretty close with grandma, and I was told it was an accident. My aunt spilled the beans when I was like 25. My grandfather I never met on my father's side because he didn't want to meet me, was married 7 times, and fathered about 15 kids. I only know 3 of them, including my father. I was told he was just so busy we never could visit. He died in his 90s. My grandfather on my mother's side was apparently not dead. We were told our whole lives he died in Vietnam. He did go to Vietnam, but apparently my grandmother hated him so much for joining the Navy in like 65. Rather than risk being drafted, she disappeared from his life and told everyone he died in the war. We only found out her lies from her journal we got after she committed suicide. We connected on Facebook and turns out he had been looking for my mother, his daughter, for decades. Neat story, cause my mother finally met her real father, but then he died like 6 months later, and I never got to meet him though we had a trip planned. Last thing. Apparently my uncle on my father's side, who I met only one time in Boston, got mixed up with the Italian mob and now works for them in Philadelphia. I have made friends with my cousins on Facebook, but we just have nothing in common beyond blood, so we've never really gone out of our way to meet up. Oh, and final scandal of just my own family, as we are Catholics converted to Mormons, at least my mother. Well, Mormons are super strict about the whole no sex before marriage thing. My mother got pregnant with my sisters and told everyone they were premature twins when she had them 3 months early, just 6 months after getting married. I have the knowledge now to know they were right on time lol. This could have gotten you disfellowshipped from the church, and it was big drama when I pointed it out, because my mother has been so staunch Molly Mormon example our whole lives, and she got angry in denial, even though she knows my own sins I've made in these regards as I have been honest with my parents about my life and relationships. But nope, she is still perfect. It was a mini drama in our direct family where my mother threatened to cancel family get together over a holiday, unless we all agreed to never bring it up again lol. Found out my dad wasn't my biological father when I was 18, and we had gotten into a heated argument. It hurt but I always had a feeling that he wasn't. Never really spoke to my mom about it until years later. At 34 my wife and I did ancestry and I matched with some cousins who didn't connect on my mom's ancestry. Through research and social media I was able to find out who my bio dad was, and that I had 2 half brothers. They lived about 5 hours south of where I currently lived. Was able to connect with a grandmother, an uncle and aunt, and a few cousins. Through conversations with relatives on the new side of my family I had found out that my bio dad does not want to meet me. While it hurt at the time of finding out, it is probably for the best. I still am in contact with the grandmother, uncle, aunt, and cousins. Due to COVID restrictions I have yet to meet any of them, but we have plans to do so once the COVID stuff ramps down. Ultimately my dad is the guy who stepped up big time and chose to be there from my birth till now. We have spoken about the whole situation, and he has been very supportive of me exploring that side of my family and we are pretty close to this day. One thing that he said to me that I will never forget: I will always be your dad no matter what. That other guy missed out, and it's too late for him. I wouldn't change a thing about being there for you and your mom, and I'm proud to call you my son. TLDR, found out my dad wasn't my biological dad through ancestry. Once when I was about 15, we got a phone call, living in British Columbia. "Hi, this is your 3rd cousin from Quebec. So and so, distant cousin many times removed, has passed away. Is your mom or dad home?" Turns out my dad's dad, French Canadian, had left his family and not told him. Grandpa died when my dad was 18, but before that he'd been a fully French Canadian with a ridiculous French surname that featured 2 weird accent marks in it and everything. My dad grew up believing he was of Irish descent. Old man had been living in a brutal 9-child farm family, where my great-grandfather was a physically abusive slaver driver who thought kids were nothing but employees. One incident, the tractor rolled over on the old man. Kids notice. He's not hurt by any means, but he's pinned and needs help. "Get me out of here," yelled the old man. The kids just bolted and spent the rest of the day playing. The old man spent the next few hours digging himself out with his bare hands, and then the next few hours after that beating the fuck out of his kids. But I'm sure the few hours of play were worth the beating. Last straw for my grandpa was when he was 17. He asked his dad to borrow a pair of shoes so he could go to the dance and meet girls. His father refused, so he went to the dance in his work boots, and when he left he hitchhiked out to Prince Rupert and worked on log booms, met my grandmother, got married and made my dad point. Somewhere in that time he changed his name from his ridiculous French surname to an equally ridiculous Irish surname because his father hated the Irish. My father came from a proper Catholic family in Chicago. I had never heard he had a brother until I was maybe 12 years old. The FBI had come looking for his brother who had been running from the law for 14 plus years at that time. He had gotten out of jail to attend a family funeral and was never seen again. He was convicted in absentia. My father was very successful, and every few years the FBI would come visit my father at work and try to determine if he had seen his brother. His brother initially went to prison for petty crimes that involved theft and wire fraud. It never occurred to my 12-year-old self that the FBI would not still be interested in my uncle when I heard these stories. Fast forward 15 or so years when my father had not heard from his brother for over 30 years. My uncle made contact, was a truck driver living far away, and my father would help him financially. He also had a new family, having left a wife and 3 kids in the 70s. We always kept our distance and I only met him once at a funeral of the only relative that was leaving him money. Years later when he passed away my father learned at the funeral that his brother had lived his second life under an alias and after running from the law in the early 70s was an enforcer in the Mafia. He allegedly left the state he was in as he was being forced to testify against his employer. There were articles to back this up. We have no contact with my uncle's family, which is a story for another Reddit thread. A while back I read an article about an archaeological excavation in Korea where the remains of a woman who died in the 6th century AD were analyzed. They were able to determine she ate a lot of seafood, indicating wealth or high social status, and found she had a few signs of early cancer. So here's the thing, 1400 years after she died, scientists were able to know things about her health that she didn't know about herself while she was alive. In some ways they knew more about her than she knew about herself. So let's extrapolate from that. Imagine how much more advanced genetics and data mining will be, or 1,000 years from now. It's likely that, no matter how hard you try to delete it, a significant portion of your browser history, email history, movements as tracked by GPS, and computer use history will survive. They will have analytical technologies and algorithms we can't even imagine now. They will be able to deduce personal things about you, or 1,000 years from now, that you don't even know about yourself now. Maybe your long-term eating habits, genetic susceptibility to certain diseases, infections that you had that were so minor as to be symptomless, so you didn't even know you had them. Maybe a species of bacteria you picked up during your vacation trip to Paris that isn't native to your hometown. Patterns in your born viewing habits that are indicative of a certain personality type. Who knows? I got an Ancestry DNA kit for my birthday for half the normal price. The aim of the kit was mainly to see if I could find my long lost grandfather on my dad's side and maybe reunite them. Plus, learning about what percent of my DNA originates where sounded cool. Well, in the process, we actually made 2 discoveries. The first was that we did identify a close living relative on my dad's side, who we never heard of. However, he wasn't my biological grandfather but his brother. Finding my grandpa took some digging through truthfinder.com as well as another DNA test, this time for my dad. My dad found his number, where he lived, Facebook, etc. and contacted him. They met up, and it was a pretty cool experience for him. I didn't go, however, because I'm terrified of flying. The second and more surprising thing was that I found fairly close cousins and relatives supposedly on my mom's side that she never even heard of. One name in particular stuck out to her. She remembered her mom, my grandma, introducing her to a man many years ago who went by the same name. My grandma told her he was her real father. However, she didn't believe this for a few reasons I won't get into. Now she knew it really was true. She contacted some of the relatives, met her father, though he had dementia or Alzheimer's, and met siblings she never knew she had. In November my grandfather, girlfriend, passed away and we found out some shady stuff about my uncle. He never worked a day in his life and had been collecting disability payments while living with my grandparents for 46 years. My girlfriend had his own company and traveled for work up until the start of last year when the pandemic hit. My was the accountant for this company, so he was able to do small finances and sign papers. The day of my girlfriend's burial my disappeared and went no contact for a few weeks, and we still don't know where he is. Turns out he opened a line of credit in my grandparents' name, spent $70k plus, didn't make car payments on my grandmother's car, and signed half of their house over to himself with an agreement that he also receives an additional $48k from the sale of the house. He also never paid for rent or groceries. A real kicker to this story is that he also had a debit card in my grandparents' name. He would frequently take cash out, then drive 20 minutes to another bank and deposit the money into his own account. He even had the nerve to do it multiple times when my girlfriend was in the hospital, including the day he died. Did I forget to mention both my grandparents worked until the age of 79, and he's also trying to sue my grandmother due to harassment while trying to get her money back. I took an ancestry DNA test for sheets and giggles, having joked most of my life about how I was probably switched at birth or something, because I don't really look like anyone in my family. I was also just curious about genealogy in general. I got my results back and realized I didn't recognize a single name on the list of relatives, but there was a person that was estimated as being a grandparent that I didn't recognize. I reached out to them and never heard anything back. I did some more digging, and after a year of sleuthing, I discovered that I was adopted, and that my biological mother died almost a decade ago. I waited over a year to confront my parents, until after I had gotten enough information and courage. Talking to my relatives, it turns out that everybody, except my siblings and myself, knew about it, but my dad made them all swear on a Bible to never tell me. My grandfather had begged my dad to tell me all the way to his deathbed, but he never did, and my grandpa kept his promise to stay out of it, despite how much pain it caused him. The whole family had this cloud hanging over them for 30 plus years, and I was completely oblivious. Some of them said they kept expecting my parents to tell me eventually, but that day never came. I've had some great talks and stronger connections with several members of my family, but my parents and I are still in an awkward and tense period. There was a lot more drama, but this is already getting long. I was born in a Midwestern state. My mom wasn't married. She chose to have me anyway. Her family was shit to her because she was single. They withheld help, and we were very poor. They also thought my daddy might be an N-word with a hard R. My first memories were of squalor. We didn't have electricity the winter I turned 2 and my sister was born. We had dozens of candles in wine and liquor bottles. There was a bar a few doors down the block from this apartment. My mother would play guitar and sing there sometimes for cash. We all slept in the same bed under half a dozen quilts and blankets. It would snow. I remember my mom giving us hot liquid jello to drink to keep us from freezing. I remember crowding into the kitchen with the oven door open keeping us warm. It was a gas oven. I remember cracked plaster, peeling paint, and moldy walls. It was like a haunted house from a movie. These people were so holy roller about a baby out of wedlock, they refused to help, lest it encourage the practice. My mom then had my sister, lol. Let me tell you about these people. My aunts, who were the main ones keeping help, were faking each other and each other's husbands while judging my mother for having a child out of wedlock. One of those husbands raped my mother while she was pregnant with me. My mom's father wanted nothing to do with his daughter once he found out about me. Funny, he was pretty interested between the ages of 5 and 17. He was interested in all of his daughters. Jesus faking Christ. I hate humans. We left the state when we were very little. I always missed my aunts and cousins. My mother endured years of my whining and recriminations about why we moved from the woods to the goddamn heat blasted desert. She finally told me it was to keep us safe from the chronically child molesting pedophile incestuous relatives. Thanks mom. I mean it. My kid will find no secrets. I have no other children. I know this for a fact. I was so careful. I have no dark secret activities or memberships or anything like that. My mother started the breaking of the cycle and I'm continuing it. Okay, I got a bit trauma out of this. First, I was raised in Amazonia. We lived at the capital, but dad had a small farmhouse at a community halfway buried in the woods. The only thing keeping the house apart from the wall of greenery and the creepy noises was a thick chainmail fence. I remember having to wait for mom to check inside shoes and clothing for scorpions, and if we forgot to close the tarp above the pool overnight, it would dawn filled with frogs and toads of all shapes and form. There was this tall, massive poodle dog that resembled a small tank, territorial and fierce. After guarding our piece of land in the jungle for a couple of years, it became a blooded warrior that would lay waste to 1 or 2 snakes every night. Whelp. It was scary but fun. Until this. Once we visited a bunny farm and each of us, me, bro and C's, got a bunny to raise. We spent the week happily bonding with the new pets. When the weekend arrived and we were let out from classes, the entire family drove out to the farmhouse. Friday to Saturday, overnight, 1 out of 3 bunnies went missing. Terribly sad. My sister, 6, and I, 8, asked mom about it. Mom told little sister that the bunny fell in love with a wild forest bunny and ran off to get married. Little sister believed her. I was a little brat and refused to swallow that down, so I pestered mom the entire day to allow me to venture into the woods Indiana Jones style to find that naughty bunny. Of course, the least thing mom wanted was for a 6 and 8 years old girls who could easily get lost inside potentially deadly woods to go headlessly into it. So after a while of failing to dissuade me, she let out a secret that little sister wasn't allowed to know. Actually, a wolf dug under the fence and ate the bunny. Thank you mother for the nightmares. So she didn't want me to go look for it, least I be eaten as well. I barely slept, terrified. Saturday to Sunday, the other 2 bunnies are also gone. Mom perpetuated the lie that they were eaten by wolves, and I was so scared of the farmhouse that I refused to ever step foot on it again. After a while of ruined weekends filled with tantrums, dad gave the house to his ex-wife as part of their nuptials agreement in exchange for something else. We never saw that house again. Years later, I can't remember how old I was really. We were together as a family and going over old picture albums. The farmhouse came up, and I figured sister was old enough to know the truth, and told her the sad ending of the bunnies. Sister was very obviously just as terrified as I was. That day, mom briskly pulled me aside and confined an even harder truth. The one who killed the bunnies was actually my little brother. He was 4 at the time and was playing with the bunnies without sister and I to supervise him. He grabbed his bunny by the neck and accidentally strangled it. After seeing the unmoving bunny, he went crying to mom, who fabricated the elope story to soothe innocent little bro's conscience that he didn't kill the poor thing. Oh, he's asleep. Tomorrow you can play some more. Then quickly bury the dead bunny during the night and pretend it eloped with a wild bunny and ran off. Bro went to play with the other 2 bunnies and accidentally killed them as well. Just how was he playing with the poor things? So mom perpetuated the lie to my younger siblings. While I knew the grisly truth, she purposely scared me so I wouldn't be reckless and risk something poisonous or venomous from sticking to me if I charged into the woods. But I was scared into OCD by that. For years. To the point I refused to set foot into any kind of nature for a long while, and had to deal with a compulsion for cleanliness, more out of a sense of paranoia that everything was out to get me. When I learned the real truth, that my little brother accidentally killed the bunnies, instead of soothing me, I gained another trauma. It flares up even 20 years later as I refuse to let him close to my pets. A couple. My great-aunt got pregnant as a teenager and was forced to give up her kid, which really traumatized her and led her to be extremely pro-life. She ended up meeting her son once he was adult, so the whole family knew what happened, but because she is a Trump supporter, he doesn't talk to her anymore. She's decided to isolate herself rather than leave a cult. My uncle also found out he has an older half-brother just a couple years ago. They're great pals now. I found out when I was around 12 that my biological dad has 6 other kids. One is older than me, but the next is just 3 months younger than me. I talked to him and my 3 younger sisters. I've never talked to the oldest, and the other was adopted out. The oldest 3 share a mom. The youngest 3 share a mom. I'm my mom's only. My parents, I consider my ex-stepdad my dad. I know it's messy, are kinda technically related. My dad was adopted and his adopted aunt was my grandma M. My nana, my mom's dad's third wife, is grandma M's daughter. So my dad wasn't blood related to his aunt or my nana, and my mom is only related to my grandma through her stepmom, so they are technically cousins, but it's not blood related at all. Either way, it didn't really matter, because my mom had her tubes tied after she had me, and they didn't have any kids together. Small town problems, yo. Nobody told me my mom was struggling with addiction really badly until I was like 14. Both her and my dad were really mentally ill, and she turned to drugs, and I later found out my dad tried to kill himself. They are both better and healthy now, but it was quite a shock. When I grew up with normal parents, I really just trauma dumped on the internet, but it's like that sometimes. Not a family secret per se, but a secret from me that my entire family knew about. For 21 years I grew up as an only child until I was 9. At that time, my mom had gotten remarried and had another child with my stepfather. My younger sister, I never knew my dad, still to this day. And until I was 21, I never knew anything about his family. I was always told that he was a bad person / father. Which is very true. Point. When I was 21, I was at work, and the phone rang. I answered the phone. "Thank you for calling, blank. This is Jack. How can I help you?" Convo went like this: phone. "Yeah, hi. I have a question and this is the only number that I have been able to find to contact you. Promise you won't hang up." Me: like, a question for me personally? Sure. I guess. What's your question? Are you Jack last name? And your mom's name is Mom last name? Me: yes. Why? Did something happen? How did you know to call me here? Nothing happened. Don't worry. This is going to sound really strange, but is your dad's name Sheety Dad McDickhead? Me: yeah, actually. How did you know that? I've never told anyone my dad's name. This is going to sound really weird, but me, my brother and my sister have been searching everywhere for you. Sheety Dad McDickhead is our dad too. We're siblings. Me: oh, cool. A family I never knew I had. I'll call you back. And I hung up. I literally fell to the floor. I ended up meeting up with them that day after work, and sure enough, all of us look super related. We all have our dad's features, minus me with my mom's hair color. Ever since, I've spent as much time as I can with my siblings. Dinners, birthdays, holidays. I have nieces and nephews, and my siblings have a nephew from me. I've met my dad's twin brother, who is the absolute kindest man I've ever met in my life. They have become such a giant part of my life. At this point it feels like I grew up with them. I asked my mom about it and why she never told me, and she gave me the excuse of "you never asked," which was horse shit. But that's my mom. She is secretive and doesn't offer any information. It really kind of formed a divide between us. But we've since healed it. And then last year, 8 years after I met my siblings, we discovered there are 3, possibly 4 more siblings on the other side of the country. So, that's neat. My friend found out after her grandmother's death that she was a total hoe. Her words, not mine, and none of her family were actually related to her grandfather. She found the entire thing very funny. Nonetheless, funny side of things, I found out that when she was younger, my own grandmother had been admitted to a mental hospital and was given shock treatment because she had severe anxiety and depression and went into a full meltdown after giving birth to my dad and his brother. She hadn't been expecting twins and couldn't handle the stress and the financial burden. My dad and uncle were pretty much raised by their older sisters for the first couple years of their lives. She got out by pretending to be well again and then internalized everything for the rest of her life. I lived with her for a while to look after her, and boy howdy, she was a very different woman than when I was just visiting her. I had to give up about a year and a half later because being mentally ill myself, I couldn't handle her. When she had psychotic episodes and the PTSD and trauma she suffered from the psyche ward really faked her up. When she went into a nursing home, she settled in really well at first until flu season happened and the staff had to mask up. She went into full irrational paranoid delusion after that. Hospital visits were so much worse. It was a rough and ugly history, that's for sure, and it explained a lot about why depression and Anxiety runs so wildly through our family. It was how I learned that mental illness can be genetic. Oh, I actually have one for this sub. When I was 6/7, my parents sat my brother and I down and told us they were getting divorced. I didn't care much at all. It was 2002 and everyone's parents were divorcing or already divorced, and I don't think I fully understood the weight of it. Point anyway, my dad moved us out to Seattle to an apartment, which was cool and all, but when my mom bought a house nearby, suddenly my dad was having my brother and I come stay at hotels with him. I thought it was sick. I learned the word staycation from these weekends spent at various Red Lion hotels. We would get snacks, watch TV, order pizza. It was really fun. As we got older, my brother and I would get our own rooms on these weekend staycations and get into preteen shenanigans. But just last week, I saw my brother and we got to talking about our dad who was recently given 6 months to live. As it turns out, our staycations were the result of our dad drinking away his life savings and not being able to rent a house, let alone buy one. Those weekends were the only good memories I had with our dad, given he was a horribly abusive drunk, and they were suddenly just as spoiled as the rest of my childhood. God bless my mother though, she did absolutely everything she could to make sure we were okay, and at least one of us more or less landed on their feet. We are having dinner tomorrow, just 2 weeks before I move across the country, and I don't think I'll miss anyone more than her. I was raised by my grandparents in a tiny sleepy English village. In my late 20s I returned from abroad to my grandfather dying. He eventually passed, and during the wake one of my uncles just casually said, "So do you know who your dad is?" Due to how my mother is, I'd always assumed I'd been an accident or something, so I said no. Turns out my father, his wife, my 2 brothers and sister lived a street away from me for 27 years. Like literally I'd moved 4 times, basically just in a big lap of their house. My mother was an absolute alcoholic monster and basically forbade anyone from mentioning him upon threat of her doing her usual drunk shit. It was surreal, and I was pretty angry for a while, still am, that my enormous family, who had mostly excommunicated my mother anyway, had totally just well ignored the whole situation. Once I actually met them, everything went pretty awesome, but also kinda heartbreaking, in that I'd seen them all around the village growing up. My dad used to shop at the store at similar times I went with my grandfather when I was much younger. He said he used to hear me in another aisle enthusiastically going on about Star Wars or something. The real kicker for me was I got bullied to shit in school. So much in fact I just wanted a fresh start when I went to secondary school, so went to one quite far away. Anyways, turns out I showed them around the school during an open day without ever knowing. Both my brothers went to the school and I never really interacted with them at all. There was a lot of similar bits like that, but you get the idea. We all met just before my birthday and we went for a drink on the day together at the local pub, and that's where I met my future wife who served us our drinks, so I like to think it was all worth it for that random encounter. At the end, as angry as I'm about missing out on all those years, they made me who I am and got me here. So my grandfather was the most gentle and kind person I ever knew. He was Armenian, and I knew he came over here as a child early in the 1900s. That's all we really knew. No relatives on his side. No contact with the old country. When he turned 80, we were all laughing and talking about the old days. I was about 10 at the time. He then told us about seeing all of the men in his family buried alive up to their necks and being shot. We were all frozen. He said his mother wrote a letter and told him to keep it always. She somehow got him on a ship as a stowaway, and he came through Ellis Island alone at the age of 13. He made his way to Connecticut where other Armenians were making rugs. I never saw a man cry, and especially someone I loved and respected so much. He sadly said that he had to kill someone to get on that boat. Again, frozen. That was how I learned about the Armenian genocide. When he passed, my mom found his mother's letter in his drawer. A translator told us it said, basically, "I'm the mother of this boy. He has no one." He was a wonderful father, grandfather and American citizen. Never learned to read or write. The thought that he had to kill someone to have a life was shocking, but raised my understanding of the world. Please deep dive the Armenian genocide for me and him. My great-grandma was a freedom fighter in India during the British rule, but had to keep it secret because her husband was a government servant, a clerk. If her involvement in the freedom movement was found out, he would lose her job and the family with 6 kids would have starved to death. She was an illiterate woman, but gave hour-long fiery speeches. Once she was arrested with some other women and all of them were left alone deep in the jungle by their captors, who hoped that they would be hunted by wild animals. Rumors started that they had been killed. Some said that their breasts had been cut off. Others said that their finger and toenails were pulled off. Yet others said that they were hung from trees. Those things happened too frequently to freedom fighters in India at the time. Her husband kept all the kids quiet and calm. No one cried. He went to the office daily so that no one would suspect anything and rat them out. She returned after 3 days, leading all the other ladies out of the jungle. She was very brave. Apparently, she collected some sticks, created fire with food, and made a makeshift torch using a part of her sari, and guided all the women to walk in one direction. They were able to reach a village where other freedom fighters helped them to reach their respective homes. I never saw her, but I saw almost all her children, and her sons and daughters were exceptionally tenacious and courageous as her. This is the story of a friend of mine. Since the turbulent things in my family aren't any secrets, it all started by something very little. When she received her ID, her father's name was written as Victor instead of Victor. In my country, your ID includes your parents' first names. She told her parents, but they told her to leave it, that it was stupid to lose time with that. Then, sometime later, she saw her father's ID. He was 32 years old, 14 years older than her, while her mother was 25 years older, and his father's name was Victor. Turns out he was her half-brother, but after her parents broke up he kept contact with her mother and they started a relationship. This could almost be considered normal. What wasn't normal at all is that they broke up because her biological father abused her when she was 3. She had no idea of these, and her mother tried to leave, but he caught her and started to beat her up. When her half-brother came back home and found the scene, he fought with their father, stabbing him in the neck with a broken glass which killed him. He served in the army because in my country you get parole earlier if you have a job, and that is the only one he could get. So, she is more or less cool with it now, but it must be freaking weird having to explain that your little brother is also your nephew. I find it interesting in the title the word finally is in there because timing can make such a difference. I have a secret that I will want to spill at some point, but it's a very sensitive subject and I don't know when will be the right time. Basically, it's telling my young son about a suicide. My father struggled with depression and alcoholism, which naturally creates a vicious cycle. He took his own life when I was young. My son never knew him, of course, and knows very little about him. He knows that my dad died in an accident, which was related to this, but doesn't know the ultimate cause of death. He is a young teen now, and could handle the news, but I don't know how to broach such a sad subject. Someone asked me why I want to tell him. 3 reasons. 1. I think it's important to talk openly about mental health issues. 2. I don't want him to think that there are any family secrets we've kept from him, that we trust him. 3. I want him to know that there is always someone to talk to, no matter how bad things get. A therapist I know said that I should wait until he asks questions or becomes more curious about my father, but I don't know when or if that time will come. I also think that the longer I go without telling him, the more my son might wonder why I didn't say this for so long. Has anyone been in my shoes or similar? How did you handle it? My sister and I found out a bunch of stuff when we went looking into our family tree. My dad was abused by his stepdad, and our grandma did nothing. My dad would become an alcoholic and drug addict, killing himself in his late 30s. The stepdad also molested one of his sisters. Again, our grandma knew. They moved to a different province so the stepdad could adopt the kids without the family intervening, and both collected disability while abusing my dad and aunt. Our grandma's mom was left homeless on the streets by our great-grandfather. He faked off back to England and started a new family. All her kids were taken away. My grandma had such bad lice they had to shave her head. Her brothers weren't in good health either. One of her sisters would go on to die in a home run by nuns, and one of her brother was killed/poisoned by unpasteurized cow milk. That whole side of the family is pretty faked up. My sister and I have disowned most of them, even though they are mostly dead now. And then on my mom's side, we found out that our grandfather was a POW during WW2, and that his brothers survived several of the worst concentration camps. Our grandfather thought they were all dead, his whole family, and they never reached out to each other because they were scared of someone coming after them. We knew our grandparents came to Canada after the war, but it was never talked about. Just in my immediate family, but through some research, and by accident my wife and I found out that I have a half sister in California. We didn't inform my parents or other family that we found out because we don't communicate with them, but comparing the picture of this girl with my younger sister, she looks like a slightly darker version of her. We are Mexican American. I don't know if my mother knows, but she has the same last name as me, so to some extent there has to be documents showing that my father is her father. My sister took a DNA test years ago to find out just how much indigenous blood we have, a lot it turns out, and saw a couple of DNA matches which we attributed to cousins. But one was in a part of the West Coast that we knew of no relatives living. Almost by accident I was able to find the social media profile of the exact city that the match was in. The town has a very small population, so it was easy just to search my last name. Now, could this all just be happenstance? Could there just be a girl with our not uncommon Spanish last name in a small town that happens to look just like my sister but darker? Could she be a cousin we forgot about? Well, no, because my father was one of two boys in the family with the last name and the girl was too young to have been born by his brother who died over 40 years ago. None of the women have our last name, married years ago, and also too old to have birthed the girl, and I won't bring it up to anyone outside my immediate family, my wife and kids, because I don't even speak to the extended family. It was a mutually agreed upon divorce, but I know one day I'm going to show up as a bone marrow match for one of her kids or something and it's going to be awkward. I'm on the registry and have already donated twice. I always knew that my grandparents absolutely despised each other. I also knew that my grandmother had a great love for playing piano and other classical instruments. Also, my grandfather seemed to have some kind of dementia and his mind was slowly going. What I didn't find out until high school was that my grandpa's dementia was not dementia. It was purely alcoholism. And out of spite my grandma was secretly buying huge quantities of alcohol and happily watching the effects. What was even more surprising was the reason she despised my grandpa so much. She was secretly a lesbian and had had a female lover when she was in her teens/early 20s. They had played music together, and for that reason my grandma kept playing her entire life. My grandmother kept contact with the lover's daughter and granddaughter. I have met both of them many times, and I had no idea why we know them. The lover herself died many years ago. The daughter is not all there and doesn't take great care of her child, and my grandmother would always help wherever she could, buying new clothes, feeding her meals, even getting her on vacations with the family that she didn't attend herself because she hates traveling. I had never understood their marriage because grandma is an extremely devout Catholic and grandpa was a militant atheist from an early age. It turned out that, because of this relationship, she was labeled a bad girl, and no Catholic guy would marry her. Why my grandfather agreed to the marriage I have no idea. So my family was very active and prominent in the Lakewood, California community. My great-grandparents actually owned several plots before houses were built, and made a killing flipping/remodeling the houses after being built, 1949 to 1950. So imagine that kind of money today. Over time, my great-grandparents, we'll just refer to them as GG's, house became the hub for babies and teens to be abandoned there, and my great-grandparents would just raise them, or help find families to raise them. There was actually a scandal about baby swapping between housewives during that time. Anyway, because of that, my GGs became very in tune with the neighborhood and getting to know everyone who moved in nearby. My grandpa lived in the house next door to them, so my mom and her brother were practically raised in that house too. Across the street from them was Omar. I think he uses Reddit, so I won't use his real name, and his parents. He was about 5 to 6 years older than my mom. Omar and his family became very close with mine very quick. Not in a weird, creepy, I want to see what you have inside your house way either. Like, we are still friends with their family to this day point. When my mom was a teen, she really struggled because my GG spoiled her and all the kids. Outside of flipping houses, my great grandpa was one of the head bosses at Firestone in South Africa before my mom was born in 1972. I think they got back to the States in 1969 to 1971. So needless to say, they were well off enough to spoil any kids. Because of this, her parents weren't really sure what to do, so they almost treated it like a lost cause situation, until my mom was about 15 to 16 point. When my mom was that age, her and Omar were in a secret relationship. The guy truly loved my mom and she him, but their age difference made it hard. Cue my mom getting pregnant at 16. And here's the kicker, not with me, I'm her firstborn. When Omar found out, they knew my GGs would have taken the baby to raise, so my mom could focus on her life and finish school. While that's not a terrible idea, it really should have been up to the PPL who created said baby. So, yes, they told everyone she was pregnant point, but they did it from Mexico, where Omar and his family are from. Of course my family were getting ready to go get her. Somehow, my mom calmed them down enough to listen, and convinced them to let her stay. She actually thrived out there. Finished high school, learned Spanish fluently. She's already half Mexican, but she never learned as a child point by the time she was due for the baby. She had a miscarriage. I don't know the details surrounding it, but my aunt swears my mom was never the same after. She got back to the States about 6 months to a year after the miscarriage. She doesn't know that I know the whole story, because I don't want to further her trauma, or make her talk about it. My parents married right after high school. Both were 19 at the time. My mom had previously lost her mother at age 7. She passed away giving birth to my mom's youngest sister, her 5th child. Her father, now a single parent to a 10-year-old boy, my 7-year-old mom, a 4-year-old girl, a 2-year-old girl and a newborn with mental retardation due to lack of oxygen from my grandmother's passing. Being the oldest girl, she was a mother to her 3 younger siblings. At age 19 she married my dad and had her first daughter, my sister, at age 20. At age 21 she got pregnant with me. While 8 months pregnant with me, her father passed away from his pancreas bursting. Her 2 younger, teenage, siblings were going to end up in foster homes, so my mother took them in. At 21 she now had my 1.5-year-old sister, myself a newborn and her 2 teenage sisters, one with disabilities. This caused my dad to start drinking and gambling to get out of the house. He would gamble all the money away and there would be no money for diapers, no money for bills and ECT. This continued for 4 more years. They had another daughter together 2 years after my birth. So 5 girls total, 3 together between them, and 2 of her siblings. My dad had a brother in the Navy at the time. He had been secretly sending money for my mom to live on and care for all of us. My dad had no idea. This became more than just an uncle that wanted to help, and my uncle ended up becoming our step-parent when I was about 6 years old. Because of this, my grandparents on my dad's side had nothing to do with any of us. I understand in a way, now that I'm a mother of 2 boys. I wouldn't want one of them taking the other's family. I can remember my mother having us sneak my dad a plate of food out our back door, while she would take my uncle stepdad a plate each night. My dad was pretty much homeless for a while. He moved from one place to another, sleeping on anyone's couch he could. This actually all backfired, because years later my uncle stepdad became an alcoholic and decided not to work the majority of our life. And my BO dad went to school, changed his life, and never drank again, after knowing it caused him to lose his family to his own brother. My grandparents passed away without ever getting to bond with us, yet only living blocks away. I currently have 3 children of my own and my disabled Aunt Millie. She lives with my husband and I, and we make it work. My BO dad is married again and has a gorgeous home. My mother is doing great, but my uncle stepdad passed away in 2015 from liver issues and drinking at age 54 or 56. It was a crazy childhood, but I learned a ton. My great-grandmother tried to get custody of me when I was a baby back in 1981, after my mother divorced my biological father for various reasons, one of which he was abusive, and he couldn't handle the family's finances. She and I moved up to Georgia. We stayed with my great-grandparents, her maternal grandparents, for a while. She went out and got herself a job and eventually found an apartment for us to live in. Meanwhile, I would stay with my great-grandparents for roughly 10 months. She would come down to visit me on the weekends. Every time she'd come down, my great-grandmother would try to get her to help with some of the housework or help my great-granddad with some of the farm chores to earn her keep. In reality, she was trying to keep my mom away from me as much as possible, in hopes I would forget all about her. My great-grandmother then tried to get custody of me by claiming my mom abandoned me. I don't recall if my mom or maternal grandmother told me, but I wouldn't have put it past the witch to try to play up the classic baby left in a bassinet on the doorstep routine you'd often see in the old movies and cartoons from the 1930s and 1940s. She even tried to rope my maternal grandmother, who worked for an attorney at the time, into her scheme, but she wouldn't have anything to do with it. "What proof do you have?" she asked. "Patrick, our ghost's mom comes down every weekend. She tells me you're trying to keep her away by making her do housework or farm chores." Stop it. Great-grandma was always one to be overdramatic and pouty when she didn't get her way, but she conceded. After a while my mom came and got me remarried, and the only time I saw my great-grandparents after that was when I'd go down for a week during the summer, or for a weekend now and then during the school year. Not a family secret per se, but a few years ago my mom told me why we don't see my dad's side of the family very much. Basically, the man my grandma is married to, let's call him Rick, has a history of touching kids and has mental issues. He was apparently in a psychiatric hospital for a while. Of course my grandma and other members of my dad's family feel sympathetic for Rick and forgive him, but he actually touched my older cousin when she was little, and it went totally under the radar for a few years in the family. The messed up part is that when my cousin finally told everyone, they still forgave him and said that it wasn't Rick's fault, that he has mental issues, and that my cousin was fine now because it happened so long ago. When my parents had me, I'm oldest, they told my dad's family that they wanted nothing to do with Rick and didn't want him to have contact with us. Everyone understood why my parents cut contact, but no one sided with them, except my cousin, who said she was grateful they stood their ground and that they made a good choice. We still talk to other members of my dad's family, but only on the phone, FaceTime, or through letters. We never see them in person, and when we do, Rick is never there. One time everyone had a group Zoom call with the whole family and my mom and sister joined only for my mom to see Rick and nope the hell out of the call. There's other reasons why we never see my dad's family, but this is a big one. So for as long as I remember, I lived with my bio dad, stepmom T, who I called mom, and older sister, and when I was young, sister and I visited our bio mother and eventual stepfather every other weekend. This was a life until I was about 8, when bio mother, B, and my stepdad divorced, and we stopped seeing her for reasons. Over the years we have been able to piece together the weirdness of our parents' relationships. Dad and T married in the early 80s. He was in the Air Force and was sent to another state for some training and met B, whose father was in the Air Force and stationed at that base. They had an affair. Dad and T divorced. Dad and B got married in the mid-80s. They had my older sister and were pregnant with me when Dad was medically discharged. They settled in the same town as my maternal grandparents. He worked as an over-the-road truck driver and she stayed home with us. At some point things started getting bad. B was bipolar and untreated and she didn't take care of us, but my dad didn't know because he was away for work. One weekend he was home and found a fake wedding invitation she designed for her and her friend's wedding, and Dad kicked her out. She moved in with that friend, claimed they were only friends, but they eventually married and divorced. Meanwhile, T had moved back home and I guess tried to move on. She dated a friend in their mutual friend circle for several years, but eventually got back in touch with my dad. After B left, he and T got back together and she moved in with us. They got remarried a week after the divorce finalized and are still sometimes happily married to this day. Point B, and my stepdad eventually divorced and she was actually hospitalized for a while. I'm still not sure what the details are there, if the divorce led to a breakdown or what. My parents didn't let us see her for obvious reasons, and instead of sticking around and trying to fix it, she hitched tail and moved to Australia and married her online pen pal. They're still married, and I haven't spoken to her since we last saw her, so approximate 1996/7. So T is my dad's first and third wife, and if you're wondering if I have problems with having relationships, yes. 23andMe says I'm 1/4 Italian. Family history says granddad is 7th generation American out a drop of Italian blood anywhere. He hated Italians, all of them. Refused to even eat spaghetti and red sauce, etc. Disowned one of his daughters for marrying a guy with the last name Pasquale. Like, straight up hate for Italians. So I can only assume he realized that his drinking and being a dick to my grandmother, who had 6+ kids to feed at any one point in time, meant that she either had to prostitute to get groceries in the house, or she took a lover when they lived in a majority Italian neighborhood. And that's how my dad, 2 of his brothers, and 1 of his sisters had dark curly hair and dark brown eyes when the rest of the kids were blonde or redheads with blue or grey eyes. I tell myself that she just fell head over heels for the nice widower down the block, and taking in washing didn't mean something a little different. Realistically, I know it was more likely going where the money was and doing what she had to do after she was disinherited by a wealthy farming family for marrying a poor hillbilly painter/machinist/farmhand. One of my aunts insisted for years that my grandmother was horrible to her because she caught her cheating on my grandfather. It may be true, but this isn't a secret I'm going to discuss with actual family members for a good while yet. When the last of the 4 bastard children passes, maybe the youngest of them is almost 80, I'd like to compare DNA from a handful of my cousins and see, but not while there are still aunts and uncles alive that would be hurt by the reminder of what a dirtbag their father really was. Makes me wonder how many of us have done ancestry DNA etc. and are going now wait a second, but not saying it because of these relatives that we love too much to hurt. And for that matter, why we love our grandmother and her memory more than her husband ever did. Who shot the cow? Now, at the time this story came out, I was only 2 years old. I have no memory of this conversation, even though apparently I was in the room at the time. In 2001, my great grandpa on my dad's side had sadly passed away after drowning in a pool. My whole family was devastated, and after the funeral everyone gathered at my grandpa's house. There was a ton of family there, but in the basement was me, my mom, my grandpa, both of my grandpa's brothers and my great grandma. That's when my mom decided to stand up and say, alright, he's dead. Your secret can come out. Which one of you shot the cow? You. See, back when my grandpa and his brothers were younger, they helped my great grandpa take care of their farm. They had this one cow that was a milk cow, and my great grandpa loved this cow. Well, one of his 3 kids apparently accidentally shot this cow in the ass. The cow didn't die, but she could no longer produce milk anymore, and my great grandpa was pissed. But unfortunately, he couldn't figure out who shot the cow and no one would fess up. This was back in the late 1940s or early 1950s. No one wanted to admit that they shot the cow. So my mom asks the question and it's just silence for about 5 seconds before my great uncle starts snickering and my grandpa starts stuttering. It was then, for the first time in about 50 years, that my grandpa finally admitted that he was the one who shot the cow. He was stuttering about how it was an accident, but he also didn't feel bad about it because he hated that cow. Everyone in the room just started laughing, and when my mom got home later that night and told my dad what had happened, he didn't want to believe her. My dad couldn't go to the funeral because of his job, prison guard, so he missed that conversation. This story has recently come up in our family again, as both my grandpa and my grandma have moved into assisted living, and we were cleaning out their house. Well, apparently my grandpa made a special request that my mom gets to have the gun that he used to shot the cow, because in his words, I still can't believe my daughter-in-law managed to squeeze that story out of me first. Sit down because it's a doozy. Point. My maternal grandmother is actually my great aunt. She adopted my mother, who is the youngest of 5 after her mother died from childbirth. We were told her bio dad couldn't take care of all the kids. He was an alcoholic and basically shipped all of them off to different family members. My mother got adopted by her aunt as an infant. Decades later, while her adoptive mom was slowly losing herself to dementia, did hints come out that my mother's bio mom didn't die from childbirth, but rather a month before. She'd had a fight with her husband, who then beat the crap out of her stomach. She hemorrhaged during/after labor and birth. Oh, and we later found letters between the bio mom and her brother-in-law, which we think means she may have been having an affair with him. On my father's side, we found out that my grandfather was not actually raised by his mom and dad, but by his mom and stepfather. My great-grandmother was a crazy person, and so she got pregnant. They married, and almost immediately divorced. When my grandfather was 12, she changed his legal name, first, middle, and last name, in fact. So, my grandfather's surname is to a man he is not blood related to. His bio dad had another family after leaving, and we have since connected with them. So what it comes down to is that I'm not blood related to any of the surnames that my parents legally have, despite I myself not being adopted. After 48 years of marriage, last Christmas my family found out that my grandpa had a family previously to meeting my grandma. So I have a new auntie, uncle, and cousins. Grandpa never mentioned it, because one day, when he came home from work expecting a third baby, the mother took the kids and never talked to him again. I know my grandpa, and I could imagine that would have torn him apart. My side of the family did some simple math and concluded that the ages did not match up to the timeline that this occurred, and now have a suspicion that they are just after money. The aunt and the uncle's age lined up good, but the other uncle was older than my mother and looked nothing like his siblings, my grandpa or any of us. Unfortunately, grandpa is suffering from dementia as time does its number on him, and since this came to light, it's been a big fight between the two sides. He asked my grandma what it would take to get rid of her, that of which only me, my mom and my sister know that occurred. Currently trying to get them to move closer so they can relax some more and finally get to spend some quality time with us, since this pandemic threw a wrench in everything. My newfound cousins only said hi over Messenger, and I tried to keep up a conversation, but didn't seem to go anywhere when only one person is putting in the effort. One of my cousins, I'll call her June, isn't blood related and all the older relatives knew, but didn't say anything. Basically, June's mom got pregnant as a teen and then married her boyfriend who adopted June. He was honestly a great dad, but looking back, there were a few hints she wasn't related to him. June's kids look nothing like them. I even asked as a kid why they didn't. He has a dark skin tone and everybody else is super light skinned, but as a kid you don't know any better, and everybody laughed. June's biological father is dead, but he did try to contact her at the grocery store years ago, and she laughed him off. Only reason it came out was because two family friends were mad about something super trivial, and they felt it gave them strength to spill the beans. Since one of them was June's aunt, she was forced back into our good graces. June's daughter just got married, and her grandma forced her to invite her to the wedding and the shower. That side of the family doesn't think I know, but honestly, everybody knows. I'm fine with it, since I don't really talk to them outside of holidays, and I was semi-adopted, so I don't mind, but it was super awkward to have to make small talk with June and pretend I didn't know. Honestly, there's probably more family secrets I could spill, but this is the most recent. I know plenty that'd probably break up my family or put a few people behind bars, since I was always the secret keeper, even as a kid. Only reason I know this is because she called my mom the day it went down and there was a huge fight at my house and my mom wanted to tell somebody. Been married 27 years, just found out my father-in-law molested all of his daughters from 5 years old till they were teens. My husband's oldest sister committed suicide 3 months before our marriage. Husband's family tried to cover that up by saying it was a heart attack. She was 20 years old. Found out a year later it was suicide. Have 3 grown children all in their 20s. They met my husband's parents only once in their lives, and it was brief in a public place. My husband was on edge the entire time. Never spoke to them again. I always thought his family hated me and that's why his family were never a part of our lives. Turns out my husband hated his family and didn't want them to be a part of our lives. So yeah, we are in therapy now. I was molested by a caregiver when I was 5. Husband felt he couldn't tell me. He was ashamed and disgusted at something horrible his father did. Something he understands is extremely personal to me and my history as well. All of his siblings claim they have forgiven their father, even though he was never confronted or faced any consequences for what he did. They fawn over him. I find it incredibly sad. My husband cannot forgive him, and he can't accept that his siblings have. I completely admire and respect his stance on that. It's been a rough past years mentally to say the least. I did a family DNA thing to find more info about my biological mother's side. And I did, but noticed that one person showed as being a potential child to my great-grandma, but from what I was told, she only had one, my grandpa. So I asked my great-great-auntie, her sister, if her brother had kids, since my auntie didn't, and she said no. So the only child from that generation was my grandpa. Well, once I showed her this info, my auntie finally fessed up and said that my great-grandma was raped by their uncle as a child and she gave birth and was forced to put the son up for adoption. Since the child was proof of incestual rap going back to the DNA test site, that lady has been in contact with me asking if I know anything about her side since she was put up for adoption. She's old enough to be a child of my great-grandma's adopted out son who would have been 20 at the time of her birth. But I refused to tell her by saying I don't know anything, sorry, since I don't think anyone would want to know that, and the fact her great-great-uncle is also her great-grandpa and my great-grandma is also technically her cousin. Added to that, I'm assuming it showed the lady as my great-grandma's child because they shared more DNA than a normal grandchild would, so said website. Probably just assumed it was her direct child. Same website shows my half-brother as my nephew too, so it happens. TLDR at endpoint, my great-aunt, Jane, was married twice, once in her early 20s to an abusive man who dropped dead while they were on a religious mission trip to Africa, and once to a wonderful man whom she met later in life. She had no children, or so we all thought. Jane became pregnant by her first husband before their trip to Africa. He refused to give up the trip to stay home with her and refused to allow her to travel while pregnant or to give birth in Africa. So he made her stay home until she gave birth in secret and then made her give the baby up for adoption and join him in Africa to play the part of the perfect wife to a perfect man of God without being burdened by a baby. He dropped dead of an aneurysm after a year in the Congo, and she returned home to grieve for her child in private since she wasn't allowed to tell anyone in her life that she was even pregnant. Later, she married her second husband, who eventually passed as well, and ended up living with my grandparents. One day, Jane gets a phone call from the now grown daughter she put up for adoption, who wants to meet her bio parents. Jane has never told another soul about the baby, even her own brother, my grandfather. She tells my grandmother the whole story, begging her not to tell my grandfather or anyone else, and asks my grandmother to drive her to meet her daughter, since Jane no longer drove. After having a stroke, my grandmother drove Jane to a truck stop halfway between their home and the daughter's home, about 3 hours away. There was a meet, a hug, and one photo taken of the 3 women together. At the end of the meeting, the daughter requested a medical history for her family, but did not want to maintain further contact, and my great-aunt passed away a few years later. My grandmother kept her secret until after Jane's death, when she told my grandfather and my mother what had happened, from the abuse to the adoption and so on. The picture was found in a box in my great-aunt's things, in a lovely frame, but had never been publicly displayed. I only found out because I was scanning and digitizing a ton of family photos from my grandmother, and I found the picture from that day, still in its frame. I called my grandmother to ask who the third person in the picture was, since she didn't appear in any other pictures from that branch of the family. My grandmother told me, "Well, you are the oldest grandchild. I suppose I can let you in on the secret." I was gobsmacked. I didn't know Jane was married before the man I thought was her only husband. She doted on all of us kids, as if we were her own. Thinking back on it, she was very careful to say Richard and I were never blessed with children, but we love our nieces and nephews. When asked if she had any kids, I would have understood more if she'd gotten pregnant out of wedlock, since that was socially more problematic in the 1930s and 1940s. But she was married, and her husband, the father of her child, made her give the baby away and kept her from sharing her pain with anyone. I hate him for doing that to her. Honestly, I know the death certificate says aneurysm, but I really hope she killed him. He would have deserved it. TLDR. My grandfather's sister had a secret baby that she gave up for adoption, which nobody knew about except for my grandmother. That my grandfather damn near killed a man in his late teens, between the ages of 17 and 19. It's a bit of a long story, so I'll try and condense it. My grandpa was Canadian. His dad died in World War II, so he was raised by his grandfather until he was 11, when his grandfather died, then was adopted by his mother's husband, who was American, and moved to the USA. His stepdad was an abusive prick, and my grandfather had a lot of pent-up anger from that. As such, he used to get into a lot of fights, and one time, damn near beat a man to near death. He took the man to the hospital, claiming he'd stumbled upon the man lying in the street. The man suffered amnesia and couldn't remember that it was my grandfather who did that to him. My grandpa claimed he was praised as an upstanding citizen for rushing him to the hospital, and he quickly left town after that, unable to handle the guilt. The man, thankfully, survived, but had minor brain damage. Soon after, he met my grandmother, who was also a Canadian expat living in the USA. They eventually moved back to Canada, uprooting their 3 children due to their belief that my grandmother could get better healthcare in Canada than the USA due to her diagnosis of manuscript. My grandpa told me this story over 10 years ago, after his wife passed, but never told his own children, for fear they'd think less of him. He claimed that, besides his wife, I was the only other person whom he ever told it to, because he saw so much of himself in me, the good and the bad, and wanted me to know I wasn't alone in my struggles with anger and resentment with the world at large. It only came out after my grandpa died last year, when my aunt found his memoirs on his computer while trying to find pictures for his funeral. In them he confessed to the truth, and that the only living person who knew was me. She's a cop, and she practically interrogated me about it, asking why I never told anyone in the family. I told her that my grandfather was ashamed of what he did, and that he never wanted his children to know that their dad was anything but a good, loving man. My mom couldn't believe that he'd kept it from her and her siblings, and was even more shocked that I'd been able to keep it to myself for as long as I did. My parents never stopped having sex with each other until recently. For this to all make sense to everyone on the outside looking in, I'd need to give a little background and backstory. I just turned 32. My mother is 54, father is 56. They broke up in 1995. I'll never forget. Very traumatic for a 5-year-old to witness. Anyways, this one particular day in 2012, I was in my early 20s. I go to my mother's house and she's not there. I call her. I ask her where she was, because I was confused to hear all the commotion going on in the background. Sounding very pissed off, she stated, "I'm at the clinic. Your damn daddy gave me a MF disease." I called and told him. He told me that he knew he had it, went and got his shot for it a week ago. He knew he had it, and didn't tell me. I was shocked. As we continued talking, she stated that they never really stopped messing with each other after all this time. Now they both had relationships with other people the entire time from 1995 to now. My father was married in that time frame. I have 2 younger brothers, one from my mother and one from my father. But they obviously didn't care. I never looked at them the same again, because they were both dead as wrong. TLDR. Parents were fuck buddies from 1995, the year they broke up, until here recently, 2020. I only found out because he gave her an ST, and I called her while she was at the clinic getting treated for it. My aunt is a piece of work. Like 15 years ago, she was trying to get my grandma, her mom, to give her money and said, you know, people here in the farm town my dad's side is from think my dad's dad isn't my dad. How do you think that makes me feel? How do you think that would make him feel? So my grandma ended up telling my dad that his legal father isn't his bio father. She'd had an affair at 19 with the married man across the street. She and her husband were separated at the time and had already had 2 kids together. They reconciled, but he always was cold and abusive to my dad as a kid. My dad was 55 when he found out his bio dad was still alive and living in the same town and, as far as he knew, had never had kids. Both his wives had been infertile. My dad was his spitting image. They managed to start to have a relationship and we met him once, but he passed a couple years later. His sister has welcomed my dad as family and they're in contact. About 10 years before this, my great aunt, my grandma's sister, had to tell her daughter to stop dating the guy she was dating because the great aunt had had an affair with the guy's dad and they were half siblings. In true trashy fashion, that cousin, who was in her 40s, said, I've had a hysterectomy and we're in love, and then dated him for a few years after that. When my dad first went back to the town to meet his bio dad, he'd stopped to see his cousin, the one whose sister was dating her half-brother. When he told him about the surprise reveal, the cousin was like, oh yeah, we all kind of figured, because you look so alike. To this day, when I meet anyone from this town, I ask about their family and relatives, because I'm convinced I'm going to meet a distant cousin. I did ancestry DNA, and there's a lot of names I don't recognize coming up as matches. Shortly after my father passed away in January, I got my 23andMe results. I received a message from someone that matched as a first cousin that I'd never heard of. After telling my sisters about this message, my eldest sister rushed over bawling her eyes out and said, you need to stay away from these people. I was confused and asked her why. She said, because I think his uncle, the cousin that messaged me, is your father, and he is a loser. I don't want him around you. I laughed and said, what the fuck are you talking about? Our dad. My dad just died. She told me that our mother and father used to party with this guy around the time our mother got pregnant with me in the 80s. I told her, no way is this guy my dad, and so I looked him up on social media and it was immediately obvious he was my bio dad. I then found out that I had a half sister and a half brother, and honestly I was devastated about it all. I still am. It's hard to explain, but I feel illegitimate and like a outcast. But the craziest part was that they live a couple of blocks away from me. All this time I never knew. I don't even know if he knew about me. Maybe he did and just didn't want me. I really hope my father, the man that raised me, didn't know that I wasn't biologically his, because that breaks my heart even more. I never said anything to my mother because she isn't in the best health, and I don't want to stress her out with all of this because she is fragile. I've been having a hard time processing everything and want answers, but I found out today that I will never get any answers out of my bio dad because he just had a heart attack and passed away just this morning. I don't know how I feel about everything, and I think it's really crazy because my father had a heart attack and died in January, and then I find out I have a different bio father and then he dies of a heart attack as well. I regret ever doing the 23andMe and wish I could take this knowledge back. You know that saying, what you don't know can't hurt you? In this case it's absolutely true. My paternal grandmother died from loss of blood while attempting to abort what would have been her 5th child. My paternal grandfather spent most of his life in prison for involuntary manslaughter because he admitted to helping his mill. My great grandmother testified on his behalf that he did not want to do it and begged my grandmother to change her mind. But she kept berating him and was dead set on it. She eventually told him she was going to try it, with or without his help. So he helped. My father was the eldest of 4 children. He and the next sibling, a sister, took care of the 2 youngest, a boy and then a newborn baby girl. BC, and this was a recent revelation. Both adults were alcoholics. A fair amount of time passed after my grandmother's death before my grandfather went to prison. During that time, my grandfather began molesting his oldest daughter. When he went to prison, a pair of grandparents adopted the baby girl, but my dad and his other siblings went to a children's home. I knew that part for a long time, but no one bothered to explain why they took the baby and not all the kids, beyond pointing out that a baby is easier to raise as your own, because I guess it's a fresh start. It never sat right with me though. I get it, but it seemed cheaty. And then recently I found out the baby girl, my aunt, she actually has a different father than the other children. So I don't know what set of grandparents adopted her, or if she was adopted by the parents of her father. So my grandmother had been unfaithful at some point and had another man's child. I don't know the paternity of the lost baby. Eventually my father and his other 2 siblings were unofficially adopted by a couple that worked in the children's home. When they left employment there, somehow they got to take my dad and his 2 siblings with them. I'm grateful for that, particularly because my aunt, who was sexually assaulted, really bonded with that couple. She needed them, so they took her and her siblings along to keep them from being separated. When I think about my grandmothers, both of them, I feel incredibly lucky to live in a time where, for the most part, I'm in control of my body, and when I want to reproduce, I have the freedom to marry only if I want to, and that even though we have a long way to go, there are more resources for addiction than there were back then. When my grandfather's Alzheimer's progressed pretty far, he started to tell more stories about his life. He'd never really shared much with me, so I spent as much time listening as I could. Grandpa had a rough childhood growing up in the Depression. His father was a machinist at the National Mint and later the post office, but was also largely a useless drunk at home and beat his wife till my grandfather and his brother kicked his ass, and he never did it again. My grandfather and his brothers fought a lot, but when his brother Bill died fairly young it really scarred him, and he was mostly estranged from his family till he reconnected with his sister in his 80s. Grandpa served in Korea as well, but did not consider himself a veteran, because he was a quartermaster and never was in combat. Learning my grandfather was a quartermaster made so many things click for me with his personality and organizational habits. He was also a wheeler dealer and was 100% probably in some way capitalizing on his position. Later in life he was an electrician and worked on most of the large government buildings in DC. Digging through some paperwork with my grandmother later on, I found a radiation dosing record. Apparently grandpa worked on a lot of nuclear reactors. Also once his foreman accused him of stealing materials from the job site to build his house. Grandpa didn't like that so much, so they got in a fist fight, but he still kept his job because it was seen that the accusation was a reason to fight. Joke was on them though, because he had been stealing sheet for months and built his house mostly for free. When he met my grandmother, she was working in a government office he was also doing a long job in, and he asked her out every day for over a year before she caved. In her words, he was a bit of a jerk, but he never gave up. Grandpa was kinda runners in his life. He was a soldier, an electrician, a realtor, a real estate investor, failed, operated a worm farm in his basement, had a business wholesaling lobster, and was constantly making deals and working an angle. He was charismatic till he died, and people were either drawn to him or very off-put. A very strong personality. He passed last March, and I miss his stories and wish he'd told me a lot more. He was strong till his last moments. He could probably have broken your hand while shaking it if he wanted. He adored his grandchildren and my kids. He'd get on his hands and knees and play with my daughters at 90 years old. What an amazing life for such a complicated person. Plays a single G note on the piano. When I was a young boy, my father was previously married. He had a kid from I said nothing. Yeah, my parents didn't say anything about that at all. One day, I was around 11ish. A woman showed up at our front door asking for my dad. I didn't know who it was, so he came out with my mom, walked out to the street, and talked to the woman. My mom came in crying, and I thought to myself, faking homewrecker. Later that evening, when everyone calmed down, my parents sat us down, my brother, sister, and I, and told us that dad had been married before my mom and doesn't like talking about it. The woman was his daughter from the marriage and was coming to ask for money. We all accepted that people have a past and left it alone. No biggie, right? Cut to 20 years later, my brother and sister have a friend that mentions his mom. Turns out his mom is my dad's daughter, so my sibling's friend is technically our nephew. Wow, small world, but hey, it's life, right? Cut to 2 years later, I receive a letter in the mail from an attorney. I'm being listed as an heir at law for someone's estate. I don't know the name at all, so I call my mom. She says, I dunno, call the attorney, there might be some money for you. So I called him. No answer, left a message. Then my mom calls me back and starts stammering, rambling, your dad and I talked, and we want you to know we still love you, etc. Literally every line from every movie when someone is about to say you're adopted. So I ask, Mom, am I adopted? She says yes, starts bawling on the phone, and the attorney calls back. So I swap over. He can't tell me why I'm listed. I told him I just found out, at age 36-ish, mind you. He says it's my biological father's parents' estate. My father's cousins have been taking care of them before they passed. I'm a good person, I said. I don't know these people. I don't have any right to the estate. Can you please just pass along my contact info? I would love to know about my father. Over. The next year, I found out my bio father was murdered in a break-in. He was home and the robbers stabbed him. But, I was able to be put into contact with my bio mom. Fantastic woman. I have 5 half siblings that I love so much. So it all worked out in the end. Cut to 5 years later, I'm on a road trip with my cousin and brother, and my brother mentions that his wife bought him a 23andMe kit for Christmas. Turns out, dad isn't dad. Dad had a vasectomy after his first marriage, so our parents used artificial insemination to get pregnant. Mind blown. Our parents don't know we know this last part, but it's in the universe now. Point, we love our parents, even though they kept bigger secrets from us for way too long. They raised us to be good people. Now we just wait for whatever the next big secret is. After my parents divorced, my sisters and I were visiting my dad, and on the way to his house he was talking about work and made a racist comment about working with Mexicans. I don't remember what he said, but it was way worse than that. I was completely shocked, and it was the first time I ever considered the idea of my dad being racist. My grandfather was racist, his dad, so I might have never seen my dad say anything like that, but considering who he grew up with, it wasn't surprising. My dad has a bad temper and flies off the handle pretty easy, so I decided to wait until I got home to ask my mom. My parents were married 17 years, so if it was true then my mom would know. Well, I asked my mom, and not only was the answer yes, but apparently my mom, dad, and my mom's parents were in a racist group called the Christian Identity, or I think that's what it's called. I always forget, because I find it absolutely crazy making. I wasn't raised racist, so it was a big shock, and my mom asked that I keep this to myself and not tell my sisters. I'm not sure when my youngest sister found out, but the middle sister, she found out last, didn't find out until her 18th birthday. I have no idea whether or not my dad knows that we know. If he doesn't, well, I've known now for about 15 years, so yeah. The secret that's not so secret. I have a secret that hasn't yet been shared with any of my family. My grandfather is not buried where my family believes he is buried. In fact, he isn't buried at all, at least not in the formal sense. Point. When I was 8, I found my grandmother's dead body. She'd been strangled, and I found her when I came to her house so she could drive me to school. We were very close, so she rented the house next door to ours so that we could spend every day together, and she would drive me to school. The main suspect was my grandfather, who lived in the house that he and my grandmother shared and where all of their children were raised. My grandmother was planning to divorce him. Even though he was the main suspect, the case was never solved because the local police never secured the crime scene and let anyone who came by into the house. So my grandfather ended up in the background of almost every crime scene photo, so of course no evidence was admissible, because of course his hair / prints / etc. Point, were at the scene of the crime. There he is in all of the crime scene photos. He died of cirrhosis of the liver a few years later. My mother had always been certain that he was the killer, and she broke off all tie with him. We didn't even attend his funeral. He was cremated and buried at the foot of my grandmother's grave. Point. My mother asked me if I wanted to visit my grandmother's grave one night. Of course I said yes. My mother was crying the whole way there, about a 30-minute drive. The whole drive she was muttering through her sobs things like "you don't deserve to be at my mother's feet," etc. When we arrived, she dug up the small box that his ashes were in and repaired the dirt and grass in that spot. She then walked a little closer to the edge of the woods and threw it with all her might. She was a very strong woman, and I heard it explode off of a pine tree in the dark point. All of my aunts and uncles and everyone else still believes that he is buried there. The forest wooded area where he was thrown was bulldozed, and a new church building was erected in that spot about 2 decades ago. New father was evacuated to the south of England from East London during the Blitz as a small boy along with his little sister. He entered the barn on the property one morning and found the farmer about to sexually abuse my dad's little sister, who was 5 at the time. My father begged him to stop, and the man said, "I will let her go, but I'm going to do it to you instead." And he did. For many months, sometimes daily. The abuse was finally discovered by my dad's pet teacher. He was in so much pain, he couldn't participate in class. My dad and his sister were removed from the home and moved to another home where they were treated properly. Fast forward to my childhood, and my father had terrible night terrors. Awful screaming and crying in the night every now and then. I used to run into my parents' room and find my mother comforting my dad, who'd be inconsolable. Sometimes he would vomit, sometimes he'd be curled up on the bed, sobbing. Sometimes I would ask what was wrong, but I never received an answer. When I was 14, my father, mother and I were in London. We live out of the country now, and my father told me he wanted to take me on a short road trip. We borrowed my uncle's car and drove out of the city. This was a work trip for my dad, and I thought that I was just tagging along for the day and didn't really ask where we were headed. We chatted about random things the entire time, but as the area became more rural, my dad got very quiet. We finally pulled up in front of an old home with a barn on the property. It was clear to me by that point that this wasn't a work jaunt. My dad began to weep and told me what had happened to him and that this was the house and barn in which it had occurred. He told me he was sorry he's never been honest with me till now, that he didn't know how to approach the subject. He said the farmer was dead and that he'd been back once before on his honeymoon with my mother, and the farmer, still alive, was quite old and answered the door. My father said he'd planned on hurting him, but that when he saw him, old and bent and nearly blind, he could not do it, and instead said nothing at all. When I, 42 meters, was around 18, I found out my aunt was a rap victim to my step-grandfather. My siblings and I were the last to find out in an extended family that has 6 siblings from my mother's real father and mother and 4 step-brothers and sisters from the piece of sheet my grandma married after my grandpa's death. As I understand it, the rapping started when she was around 9 and didn't end until she was 16, when she told people about it. There is a lot around this that I have a hard time processing, 20 plus years after finding out. I have so many things I struggle with. For starters, how the fuck do you let that bastard stay in the family for the rest of his miserable life? Hard stop point. How do you not tell your kids? He was there all through my childhood as my grandpa. I was the only male of 6. We were never told. What if he did that to one of us? I can only imagine how everyone else knew not to talk about it around us. There are so many other things with this. How could anyone hang out, fish, defend this piece of shit? Unfortunately, my aunt didn't get to see him die. She died in her early 60s, a few years before my grandma, who died a couple years before he finally died this year. I hope he was faking lonely as fuck. The thing is, he had a hand in both of their deaths. His rapping of my aunt set up a life full of bad decisions and an early onset of COPD, which ultimately took her on Thanksgiving, no less. My grandma, he would tell her, I heard this from family members, that no one would show up to her funeral, that no one cared. Then when she fell for the last time, breaking her hip, confining her to that wheelchair for the last few months of her life, family heard her say that he pushed her. He was no grandpa of mine. I hope no one showed to your funeral, you piece of shit. If he exists, I hope eternity is full of your worst faking nightmares. 3 brothers, all the same point. D oldest brother, R middle brother, C youngest brother. My father when I was around 7. I remember being the one my little cousin, also 7 at the time, I'm only like 5 months older, coming to me and tell me that my father's brother, our uncle R, was molesting her. Obviously not in those words. Despite her asking me to keep it a secret, I told my mom. News spread, and he went to jail. Fast forward less than a year, my father's brother, my uncle D, who lived with us until I was 16, was molesting me. I never told until I was an adult. Fast forward again to Father's Day, 2018. My father attempts suicide and ends up in a coma for over a month, ultimately living. When he woke up, me, my sister, and mother left, as we had all wanted to leave his horrifying abuse for years and never could, so we took the opportunity. He began trying to get us back. When we refused, he began spilling secrets. He messaged me one day and told me that he always loved my sister more than me because they had sex for years. Even after she was an adult, she admitted it was true, but that she was never consenting. She also said he didn't rap her. He threatened to tell everyone, so she continued to do as he said. I still have a secret not a single person has ever been told, and nobody knows except me and the person who did it. My big brother, the oldest sibling, the most loved and adored of the family, my now dying mother's golden child, molested me brutally as a child. I don't think I will ever tell anyone. My mother had a child before me, even though I was raised the eldest, my younger brother, and I didn't even know he existed until they found each other and reconnected when I was well into my 20s. She broke the news to me over the phone. Turns out both sides of my family, aunts, uncles, cousins, knew about her past. My brother and I were the only two who didn't. She had gotten pregnant just before going off to college. Not only were my grandparents extremely religious, they were also pretty blatantly racist, and the father was black. It was pretty much swept under the rug. My mom was kicked out of the house, baby was born, and immediately put up for adoption, and it was basically never talked about again until he reached out to her. She went on to meet and marry my dad a couple of years after giving my half-brother up for adoption, and had me and my younger brother. Not only did I find out that I had an older sibling, I also found out he was married, and at the time his wife was expecting. So, not only did I find out I had another sibling, and I actually wasn't the eldest, I also found out I was getting ready to become an aunt. My world was flipped upside down, and for a while I struggled to even talk to my mom and extended family because I felt so betrayed. Eventually though, I did meet him, and surprisingly I would say I'm the closest to him bonding wise of anybody now. He and my mum's relationship became strained after the honeymoon phase of reunification ended, and sadly my younger brother has taken very little interest in his life. To my knowledge they don't speak at all. He lives in another state, but we talk pretty regularly, and since I'm a flight attendant I make trips out to visit my sister-in-law, and my niece and nephew when I can. I actually just recently had my own child and we are excited to have a cousins meet up for the first time, especially since my niece is so close in age to my son and they are only a month apart. This is kind of a long story. I'll try to condense it to the best of my ability. Throwaway account to protect privacy of family members. My family is very religious, and my great-grandparents are no exception. Throughout this post, I will refer to them both as Gigi and Paige's great-grandmother and papa respectfully. They went to church all the time and were pretty healthy, other than the fact that they both suffered some major health conditions, but were a happy couple until Gigi died in the summer of 2019 due to cancer. Of course, Paige's, who raised two kids with her and took care of her despite her Alzheimer's and taking her to the dialysis clinic early in the morning for years, was heartbroken. She was the love of his life, and I can't imagine the pain he felt losing his partner of 70-something years. The Christmas before Gigi passed, my aunt, granddaughter of my aforementioned great-grandparents, received a 23andMe kit. She took the test, and a few weeks later the results came back. She looked through her lineage and saw something strange. A mysterious woman, whom we will call or anonymous woman, who she hadn't heard of showed up to be her aunt. My aunt reached out to her apparent aunt and discussed how they could possibly be related. Maybe one of PP's cousins, who was notoriously promiscuous, had a daughter, or maybe the test was faulty, although that was unlikely. It was until one detail popped up that everything clicked into place. Gigi and Paige's were friends with Or's parents. They lived right next to each other and were very close. Apparently Gigi, always extremely religious from the day she was born, had an affair with Oz's dad and got pregnant. They both played it off like it was actually Pages who was the dad, but it was not. My grandmother, I will refer to as GM, never felt like she fit in with her siblings. She didn't have any similarities to them or to her father, but now she had a possible cause for this. GM took a 23andMe test, and it confirmed that GM and Or were sisters, both from the same dad, but from different moms. After this revelation, GM and Or met up, and for the past 1.5 years we have brought them into our big family. They had no family other than their sons, one whom abandoned them due to the son's estranged wife cutting contact with them. They said that it was a blessing that we had come to meet, although not under the most ideal of circumstances. So now everyone in the family, except for Pages and GM's siblings, knows about this, and if we let them know, Pages might die of heartbreak, because he already has heart issues, and is approaching 100 years old, and then GM's siblings are just brats, so there's that as well. Hopefully I didn't drag this out too long. Have a good day, everyone. Also, sorry I can't answer questions, this is on a random throwaway, and I forgot the password and email. Oops. This probably won't be seen, but it's a bit different than some of the other ones, so I'll put it out into the world. I attended a church growing up where we were well thought of. We had friends, my dad was on the worship team, both my parents did children's church, and I was active in the youth group. And then one day, when I was about 16, everything changed. People, adults, and kids, started treating us terribly. It was so bizarre, but no one ever mentioned why. My dad was asked to step down from the worship team, and the only explanation he got from the pair was that he needed to have his house in order. My dad was really hurt by this. Eventually things seemed to settle down, but I never felt comfortable there again, and moved to another church on my own. My parents left a little bit after I did. Fast forward a decade. A girl from my young group days reaches out to me on social media, and I ask her why she wants to be friends when she was so mean to me. And that's when I find out that my mother apparently started a rumor that one of the women in the church was having an affair. She went as far as confronting the woman in front of other people. The pastor had to intervene, and my mother was wrong. There was no affair, just a good friendship. And this woman and her friend group were openly talking about it in front of other congregants and their children. So the other kids and teens were treating us badly because their parents were mad at my mom. They also all assumed that my mom talked about it openly with us. My mom didn't even tell me dad. We were all confused as to why people were being so weird, and she knew all the time. I love my mom, but it is this kind of shit that makes her rather unlikable and difficult to have a relationship with. I still find it bizarre that she kept this a secret all that time, and probably wouldn't have told anyone if I hadn't confronted her about it when I found out. Growing up, my dad's side of the family rarely talked about my grandfather, who I was always told had died of a heart attack before I was born. Since I resemble him quite a lot, I was curious about what he was like, and I thought it was weird that I'd always get short one-sentence answers whenever I'd ask about his personality, interests, or personal history. Fast forward to my late 20s. I'm living with my parents and really depressed, and I tell my dad one day that I'd been having suicidal thoughts. He gets super quiet and looks like he just got punched in the gut. For 2 full days, whenever I see him, it's just awkward silence and a pained grimace. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, I find him curled up on his bedroom floor sobbing uncontrollably. I honestly thought he had a kidney stone, and he tells me the truth about his dad. He was a pharmacist and had become addicted to a host of heavy narcotics in an effort to treat what we now think was clinical depression. And, rather than face the potential loss of his business and shame from the community they were super religious that would come from admitting his problem and dealing with it, he drove up a canyon one day and overdosed in his car. My dad was the one who found him 5 days later. Yes, the smell was apparently unholy and, I'm told, unforgettable. And had to deal with the shit show that was his estate. The whole family quickly agreed that, in order to save face in the very judgy religious community, they'd tell everyone it was a heart attack, and this fiction was eventually passed on to all the in-laws and grandchildren. As far as I know, my sister and I, now late 30s, are the only grandchildren who know the truth. My mom didn't even know until after my dad told me. My grandfather told my mother her cousin's dad was gay and that he died of AIDS. My mom's cousin was told her dad died of cancer by her family. This was told to me something like 10 years ago, and I was told never to talk about this. Apparently the gay part was relevant as there was some suspicion that my great uncle, mom's cousin's dad, potentially molested my late uncle, suicide last year, but that was never confirmed. So fast forward to 6 months ago, my fiancé and I are at a ski cabin off season with my mom's cousin, her daughter and their significant others as a cheap easy trip to catch up with them. As we all live on the other side of the country now, I thought it would be a fun time point. We all get a few drinks in us in the hot tub and we are filling in my fiancé on family history and how we are all related. When we get on the topic of my great uncle, they tell my fiancé that he died of cancer. Without skipping a beat, I say no, he actually died of AIDS because he had sex with a guy. I then, horrified with what I said, backpedaled and remarked that I was actually talking about something else. She looked confused, but then we dropped it for the rest of the trip. Point: the day after we all go home, she and her sister have a huge falling out with my mom because she perpetuated such a horrible rumor about their father. They also all blocked me and my whole family on all social media. I felt pretty shitty. My mom and dad had this friend when I was a child, and she was one of my mom's best friends. Let's call her Michelle. Michelle would help my mom go look for my dad when he would take off and disappear on his cocaine episodes, or babysit me while my mom and aunt would go looking for him. My parents had me when they were young, 19 and 21, and my mom always wanted my dad to propose to her and have that perfect happily ever after life. Fast forward 20 years later, my dad is now married to Michelle and has a 23-year-old, me, and an 8-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son with her. If you looked up stepmonster in the dictionary, Michelle's face will pop up. This woman is a demon. The Antichrist. For more context, my mom has been severely depressed to the point where she sleeps all day and is completely faked from all the different medications she's on, sleeping pills, lorazepam, etc., and also was quite the alcoholic when her and my dad called it quits for good when I was 6. She's all sorts of messed up, and we had a terrible relationship growing up. I just reconnected with her this year. My dad is still a recovering drug addict who continues to take off on his wife and 2 babies for days at a time without any kind of communication, and has spent enough money on cocaine to pay for my entire college tuition. He is also an abusive, toxic, manipulative, narcissistic piece of shit. Poor excuse of a man. This doesn't even begin to explain the reality type television life that I've lived. Oh yeah, also, I've been smoking weed every day since I was like 16 and have zero motivational goals or hobbies or coping skills besides smoking weed. I need therapy, dude. Too bad I can't afford it. Size hits bang. Canadian here. My uncle became a local hometown hero after WWII, having re-enlisted for a 3rd time, etc. Very patriotic thing to do. Press latched into that, etc. He came home a war hero and got the usual accolades, articles written up about him, etc. While his older brother, who put up with the whole what a hero BS for decades, got basically no kudos for staying behind and keeping the family business afloat. Some politics and rivalry BS between them, etc. Uncle dies, I attend that funeral, not much to report, and there I am, a decade later, just a cousin, or whatever, minding my own business, when, finally, uncle's wife dies, and uncle's older brother is there at the funeral. He's brought tequila, we've all had a few shots, when he suddenly breaks down, saying, "Fuck it. After all these years, she's dead and in her box. I can't embarrass her." So, okay, you all wanna know what really made him such a hometown hero? Why he so patriotically re-enlisted that 3rd time. It was September 1944. They were just barely into Germany when, one morning, he sticks his ass out the tank to take his morning sheet and a German sniper gets him straight through both butt cheeks. They discharge him, but he figures, no way am I coming home with my ass in a sling, so he re-enlists. That's our big hero. Lol with est funeral levity LDR. Bad blood between brothers leads to unexpected honesty at funeral. When I was a teenager and my grandma was in her 90s and nearing the end, she became really chatty with me about what I assume were bad memories she'd been carrying for a very long time. One story she randomly told was when she was in her 20s or 30s. Her brother-in-law bought a truck and asked if she wanted to go for a ride. She didn't want to, but he kept insisting, so she finally said fine, just take me for a damn ride. When they started driving, he said he would drive to a nice quiet place so they could have sex. She slapped him across the face and made him pull over to let her out in the middle of nowhere. This was rural Wisconsin. Speaking of her husband, he was a terrible drunk who used to beat her. One day she was downstairs and he was upstairs in the bathroom. She heard a big thump come from the bathroom, so she ran upstairs to see what happened and found him dead of a massive heart attack. I commented that it must have been a shock to suddenly lose your husband. She calmly replied, no, it was the best day of my life. She also revealed that she only got married because she was poor and he had money, but they never got along and it was a terrible marriage. I told my dad about all this when he got home from work and he snapped, never tell any of this to your mother. That was her dad grandma was speaking about. Those are just 2 stories of several that were a shock to me. I'd always known her as a cold and humorless person who was difficult to get along with, but I felt so bad for her after hearing those. I felt like it explained a lot. Both of my grandfathers, both still alive, were linked to crime in some way that I yet know the full story of. My grandfather on my dad's side once started telling me about how my great-grandparents left him to raise himself from age 10 onward, and then proceeded to tell me about the times he has been shot, but refused to go into detail to the context outside of both him and my dad mentioning he was involved with rough people. More interesting, my mother's paternal side is very wealthy and my grandpa has told me stories about visiting the family estate as a kid, where there were secret underground tunnels, areas he wasn't allowed, and men in suits always around that were simply referred to as guests. Curiously, my great-grandpa left his privilege behind when starting his family and raising my grandpa for reasons he never really explained, nor did my grandpa ever get a clear explanation as to how his grandparents were wealthy. For what my grandpa knew via what little my great-grandpa mentioned about his family, and from his visits with them, they were politically very well connected, and the wealth had something to do from my family's immigration from Europe. Keep in mind this was the early 1900s. Only things I have found via digging on the internet and through family memorabilia is a picture of my great-great-grandfather and his family, including my great-grandfather when he was younger, all posing in suits very mob-like, as well as my great-great-grandpa's obituary stating that he died in a fire when the estate burned down. TLDR, I'm slowly uncovering truths that point to my grandpa being some sort of thug with a dark past he doesn't like to talk about. And my maternal great-great-grandfather appears to have been some sort of mob boss who was possibly assassinated. When my mom and uncle were kids in the 70s, there were about a dozen kids of varying ages that lived in their neighborhood. They all played together and spent their time running around the neighborhood with little supervision. Until one boy, who was like 5 or 6, went missing one day. Basically everyone in the neighborhood was out looking for this kid, but my grandpa was the one who found him. The people who lived in the house behind his own 3 big dogs. My grandpa said they would throw large stuffed animals out in the yard and the dogs would just destroy them. He found the kid torn apart in the yard. My grandpa scooped the kid up in his jacket and ran to the hospital with him, but it was too late. He stayed at the hospital until the police showed up and was immediately taken into custody. He said they questioned him for a few hours and wouldn't let him call my grandma. He didn't know if they had even been able to contact the boy's family. When they were done questioning him, he went with the police to show them where he had found him. The boy's jacket and shoes and some other clothing had been ripped off when he was attacked. Apparently they found all the pieces neatly folded and stacked. The dogs were never seen again. He and my grandma assumed they were sent to live with some relatives or friends or something. My grandpa only told me this story once. It was very late at night and he'd had a few beers, but I will never forget the look on his face Even after 3 or 4 decades, I can only imagine how finding a dead child like that weighs on you. Especially when no one is held accountable for it. I found out that my great-grandfather had fought in WWI after going to the movies with my mother to see the premiere of Saving Private Ryan. It was really hard for her to watch. She was furious with me for choosing that movie, and since I was totally clueless about what was going on, she told me that she grew up hearing stories from the war and she couldn't take it anymore. She wouldn't say much more about it. So I asked my grandparents a few weeks later, and they told me that my great-grandfather had been sent to a special unit that was always in the front. He spent the whole 5 years fighting in the front. He even turned 18 at the front. His family thought the war would make a man out of him, and that it would open a door for him to start a military career. They had no idea of what it would be like. He had PTSD, but obviously received no help. Freud was just getting started at the time, so he turned to alcohol and smoking to try to cope. Went bankrupt twice. He had a difficult life, and so had my grandpa and his siblings. Knowing this really helped me understand many silences on my grandpa's side of the family, and why he kept a bayonet next to a few old pictures. He was the only one allowed to touch it, and he would sometimes hold it in silence. Some years later I read All Quiet on the Western Front, and then I got an idea of what my great-grandfather went through. People who idolize the past do so out of ignorance. My uncle doing things to my sister and I that he wasn't supposed to. Unfortunately my grandmother blamed us even though we were kids, and he was a grown 6'4", 350-pound man, and was our guardian who held our lives in his evil hands. He only did 6 years in prison, and my grandmother threw the photo evidence of some of the things he did to me. She burned it with her lighter, and then I was whisked away before cops got there. My story got buried. But at least he went to prison for my little sister. He threatened her with killing me. So she did what he wanted, because she thought it would protect me. And I thought I was protecting her. He used our love for each other against us. That is the epitome of evil right there. I only found out last year, 25 years after the fact, about the threats against my life he made. Details I've never asked, as she never asked me out of respect. We finally have been able to heal together and share those details that have been hard to speak about. He's been out and is married with a child. Like nothing happened. My family has buried it under the rug again. To the point my cousins, who were either not born yet or babies to 5 years old, wanted to talk smack because they didn't like me telling the truth about what happened and about our dear evil grandmother on my social media. So he not only ruined our childhood/lives, he ruined our family, which I no longer speak to anymore over this all. But may God have mercy on their souls. My paternal grandfather skipped when my father was 2 years old. My grandmother had a pretty rough time until later in her life, and nobody ever talked about my bio grandfather, including my dad. I became interested in genealogy and finally managed to track the guy down. He had died way back in 1959. Fast forward to DNA testing, and I was contacted by another half-brother, call him John, of my father's half-brother, call him Joe, a person, Joe, we didn't know existed. John let me know of Joe's existence. At the time Joe was still alive, but had a fatal debilitating illness. John also sent me letters that my grandfather had written to John's mother that referenced my grandmother and the illicit affair he was carrying on with John's mother. I contacted my brothers and asked if they thought we should let our dad know of these developments. I was on the fence and they both said no. In the meantime, Joe died. It's been a couple years since this happened. We still haven't mentioned this to dad, who is now 80. Back when I told him I had tracked down his father's grave, he was decidedly uninterested. He had mentioned in the past that his father had another son and wondered why that kid was picked and not him. That was the only conversation we ever had along those lines. He's not an expressive man. Anyway, this doesn't quite fit the parameters of the question, but I'm going to see my father in a couple weeks. I think if it was me, I'd be interested to know at least what happened to my half-brother. Probably not the letters to the girlfriend so much, who my grandfather also ran out on. By the way, do I bring any of this up or not? Okay, really recently a low-key family bombshell was dropped, and I haven't talked to anyone about it. Okay, so for context, in the 60s, my dad married his first wife, had 3 kids and adopted 2. Very US nuclear family. Then he went to Vietnam, was in the army for about 20 years. They divorced in the early 80s. My mom and dad met sometime after that and eloped in the later 80s. My favorite photo ever is the only photo from their elopement, which was on a boat off the coast of Mexico, if I remember correctly. It caused a huge family fight on my mom's side because my mother's Irish Catholic parents were horrified that their 19-year-old eloped with a war veteran more than twice her age who already had 5 kids and an ex-wife. It also caused a huge fight on my dad's side because my mom was the same age as one of my dad's daughters and they were already not thrilled about their parents' divorce to begin with. But eventually, everyone got over it. There's a lot of love in my family, which is always wanna stress when I talk about this stuff, because on paper my dad can sound kinda Don Draperish and patriarchal and bleh. And I don't know, I wasn't there, but my maternal grandparents eventually came around, and my dad's kids forgave him. I think because he was just a genuine gentle giant. He was 6 feet 4 inches, and was just very warm and kind, naturally booming loud voice, loved to eat anything, could fall asleep anywhere anytime, and absolutely adored all of his kids. He and my mom had a really happy marriage, and had me and my 5 siblings. He died in 2005 of cancer. Okay, that's the overly detailed context. Jump to 2020. My brother and I were at my mom's for Mother's Day. My other siblings weren't there because of COVID restrictions. My brother was going through my mom's filing cabinet because he had recently gotten obsessed with learning more about our dad since he had died when we were young and never wanted to talk about his time in the army. There was a lot of gray area for us, so he was digging through documents and stuff. And boy oh boy did he learn more. Amid his birth and death certificates and pictures and sheet, my brother found an envelope addressed to our dad from circa 2007. It was from a personal investigator who had been trying to find/reach out to my dad for years, for over a decade, on the behalf of a young Vietnamese woman who had spent the majority of her adult life searching for her father, an American soldier who had dated and unknowingly impregnated her mother during the Vietnam War. Her mother said that they had lost contact after he left Vietnam, and she didn't know until after he was gone that she was pregnant. The piping hot tea that we learned after questioning our mother is apparently my dad and his first wife were quietly separated for a lot of their marriage, and he was dating a Vietnamese woman while he was deployed. Their daughter basically only had his name, some of his army information, and a photo of the 2 of them to go off of when she hired a private investigator to help her find her father once she was an adult. This letter from the PI got to my mother about 2 years after my dad died. My mom told my dad's ex-wife about the letter, and she asked my mom not to tell any of us. She was worried about how her kids would react, especially since this was before Ancestry.com, and they couldn't prove it yet. She feels bad that she didn't respond to her back then, but she was a single mom with 6 kids and was still grieving. I don't blame her for not responding, but she encouraged my brother to respond when he found the letter last May. Long story short, I have a half sister I didn't know about. The DNA results just officially came in a few weeks ago and confirmed it. She lives in a different part of the US as my family, but she, her husband, and their dog took a road trip to come meet us. They're extremely lovely people, and I really wish she could've met our dad. They would loved each other. My mom said she and I both have our dad's chin. When I was about 21, an old friend of my dad's dropped by from out of state. He had just missed my dad, as my parents had gone to a movie earlier. He says, "Well, you're of age now, wanna drink a beer?" So he's trying to make small talk in the house as we drink some beer. He asks, "How's your sister?" 4 years my elder. Then he asks, "Does her father ever come around?" I play it off and I'm like, "No, he doesn't." So turns out she's my half sister. Parents never told me. Then, fast forward 10 years, and I'm at the doctor's office with whatever ailment, to see my family doctor. I've been a patient of this man since my adolescence. I get through the first set of doors and he's down the hallway writing on his clipboard. He says, "Hey, what's up? I just saw your brother in here." I said I don't have a brother. He looks confused. I say it's insert name. Insert father's name, son. His eyes turned big as saucers and his skin pale. He muttered yeah, as he backed into a room slowly and out of sight. No, I didn't ask or press him when I had my visit with him 10 minutes later. No, I still never brought this up with my parents. It's been 6 years ago. It doesn't surprise me as my dad has always been an alcoholic womanizer. It's just that we live in a smallish city. I can't believe I would have a brother in the area and not have figured it out. Crazy. I don't know when I plan on pressing the doctor yes, that is my idea versus asking my parents the truth. It's almost impossible to get a straight answer about anything from them. That everybody knew I was being sexually abused. For a slight bit of backstory, my stepfather is my great uncle-in-law, divorced from my grandfather's deceased sister. They divorced because he was having an affair with my mom. I was always treated like the most precious thing on God's green earth by my grandparents and all my cousins, older, as my mom was the youngest of 5, and I was there for the baby of the family, sort of steered clear from me for it. Maybe out of jealousy? I don't know. They could have just been too old to babysit the child. There was at least a 5+ year age gap between me and whoever I was related to, whether that be older or younger, because the oldest cousins had kids and etc. Around the time I was 9 or so my half sister was born, and I started getting abused, mentally/physically by my mom, sexually by my stepdad, and I was pretty messed up from it. Eventually I just hung around my grandparents more and more, and didn't interact with family beyond them. My grandmother hated my stepfather for unrelated reasons, called him a lech, and my grandfather gave my oldest uncle permission to deck him if he ever tried to step foot on the property, likely for the adultery, and not related to me, though that didn't help his case. Later, when I'm in my mid-20s and my favorite cousin is in her early 30s, we go on a shopping trip to get her kids some stuff from Walmart. She tells me there were rumors I was being abused but nobody wanted to do anything about it. I was a little broken that day to hear that. So my nan, she died of COVID recently at 97, was a strange woman. I loved her. She was estranged from 2 of her kids, but my mum loved her loads. She definitely had some form of undiagnosed mental health problem, I suspect from years of abuse and disadvantage. She had a breakdown when the kids were young because of repeated cheating and mistreatment by my granddad. She left the kids when my mum was a baby, and so the story goes, she put them in a children's home and walked away. She was always seen as the evil one for this. The story goes that she arrived back and took them out of the children's home, and it was never mentioned again. She refused to talk about it. When she died, it came out that she actually left the kids with their dad, who couldn't be bothered to look after them. She left when he had taken the older 2 to meet one of his girlfriends, and then cleaned out their bank accounts so that she couldn't get uniform for the kids. She just cracked and went to take a job in a seaside town. He left them with his parents, and together, they decided to put them in the children's home. My nan found out that they had put them into care and came back and fought really hard to get them back. Granddad tried to stop her getting them out of care. When she got the kids back, they lived in extreme poverty, whilst she sued Granddad using laws that had only just been put in place for cruelty and abuse. She won, and he had a hefty amount of money to pay per month, which was extremely unusual. To get out of this, he took a job in another country. Soon after, he died in an accident. He was a minor, and eventually, Nan received his pension, which was excellent. She lived an okay life, and never told any of her kids what had happened. The older 2 hated her, because they felt abandoned. She lived a fairly secure but unhappy life, hating men throughout. She caused an untold amount of trouble wherever she went. She was my idol. Family had gathered for the holidays, span of about 2 weeks in 2018. On a random night before Christmas, a few aunts and uncles were hanging out drinking OFC with grandparents around and whatnot. The topic shifted to my uncle, M27, being sort of the black sheep of the family. His aunt, my grandfather's sister, began ranting about how he's drinking his life away. He's working but not at good jobs. His parents did great in raising him, and he let his life go down the drain. My uncle was getting bothered because this isn't necessarily a new topic of conversation. I'm assuming the drinks were playing their part, and because the whole family was around he figured fuck it, and announces I live my life this way, because it's just who I am. You don't give the same shit to your son, M45, who molested me all my childhood, and is the family drug addict. The room went silent, and she told him to stop lying that he's drunk, but he wasn't wavering. It was a major bomb, that even now my family is trying to deal with. Sort of opened Pandora's box for a few of us younger cousins who realized we'd all been in some way affected by the trickling down of our family's problems behind closed doors. Took us a few years, but the pandemic made a few of cousins including myself to go to therapy and deal with our own issues with our family. Found out from census and other information that in all likelihood my family descends from an adulterous relationship. Fairly vague, because it was my granddad who discovered this, and I forget the specifics. True story but names made up. Around 200 years ago it is recorded that a couple was living together. Let's call them Mr. and Mrs. B. Later it is recorded that Mr. B and Mrs. B lived with a lodger. Let's call him Mr. Norman. At some point it is recorded that Mrs. B lives with a child, Master B. The child's middle name was Norman. Mr. Norman, the lodger, still lived at the address. It is unclear what happened to Mr. B. There are potentially various explanations for this, but based on what people know about the family history, hearsay throughout the years, and what the records show, we believe that Mrs. B and Mr. Norman had an affair. While Mr. B was working away, Mrs. B became pregnant and it all came out. To avoid the shame of an adulterous relationship becoming common knowledge, and to avoid the shame of having a child out of wedlock, it appears that Mrs. B and Mr. Norman continue to live together, but give Master B the middle name Norman. As far as anyone would know, Master B was fathered by Mr. B. Master B is my great, and so on. Grandfather. The best part? That middle name has become somewhat of a family tradition, and is still in use today. By me, I'm Mr. Gosh Sawati Norman B. Unfortunately I have had daughters, so the name Norman B dies with me in all likelihood. Again, fake names, but hopefully what I've written still makes sense. My mother had 6 kids with 4 different dads. Growing up, we were told Dad was 3 dads. 3 older brothers from the first guy, me from my dad, then 2 younger brothers from the third guy, Nene. TLDR at end. It all started when I asked my mom, years after my parents divorced, to tell me how she met my dad. She said he was an officer and my oldest brother had gone too far from the house and my dad brought him home in the police car. They got to talking and he eventually met her off duty and asked her out. Then they dated for a while before he asked her to marry him. I said, "What's a while?" "Oh, about a year and a half," and I didn't think twice until later. I knew I was in my mom's womb at the wedding, but dear God, I hope I can tell this clearly. My 2 oldest brothers, 39, 38, look exactly alike, but my next older brother, 33, doesn't. Found out third brother was from guy #2 and that guy #1 was distantly related to my mom, and she wasn't told by my grandma until after second brother. My grandma knew guy #1 was cousins with my mom and didn't say anything. My mom wanted more kids but didn't want kids with guy #1, so she met guy #2. She told him she was pregnant with third brother, but he didn't want a baby and left. Now my dad met my mom shortly after when she knew she was pregnant with third brother, but she didn't tell my dad, "Hey, I'm a few weeks pregnant." The guy literally just left. She started showing and my dad was so excited, he thought the kid was his. My mom told me once that she considered letting him think the baby was his, but couldn't go through with it. She ended up telling him, and my dad broke up with her, because why not just say that from the beginning? At this point, she decided 3 kids on her own was not what she wanted, so she started working toward adopting the baby. After he was born, I guess my dad just needed to process, because my mom and my dad still talk through her pregnancy, and she tells him, "I'm adopting the baby once he's born." My mom gives birth to third brother July 1987 and my parents are married October 1987. I'm born June 1988. Third brother was adopted to family in Alaska, and it was an open adoption. I knew third brother growing up, and thought it was normal for people to have brothers being raised somewhere else, until I was school age. Here's the shitty part. My dad offered to raise all 3 older brothers as his own, but his mom, my lovely uni whom I adored with all my heart, told my dad that he and my mom needed a fresh start and that my mom has already started the adoption process. Just let her do this, then marry her and have a child of your own. My older brother, 33, and I are 11 months and 7 days apart, and I believed everything my mom told me until trying to put together the pieces. My 2 oldest brothers, 38-39, were given my last name, and my dad adopted and raised them. I'm sorry, but that's not all. I swear I'm almost done. Now. My parents made it till I was about 4.5 years old, then they were divorced. Finalized December 1992. My younger brother was born December 1993, so within 3 months after the divorce, my mom was pregnant and married Guy. 3 in February 1995, and was married to him till his death in 2014. Last brother was born January 1996. Now, 3rd brother and 5th brother look exactly alike. 4th brother looks nothing like the rest of us. Found out last brother was Guy 2's kid after my auntie told me. Oh yeah, Guy 2 came back alright. Came back after your mom was married and had a bad fight with your stepdad. TLDR Guy 1, oldest brothers, 38-39. Guy 2, older brother, 33, my dad. Me, 32. Guy 4, younger brother, 28. Guy 2, youngest brother, 26. Not really a secret, but after the WW2 one of my grandma's sisters moved to Canada, but eventually ended up USA somewhere near Connecticut. We all knew about this, but for some reason nobody ever talked about it. About 3 years ago we found out we have relatives that we weren't fully aware of. We tried to find out who they, but there never really was any contact between my grandma and her sister and later her family. I tried to find them through Facebook, but haven't had much luck. Also, my grandparents used to live in the same house. However, for as long as I'm alive my grandparents never really spoke to each other. They exchanged words when they had to, like when sorting out bills, post, telling each other that someone is calling the other person. They used separate parts of the fridge, cooked separate meals, did separate shopping, etc. The only time they came together was during Christmas and Easter. Nobody knows what happened. I should also mention that they have been married since 20s. If I remember correctly my grandpa was 26 to 7 and grandma 20. I guess they remained married because of their strongly religious views and family. 3 years ago my grandpa passed away mid-September and grandma followed at the beginning of December same year. I like to think, probably not true, but it brings me a whole lot of comfort when thinking about them, that even though they lived their separate lives, they loved each other, and my nan passed away because of broken hair syndrome and now they're back together, probably not speaking still. My mum was in her 20s and had her older brother reach out, had a family meeting, and Nana explains the reason he was adopted out. Fair enough, yay, no sibling. At this point mum had grown up with 4 full siblings and 2 half siblings. Mum is now in her 30s to find out, surprise, another sibling, a sister. Again a family meeting. Nana explains, turns out this sibling is only 18 months older than original new sibling. She tells them that she kept the secret out of fear or something. My nana dies. She was never in great health, but it was still really sudden. A few years passed, and then the phone rings. It's my uncle. They have another sister. She's the new oldest sibling, and bummed out she never got the chance to meet her bio mother. And everyone has a little chuckle as these new sisters have the same name. Around 10 years pass, and Wadano another sister shows up. Sadly she has her own name. This sister was now the oldest. When we meet she tells us how she was in contact with my nana her whole life. They would send each other somewhat frequent contact, and it had taken this long before she felt able to reach out, mainly to know if nana had passed, as she stopped hearing from her suddenly. She knew pretty much her own adoption story. My nana fell pregnant to her first love, who my family were aware of. My nana was only 16 to 17 when she got pregnant, and he was involved in an accident and died before the baby was born, and was pretty much made to give up this child as they weren't married before he died, and she looked loose as a young single mother. We assume that she's the oldest, and even this aunt said she's positive that she's the oldest, as Nana would regularly mention the other kids in their correspondence. I found out that my granny was pregnant with a third child and she had to abort due to medical reasons. So during that time the doctors fit copper IUD inside her, which was used to prevent pregnancy without her consent or anyone's. Nobody knew about this procedure that took place. So now everything's fine for years. She used to have this back pains now and then during this time. One of them escalated and she had to go through a surgery, which was risky looking at her age. But these back pains never stopped. She consulted many doctors but nobody knew the reason for the back pains. We have a family genetic. When she told her about this, they did reports, and that's when they found out about the IUD, which was placed in her body for like 20 years now. The maximum time to remove it was like 8 to 10 years, or there would be infection. So now the genetic gave her two options, either to remove the IUD through her surgery, which would cost a lot of money, or to bear the pain of removing the IUD by hand. Now she knew about us, right? She knew our financial conditions, so she suggested that we go through the two option. So after 2 hours of my grana's struggle and the determination of the genetic, copper T was removed. Gladly, the IUD copper wire was not even rusted even after 20 years and avoided infections. My gran is still here with us, but I didn't knew about this story until few days ago. She has told us many fun stories of her and grandpa, but I never thought this story was also a part of our family. P.S. Granny doesn't have any idea about me knowing this. After my grandparents passed away, my dad found out browsing through papers in a safe that my grandfather had been incarcerated in a concentration camp where he almost died. He was 18 at the time. My grandfather never told anyone, not even his wife. Nobody knew, as far as I know. During WWII he wanted to enroll in the resistance and flew from Belgium to join the troops of General Leclerc posted in Maghreb. He had to pass through Nazis territories. When he would tell us about his journey, he never mentioned that he got caught. Rather, he told us he was incredibly scared, had to hide, change identity, and that at some point, because he had nothing left to drink, he had to drink from the cow's water tanks. For some reason that image really stuck with me as a kid. That last story was the one he explained most of his health issues from. We know that he was able to escape the concentration camp and that he actually finally made it to the 2MDB. In May 1945, he even reached Hitler's eagle's nest. He never indulged in his accomplishments, never dwelled on them, and was incredibly modest about it all. I'm left wondering why he never told his family, but I feel it was most likely too much pain to go through it again and again, too traumatic. He preferred to focus on another narrative. My heart breaks knowing now what horrendous hardships he has had to go through. I found out in my late childhood why I only knew one set of grandparents. We had a retraining order against my other grandparents. Apparently they physically and emotionally abused my father throughout most of his formative years, and so badly that he's only told me pieces of the story very slowly over time, sometimes seeming like even he isn't sure of what really happened at certain points. Apparently after I was born, my dad's parents started calling the house at weird hours, trying to creep him out. They'd park in front of our house for hours, and even sent letters to my dad trying to get him to come back home with them, as in move in with them again. His mother was the worst, essentially trying to ruin his life, so he'd have to live with her, from trying to run him off the road on his way to school to trying to get him fired from jobs. He was threatened with a shotgun, left out overnight in winter, beaten, starved, accused of being evil, forbidden from having relationships, constantly ridiculed, and more. She's dead now, but she's not gone. I love my dad, I really do. But in the end, she left a permanent mark on him, and I had to remove him from my life. I would hate my father if I didn't know about all of this. I hope there's a hell made special just for her, for not only destroying her own relationship, but faking up mine too. When my father was 23, big family secret spilled. It happened in 1994 in Poland. It's important. One day, my uncle was on the walk, doing some stuff that doesn't matter. When he was crossing one building, some fat guy talked to him. "Hey, your father was looking for you. He's waiting in his flat in building 9. My uncle was surprised because his father didn't live here, even in his childhood. Then he got suspicious. Years later, he went to the local church and asked for his documentary because he's Catholic. He wasn't that surprised when he started reading. In the field where the father's name should be entered was the name of a stranger. He didn't know that man. He ran away from home because he was living with parents. Then my dad got a call from his dad and went to his family. Everyone was crying. Big family secret spilled. My dad's older brother actually was his half brother. In this time in Poland it was a big thing. Man raising not his biological child. What a shame. They were looking for him 3 days and found him at his girlfriend's home. After this time everyone in our small city was making fun of him and my grandmother was called a hoe, but my dad and his dad and rest of his brothers didn't let him even think or feel that he isn't part of this family. After this the what people will think rule stopped existing in his family. This uncle also married his cousin, but only because she was adopted. He didn't know at the start, so this makes it even weirder. At this time my uncle was 28. This was supposed to never be known. Edit. This uncle is now happily married with a girlfriend he run to. He divorced the cousin one and lived nearby. My grandfather and my grandmother were murdered by a family rival. When my mother was 13. It was never found out who did it, but apparently someone cut the brake lines on their car when they were driving back to their estate and they went off a bridge into a deep ravine. My mother's parents owned a sugar plantation deep in the heart of Southeast Asia and had a huge family tree. They all coveted the estate mainly because the land they owned was massive. Secret came out to me and my siblings when Google Earth became a thing and my mother wanted to show me the land that they owned. It was massive. 90 hectares / 222 acres on my grandmother's side and an additional 35 hectares / 86 acres on my grandfather's side. So my mom is showing me the landmarks. She recognized there's the mountain. That's the family mansion. And then my mom goes, oh, that's the bridge your grandparents went off of. They drove that bridge every day. We never found out who cut their brake lines. It actually took me a second to register what she just said. Wait, your parents were murdered? It took her a second to reply. Yes, murdered. So they could split the estate into parcels because each of my brothers got a portion of the land through the will. Then other family members began buying the parcels from them directly so they could piece the plantation back together. I left just as I was coming of age to inherit because people knew I wasn't going to sell and that meant trouble. It was one of those moments that everything began to make sense. My mom would only tell select childhood stories and never anything from her teenage years. Also her side of the family would call and say, good evening sir, is the lady of the house available? Or hello, we are looking to inquire if the lady is in this fine evening. I was always like that must be how they talk back home. But it's really weird. But after she told me the story about the bridge and her quietly moving away, I realized that my sweet tiny little mother had lived not only a whole other life, but one so vastly different from my own, that it seemed like something from a novel. Mine is a kind of an interesting one. So my mother is a very vindictive person. If she can find a way to hurt a person, even if it is her own kids, she will do it. Sadly my middle brother has taken after her. When I was a tween she get married to even bigger asshole if that's possible, and for some reason they both decide that it was better to tell me that he is actually my biological father and not the guy on my birth certificate. After telling me this we move, and they let me have little to no contact with my father. I know some may wonder why I believed the story, and it's simple. She had actually met him before my dad because he was friends with my uncles. Well, fast forward 20 plus years later, me and my middle brother decided to do a DNA test. I finally wanted to find out if what I was told was the truth, and my brother wanted to find out how much Native American we really have. Well, I found out my mom lied to me and the guy on my birth certificate is actually my dad. My brother however found out that first we have no Native American at all in our DNA, and he is not as Irish as he should be. His father and family are very much white and Irish, and my brother DNA profile came back with a big part of his DNA being sub-Saharan African. Our mother still argues that the test is wrong, and she knows exactly who his father is, and of course my brother believes her. Found out a week after my wedding. 25 years ago that although I was raised Christian, turns out my maternal great-grandmother and maternal grandfather were Jewish. So my close friend who's Jewish tells me that makes me Jewish. Had a bit of an identity crisis and spiritual upheaval because I thought, oh wow, I'm Jewish. Should I change my religion? I didn't. Then, when my in-laws introduced me to the priest who married them, he became an archbishop in the Catholic Church. It turns out he's first cousins with my biological father. I'm the product of an affair. This priest was shocked that his cousin hadn't told anyone about me. So he tells his entire family. Of course, my biological father refuses to discuss me with his first cousin, who is a priest. Years later, at the archbishop's funeral I meet his other cousin, a nun who's really high up in the ranks in her Catholic order. She is my biological father's sister. Boy oh boy, did she get the shock of her life. Had a hard time believing this, but the archbishop's sister confirmed the facts to the nun. Yes, it's true, she's related to us. Long story short, my biological father wants nothing to do with me because he's still with his first wife that he cheated on and has 5 children with. The nun has a hard time still that her brother fathered a child and told no one. Me, I'm like, and this is what happens when married men can't keep their peckers in their pants. Of course, my dumb mother shouldn't have been in a relationship with a married guy either. Lesson, don't cheat on your spouse. Edit, spelling. After overhearing my dad talk to my mom on wanting to punish me for not doing much of anything last year, I've been really struggling. It dawned on me that he's emotionally/mentally abusive. My parents are divorced, but they split custody, so they could both see me. My dad also comes over for other errands he needs help with. The day that the above happened, and after he left, my mom and I were both talking about some things he'd done to us. I remember saying to her at one point, isn't that just emotional abuse? And her quietly replying, yeah, I've heard it called that. She went on to say she'd seen a few red flags before I was even born. Over the next few days I asked some people I trusted about my situation. They'd separately come to the same conclusions, that he was mean and intimidating. One even called his abuse out, and after opening up about my experiences I knew that he'd definitely hurt me too. Some examples being, walking on eggshells around him, I was guilt-tripped anytime I wanted to hang out with friends, or go to a study session for school. He was angry towards things that didn't warrant it. Everyone including me was held to strict standards, not just in school. If I did something wrong he would scold me and or threaten to take my things away. Getting scolded/yelled at really hurts me. He would frequently remind me that he would miss me when I wasn't at home, dismissed my feelings when I was sad, shut down conversations he didn't want to have, got upset when I didn't want to talk about things upsetting me or in general, and more. I haven't been okay since I realized how toxic he is. I used to really admire his intelligence and wanted to be just like him. But for the foreseeable future, he lost most of my respect. All my life I've seen him as a constant source of anxiety, but it was only about 3 weeks ago that I finally understood why. Also, for him to abuse not only me, but my mother for so long was the final faking straw. On a brighter note, since I'm 18, I can get the hell out and live with my mom for a while. Wish me luck, folks. When I turned 18, my uncle, father's brother, told my brother, 2 years younger, and I, that we had an older half-sister that my father, who split on my 6th birthday, never to be seen or heard from ever again, had a child with a woman before he met my mother. Unbeknownst to my mother as well. Go figure. Took me a while to tell my mom. Can't recall exactly how long. I think it was a couple years though. She seemingly took it very well and didn't seem surprised. However, she knew my father much better than us kids did, so I gathered it went along with his character, if that is even a proper description for what I would imagine an enormous lack there of said character. So years later, my sister, 4 years younger, had been corresponding with a half-sister, whom my brother and I still hadn't had any interaction with at all. My Cs informed me that this mystery sister wanted to attempt some kind of whatever with my brother and myself. I only say whatever because when I called the number provided by my Cs, to try and chat with this new older sibling that I was excited to try and get to know. She didn't answer, so I left a voicemail. Weeks later, still no response back. Not even a text. I mean seriously, she had initiated an attempt at contact through word of mouth, through my C's, yet didn't even care to chat on the phone. Red flag. I honestly can't recall what my sister said her mystery half C's, MHS to simplify, issue was. It's been so long since then, around 10 years. I think she said something like our MHS would like to correspond via emails before she would consider talking on the phone. Although she had no problem talking on the phone to my FBS, full blood C's. Red flag 2. At this point I didn't care enough any longer to entertain this mystery sister's wishes. It had been 30 plus years that she had the opportunity to get in some kind of contact with us, yet she hadn't. I was truly bummed at this point also, because I always had a feeling I had at least one sibling out there I had never met, or even knew of. Go figure, I was right. Apparently this woman, so unimportant to me, I cannot remember her name, has a family with a couple kids. Nephews/nieces I'll probably never meet, unfortunately for all of us. A brother-in-law, in the like. Which I very honestly don't care to meet whatsoever. In-laws, lol. It's really just sad to me that she would make a half-assed attempt at correspondence and give up over not wanting to speak on the phone. Is that petty, or what? Maybe I'm being petty, backquote, cause I didn't want to email her after my voicemail was essentially ignored/disregarded. Nonetheless, wouldn't most folks feel kinda rejected, put in the same situation? Or geez, maybe she's really that shy? Which is super hard to believe, because shyness definitely does not run in the family. Oops, I did leave out a pretty pertinent piece of information. We, my brother and myself, haven't spoken to our sister in years, probably around 10 for me, not sure how long for him. I've messaged her here and there, including responses from her, haha. We just don't have jack in common, live very far away from each other, and live completely different lives. I've had an affinity for drugs over the years, used to have an extremely bad alcohol problem, almost 2 years sober, but was always nice and protective of my C's growing up. My brother on the other hand, who still struggles with alcoholism, treated her like she'd growing up. So I don't really see the reasoning for her almost completely cutting me out of her life. I don't blame her. It's been going on a year he and I haven't spoken either. Damn egos I tell ya. Ha. This woman, my sister, didn't even invite our mother to her wedding, let alone her only brothers. Talk about a grudge. I swear I didn't leave anything out either, as to why she would feel so inclined to pretty much disown us. Anyways, where I'm getting at with all this sister background info is, the only thing I can guess, is that she told our half-sister a bunch of crap that she didn't even need to know if she wanted to establish some kind of relationship with two siblings, my brother and I, that she had never, and still hasn't met, or even heard each other's voices. Damn. That's pretty sad actually, when I step away and look at it as I'm writing all this. I mean, I knew we had a very dysfunctional family, but wow. If there was a contest we'd almost guaranteed win some awards lol. I've considered asking for homegirls, half-sisters, email time and again, but I know that, if she wanted to know me at all, or at least apart from the lovely picture my stuck-up sister has painted for her, then she would have made an effort. Personally, I would like to find out for myself about a long-lost family member, regardless of what I had heard. I could make those assumptions/decisions well on my own. Who knows, we could have tons in common, and get along wonderfully. I have a feeling we'll never know though. Sad ending. Please feel free to let me know what you do in my shoes. Comments are more than welcome too. Create a wonderful day. I just remembered, and have to add, I found out years after the original info about my promiscuous father. He started another family after he left my mother on my 6th birthday. That was actually the last time any of us saw him. Sure, they split much before that, but whatever, right? So apparently I have more younger now half siblings running around the Midwest somewhere. That who knows if they have any inkling of his previous promiscuity, and if my brother, sister, half sister, or myself even exist. Not like it would matter really. Once again. Too bad talk shows like Geraldo aren't big anymore. because I could totally see a 2, maybe even 3-part episode on all of this aforementioned ridiculousness. Wahaha. I was molested by an older next door neighbor kid from the age of 5 to 10. This was 50 years ago. I stifled this experience for 40 years. I don't know why, and I realize now that I should have told someone. I have a lot of mental trauma over it and have had a lot of counseling. I didn't think about it at all through most of the time after it stopped, but I began drinking and using drugs in 7th 8th grade and that lasted until my mid-30s, and I finally started talking about this while trying to deal with those habits. After a very short time I started doing a lot better, so I became confident and comfortable talking about it. I had a meeting with my mom first of all. That answered a lot of questions for us both. I had a meeting with my 2 sisters after that, and I found out they had both been molested by this guy, and that he had molested both of his sisters. This made me angry again. After a couple of years of sobriety I got divorced and started drinking again. I was determined to find this guy. It took a really long time, but finally found him about a year ago. I also found his son who shares his name and looks just like what I remember of the dad when I was a young boy. They are both in prison for molesting kids. I'm so sad about this, and now realize how important it is to watch out for your kids and be aware of what's going on because kids are not going to tell you about things like this. My grandparents were, actually kind of still are, friends with an Italian terrorist implicated in the killing of Aldo Moro. My parents and uncles/aunts knew because he was still around before they discovered what was up with him, but me and all of my cousins didn't point by pure chance. A couple years ago I offered to help my grandparents tidy up their collection of old family photos. I studied restoration at the time, so I knew how to properly file and store old photos. Most of them I had already seen, since as a kid I spent a lot of time with them because my parents both worked. But there was a small box full of like 40-ish photos. The only guy who was in all of them was this man I had never seen. I asked my grandma, and she just casually goes, "Oh, that's our friend." Name. The photos were obviously hidden away at the bottom of the drawer, and she is usually very talkative to me, so I figured something was up and asked for extra details. My grandma can't hold a secret for shit, and within 30 seconds of awkward silence she spilled it all. The guy actually lives a normal life now, but my grandparents and parents/aunts/uncles decided to completely cut him off, just in case any of us grandchildren ever had a political career, which was the case for me, making the whole plan quite pointless. A fake. They are still in contact but very rarely. So mine's a bit darker. My sister and I grew up knowing that my mom's parents got murdered by a guy with mental health issues. We didn't learn until we were basically out of high school that we had an aunt that had never been mentioned. So not 3 girls, mom 2 siblings, but a third who had been with the guy, boyfriend/girlfriend, dealing with her own issues. He didn't accidentally get let out. He deliberately left the facility to visit her, and when she didn't want to see him, he turned to threats to get her to come down, murdered my grandparents and her dog, maybe in front of her, and then went to my other aunt's oldest kid house, tried to kill her. Luckily, she was able to keep him out, call the police. But it turned the whole story we grew up with on its head. You need to understand, we are all really close. We'd all get together monthly, always did stuff together. They always showed up at all our different school/childhood events. Heck, still do. I have weekly TV date with them, show up to all school/passion stuff. And for a good 18 to 19 years we never heard this aunt's name, or knew she existed at all, and evidently ended up very estranged through mutual choice. I mean, heck, I found the court trial records and knew stuff online before the revelation, but didn't note any mention of the name. Though I looked up, after we found out the real details, found some mention of her as well. So yeah, big family secret to finally spill out. My dad has an older brother who, following their dad's death, retreated to his room, didn't leave, and eventually got committed to a facility for mentally insane people. They were in their mid to late teens when this happened. My dad eventually cut off the rest of his family as toxic, so this was all hidden from me and my siblings. Fast forward to me hitting puberty and hiding out in my room, playing games or reading. Cause that's what teens do. My dad is freaking out because he remembers his brother and is convinced I'm gonna go insane or something. I'm still not quite sure on the details. But he doesn't say that, and that all he wants is for me to talk to him. So I think it's about grades and how I always need to study or be productive, and I'm freaking out and avoiding him and dealing with the pressure of trying and failing at making straight A's to get him off my back point. And after a year of this, he mentions his brother while also questioning if I'm on drugs because all the signs were there, and thus confusing the heck out of me because what signs, anyway? Please don't project. It's confusing, and when you aren't straightforward about what you're concerned about, your kids will read the situation wrong. Because they won't know your past unless you tell them. There's so many things he still hasn't told us. He waited till I was 16 to offhandedly mention that my grandfather, his father, was Hispanic. That was a shocker. It'd have been nice to know during history class, so that it'd added an extra depth when they went over the Incas. My grandmother could have an entire show dedicated to her. Though I've never met her, I respect her for her troubles. She got pregnant at 14 and was disowned by her mother, my great-grandmother. She married the guy and they raised the kid. They got a divorce later, and she got with another guy a bit later. At the time she was with this other guy, her sister married her ex. Her new husband was abusive, and one time her dad and little sister, 12, came over to see his new car. He thought they were going to take her and their new kids. He shot both of them and ran out of bullets. When he got to my grandmother, he was arrested but got out 3 years later cause his parents are rich. Money can buy you everything. Her sister divorced the first husband and got with the murderer while he was still in prison. What? He got out and killed my grandmother's first son, getting out of prison again later on. After her sister and dad died, she spent some time without custody of her kids because she was a bit messed up due to the experience. She got everything together and ended up getting with my grandpa. After having the 2 uncles I know and adopting my mother, she found out about her son being murdered. She was about to try to kill him, but my grandpa talked her down. After she died, her sister, who was no longer married to the murderer due to him dying a horrendous death of cancer, tried to get with my grandpa who straight up said get that crazy bitch away from me and left it there. That's all I really know of the story. I know I respect her more than most people in my life. She had a hard time on earth, and I hope she's found her peace. Probably late to the party, but our family had quite a few. First, on my mom's side, my grandpa used to drive a dump truck around. He'd be gone a few days at a time on various load/job sites. One day he came home and confessed to his wife, Grandma, that he'd had a 3-month-long affair with another woman. Grandma was pissed. They fought. They didn't talk for a while, but they eventually made up. Fast forward 20 years, Grandpa dies. Fast forward another year, and there's a knock at the door. A young, 20-something kid is at the door and asks my grandma, does Mr. X live here? She angrily says no and slams the door in his face. My mother, aunt, and uncle have a half-sibling out there somewhere that none of them are keen on knowing, as it would be a slap in the face, reminding them of the time their dad cheated on their mom. Now on my dad's side, we always assumed we were Norwegian. We have Norwegian relatives. We've always had a traditional Norwegian way of doing things. Well, it took my aunt, dad's sister, to do some digging to find out we actually had French descent. My great-great-grandpa lived in France in the early 1900s, but had a German-sounding last name. When 1939 rolled around, they saw what was coming and immigrated to Canada. However, he changed their last name to something sounding a little more French so as not to be suspected of being a spy. Then, when Gigi grandpa had a son, he gave him up. Not sure whatever happened to his mom, but grandpa was taken in by his aunt and uncle, and all his cousins then became his step-siblings. He tracked down his bio dad once, and bio dad was a total waste of oxygen, so he never went back. It's possible that Gigi grandpa had another life and more kids, but we'll never know. The latest mystery to plague our family, though, was when grandma on dad's side passed away. My aunt was cleaning out the house and found grandpa's old military footlocker from the Korean War. In it were the usual things a veteran would have, but at the bottom was a little envelope with some photos inside. The photos were of a young woman, roughly in her 20s-30s, just doing mundane, candid things. Washing dishes, standing in the yard, walking down a snowy road, but then the last two pictures threw us all through a loop. The first was of this young woman in a one-piece swimsuit, very racy for the 1950s. The second picture was of this young woman holding an infant, about 8 to 12 months old, with grandpa's framed military picture on the mantle behind her. This was the only picture that had any writing on it, and it only said "We miss you." We have no idea who this woman is, who the baby is, or why grandpa's military photo was in the last one. It's now a possibility that dad and auntie have a half sibling out there somewhere. If grandma knew, she never said anything about it before she passed. If grandpa had an affair, he never said a word about it either. Just another unknown in life, I guess. This is old, but when the Berlin Wall fell, I was able to learn my paternal grandmother's real last name. Up till that point, I had only been told a highly anglicized version. I had also been told that I was not to ask any other questions. So of course I thought about it all the time. After the wall fell, we learned that Karpoyevich had a history. Someone with that last name had assassinated the Minister of Education, or some such post, while Tsar was still in power. By decree, anybody with that last name was supposed killed. So we left. My aunt had the opportunity to do some digging through records, and with the real name in hand, found we had a family member who was in the SS, while his sister came to America and had my grandma. The next earliest records were of these ancestors at a synagogue in Prague. My grandma was ignorant of Jewish ancestry till my aunt found it right before my grandma passed in 1994. I still feel ashamed, having connections to being Jewish, but also having connections to the SS. I would like to explore my Jewish ancestry. I feel ashamed given that I have a relative who was in the SS. How does one approach a synagogue knowing that they are connected to iron crosses? Cause I have no idea. This feels like something that should be a secret still, but also not. The Nazis were and are full of it. That's what I know. It happened long before I was born, but when my grandmother was a teenager she wanted to go on a school trip, but needed her birth certificate to do so. When she asked her mother for it, she found out she was adopted. She was left with her adoptive mother as a small baby, like weeks old, if that, by a young woman who swore up and down she'd come back for her. But after years passed, and there was no communication, my great-grandparents decided to make it all official and adopted her. Before my great-grandma passed she gave my grandmother all the information she had about her birth mother. A couple of years ago my cousin helped my grandma on one of those ancestry websites and they actually managed to find relatives that have spent the past few decades searching for her. We found out her mother was super young and new to Canada. She needed to sort some things out back home and I want to say Finland. So she left grandma with great-grandma and set off. Apparently she genuinely intended to go back for my grandma to build a home and life in Canada with her, but when she made it back to Finland, her mother forced her to stay, giving up her child born out of wedlock. Her biological mother eventually had another family, and my grandmother was their great big family secret. They spent years searching for her, knowing vaguely where she was born and what city she was left in. My grandma turned 90 last year, and it wasn't until about 2018 to 2019 that she finally managed to connect with her biological family. So as far as we know, they could have been looking for her for 80 plus years. After they made contact, grandma found out that her niece only lived about a 30-minute drive away, right here in Canada. They made arrangements and met over lunch one day. They brought photos of her biological mother and her siblings she never got to meet. It was a really exciting moment for our family because for as long as I can remember grandma had been curious about where she came from. TLDR, my gran was a doorstep baby, but not intentionally. And after a very long time she finally knows who her biological family is. Sorry for bad English, it's just a secret hidden from me, and it's not a big deal for others, but damn everyone see me as an disgusting idiot. When I was 10 I requested to parents for me to go to village. My mom said you can't cause they are not close relatives, my father's older brother. After 1 year I went on an occasion and I directly said to my cousin's wife, father's older brother's son, what was the reason I did came last year? Little did I knew she was a witch who was finding a way to separate us from them. The word got out and everyone see me as a disgusting truth-saying person. I'm bad at hiding anything. When I was 19 one of my cousins told me that I had 2 grandmothers. Then I understood what it meant. And when I was 20 I found out my father had 2 sisters. Even my brother was aware of that. Damn, I had distanced myself from everyone from 8 years now. Cause of depression. But in my country depression is nothing but sadness. Unless one smart person told my mother that I can lose my mind if done nothing. But he is late. This story is not the reason of depression, but it got me worse. Though point I'm 21 now, and few cousins from my mother's side are smaller than me, but they are dependent on me, so I must maintain myself. Cause they see me as the most enlightened person, but last time they said I'm changed, and they want the creative idiot back who uses to make everyone laugh. I don't wanna be like this, but I don't wanna go back too. I want to be something new that can make everyone happy. Turns out my brother is in fact my half brother. My brother has darker skin than the rest of the family, but my granda had darker skin and we just thought it skipped a generation. We never knew where this dark gene came from in our family, as some members seem to have it, and others do not. Going back a few generations, we don't know much about our family history. Being from a very poor Irish background we just chalked it up to being partly black Irish. Fast forward 35 years and my brother does a DNA test to find out where this dark gene comes from, thinking he will discover he's like 10% Spanish or Egyptian or something neat. The test came back 50% Jewish, as in one of his parents is Jewish. Both my parents are Irish/Scottish, so something was terribly wrong, and the DNA site matched him having half siblings all over the continent. None of this made sense. One of the half siblings lived not too far away and reached out to my brother as she was discovering that she too does not share the same DNA as her father. This was apparently the case for many of these half siblings. The final piece to the puzzle was that the parents of all these half siblings had used the same fertility doctor over the span of 30 years. My parents confirmed this, and they admitted to having suspicions over the years, but kept it quiet as they did not really care, for he was their first son and they deeply wanted a child, which they finally now had. This was not a case of oops, I impregnated this woman with the wrong sample. All these half siblings shared DNA from the same man, the fertility doctor himself. He had been impregnating women with his own seed for 3 decades. There is a pending lawsuit, but he is not personally liable as it is the College of Doctors that certified him that is liable. It wasn't so much a secret, but something that I didn't know about until very recently. My granddad, who was a piece of shit, died on New Year's Eve in 2018. Absolutely nobody was sad about it. My dad only kept in contact with him because he felt he had to. I didn't have to go to the funeral, happily, but when my dad came back he said he should guessed the old man would be very specific in his will about what was to be done with his body, grave, coffin, etc. Turns out, my great-grandfather's mother, so granddad's dad's mum, had a mental break and couldn't look after my great-grandfather when he was a kid, so he was raised by her 2 sisters, my granddad's great aunts. My great-granddad was a fairly wealthy man. He was a successful fruit salesman at Covent Garden, and my granddad was his only child. My great-grandfather ended up predeceasing the great-aunts, and all the money went to my granddad. When the great-aunts died, these women who had raised my great-granddad, and by all accounts absolutely adored my granddad, this post decided to save money, despite the fact that he had recently inherited a significant amount of money from his father, who definitely wanted them properly taken care of, and have them buried in a pauper's grave. Aka, their bodies were placed in a mass grave, without a marker, so he could save a couple £100. Apparently his justification was that they were dead, so it didn't make any difference to them. Funnily enough, it seems to have mattered to him enough to specify in his will that the same was not to happen to him. I still get angry thinking about it. There's no way of tracking down their remains or ever giving them proper graves, as the records simply weren't kept. I strongly disliked him when he was alive, having gotten the rough shapes of my dad's terrible childhood, and I fucking hate him now he's dead. My dad's a better person than I am, because if my father had treated me the way he treated him, I would cut off all contact as soon as possible. So, not exactly a secret, but something that was kept secret from me until the old man was dead, probably partly by accident, and partly because my parents knew I wouldn't be civil to him if I'd known the full extent of just how much of a sheethead he truly was. My Aunt Sarah's first husband was abusive as fuck. It was an arranged marriage, and after they got married they moved to the States and had a kid, my cousin Sam. They lived on the West Coast and came to visit my family on the East Coast when Sam was around 1 year old. My dad witnessed Sarah's husband hit Sarah and the baby one time, got into a physical fight with him, and threw him out of the house. For the next year of her life Sarah was moving constantly to different family members' homes across the country with her baby, fleeing her abusive husband. After about a year he stopped following them and basically disappeared. Sarah was traumatized from the experience and didn't feel able to care for Sam anymore. Our other Aunt Harriet, who was married with a baby, ended up taking care of Sam and having a second kid 2 years later when Sam was 4. By the time Sam was 10, his mother Sarah had established a life in Oregon, got remarried and had a job. Sam visited his mom monthly and wanted to move back to be with her, but for some reason she and my Aunt Harriet decided it would be best for him to stay. To this day I have no idea why. The decision has really faked Sam up, and he ended up becoming incredibly angry and resentful of both his moms. He clearly has unresolved trauma around being abandoned, which makes a lot of sense. Everyone in the family knows the secret now, except Sam's 2 younger siblings who are in their 20s and both think he's their biological brother. Stepfather molested hard my daughter. She was 8 to 14, never knew. Christmas Day 2020 she knew he was coming for dinner. She broke down crying, shaking, would not tell me why, did some math, and figured there was something wrong. When I told her he was coming, my mom passed 21 years ago. This girl in her mid-30s that I raised on my own looked at me when I said he was 15 minutes out. She started shaking uncontrollably. Mind you, this is a grown-ass woman in her mid-30s, 6.5 years USN, now an accomplished attorney in New York City, was just losing it. She would not tell me why or what was upsetting her, but having raised this kid on my own for 19 years, I knew. She did not have to say, I just knew. And I knew the day it happened, as I remember her being really upset. In 6th grade I had taken her to Kuwait with me for a project. She stayed overseas with me for many years. This all came out last Christmas, and again, she did not have to tell me. That kid has told me every detail of her life since she was 3. He showed up. She was in my bedroom. I told him to leave now and get the fuck out of the state, as I knew what he did. I really did not know, but dad senses knew. He started telling me how messed up it was to have him drive 3 hours for a family get together. Told him, now, and get the fuck out of state, because I will be coming for you. He called me out, he got dropped, and that was it for now. My sister and brothers gave me a ration of shit for telling him to leave. Just kept telling them, you don't understand, it's not what you think etc. Turns out 2 months later my sister asked me to come for coffee. Her daughter, 2 years older than mine, had said similar things happened. Trigger was triggered. 5 months later, he is gone, never to touch mine or any other little girl again. This was a happy day. Faking. Betos, there is no place for that antiquated mentality on this globe. And for the popo lurkers, he died of natural causes, cough, choke. So move along. My mother's side family structure. I had never been allowed to know what had happened because I was too young and already too broken, but I found out this last summer and now I kind of wish I didn't know some of the details. My mum was apparently on drugs in a gang-related friend circle and had to be evacuated to another part of the country to get better. She met my dad and hooked up with him. They broke up, and he tried to duck another girl the day my mum traveled to him to discuss getting back together. He didn't want to be part of my life for many years, and my tip grandmother gave my mum money as an apology. My grandma also let her live at her house as compensation. I found out that my aunt is bipolar and ditched her daughter to disappear to another country where she lived as a hobo collecting bottles for cash for a year while my family didn't know whether she was alive or not. I was even alive at that point, but I never knew. My uncle was abused sexually when my mum, her sister and her brother was moved away from home due to a mentally unstable mum, my grandma. His foster dad did unspeakable things to him, and I'm glad I didn't get to hear the details cause my heart was already aching. My uncle ended up with a bad drug habit and a narcissistic personality mixed with anger problems, which landed him in jail after he burned down a building. He was told his dad and his grandma died on the same day while in prison and ended up being moved to a mental ward to serve his time because he tried to off himself. He also killed someone apparently, or at least he left them in a very bad state. I hate him and I'm NC with him, but I'm worried for his girlfriend, so I keep in indirect touch. He was also accused of abusing his daughter, which I can see happening, but everyone else in my family is like, no, he could never. You can say a lot of stuff about him, but I know he wouldn't do that. Like what the fuck? They said the same about me when I told them about my dad sexually abusing me for years in 2 different countries, and guess what? Turns out they only believe you if you end up broken with the police trusting their old statements based on manipulation and ignorance. I'm angry if you couldn't tell. I don't want to have this complicated a family. It's frustrating to navigate and impossible to introduce new people into. I hate it, and I wish it wasn't like that. I wish I didn't know. My mom's oldest sister, my aunt, had a husband that raped his daughters and my mom. My brother was born from that, but thankfully none of the daughters ended up pregnant. Eventually aunt mustered up the courage to leave. Latin America in the mid 1900s isn't a particularly friendly place tbh, and got with another man in a different country. That didn't work out, and she ended up with a third man, who she had her final kid with. He left her before the kid was born, so rapist Uncle Hash1 swoops in and signs the birth certificate as the father. So that youngest kid believes this disgusting man is his father, spends times and money on him, and I imagine doesn't believe what he's done. Everyone at this point understands that this man isn't actually his father, but no one is willing to tell him, and apparently the rest of the family had begged his mother to tell him, but she won't budge for whatever reason. Apparently this garbage father has like 50 plus children scattered around Latin America and Europe according to my brother. Bro got a letter in the mail from him and promptly threw it in the trash. Other than this awful situation, our family dynamic has always been really friendly and close, and besides this awful man from the past and his black sheep tragic son, it's been peaceful and not nearly as fed up. My mum was still married to her first husband when she got me, so I have his surname on my birth certificate. They were broken up at that time because he cheated on her, but they remained great friends. He still told everyone at work I was his child. When my dad wanted mum to divorce so they could marry and I would be his legitimate daughter, her first husband killed himself instead of dying in a car crash like my mum always told everyone. Then she told me my big old grandpa, who always looked like Santa Claus and gave me candy on Christmas, was actually a criminal whose father was also in jail for murdering someone until he died, and had robbed a bank in his youth, cheated on my grandma after their divorce, was engaged to a woman, and at the same time cheated on her. My mum and aunt have a disabled half brother from one of his affairs, and he got into a fist fight with a policeman after he fled hospital after heart surgery. He had bad dementia at the age of 80. Honestly, up until my mum told me this, I thought he was Santa. My grandma had a lot of mental health issues and tried to kill herself 30 years ago. Her mum died during the war and her dad remarried. It's a Cinderella story without the happy ending. She was the bad stepchild. They took all the money her late mum inherited, which was a lot, and my grandma didn't see anything from it. She almost drowned in a bomb crater filled with rainwater as a child, and some of the soldiers in town just laughed at her until she was saved by a cousin. When she wanted to marry an older man who loved her dearly and was the first person to ever love her, her dad and stepmom declined and forbid them to marry. She then went into 2 unhappy marriages in poverty. I never knew about all of this because she is the kindest person on earth. Antidepressants and other meds doctors just gave her and tested on her made her brain really mushy and she can't do anything on her own anymore. But she is the kindest soul on this planet. I never knew her story until recently. My aunt always tried to have the perfect family and never told her children about all of this, but my mum told me. After my older cousin told me that Santa and the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy weren't real when I was a kid, I had a lot of fun telling them the truth about their perfect family. It was the most perfect act of revenge. Also, my dad got raped and mistreated as a child, is the illegitimate son of some noble person. His stepfather broke his arm, and he had a lot of mental health issues he never talked about until he died last year. Mum never told me until this year. No wonder he was an alcoholic. COVID and lockdown really brought some stories to the table. When growing up, my mother told my sister and I that my father had a baby before our parents were married. My sister, 8ish years old at the time, got all upset and worked up about it, and I think it damaged the relationship between my sister and my father. I was always like meh, but didn't like that it caused issue between C's and dad. A few years ago, my dad had skin cancer on his face and we didn't know if he was going to make it. We sat at his bar in his house, drinking his favorite drink, and he asked me, "So your mom spilled the beans about my kid before you?" I was always mad about it, because that was my thing to tell you, when I thought you were old enough to be ready. But what I really want to know is, did she ever tell you about hers? I just kinda laughed and said no, because I hadn't. I had somewhat suspected over the years. He and my stepmom just went off laughing about how of course she didn't fess up, and that they weren't surprised. Afterwards, I didn't tell my sister, because she had a 14-year-old boy at the time and I didn't want the knowledge to ruin the relationship between him. Mom, C's grandmother, my mother. Plan was to tell my sister and nephew after he turned 18, and if my parents weren't going to help with his college tuition. About a year and a half ago, my mother called me and went out to lunch with me. She was shaking almost uncontrollably and told me that she had a child before me and that she had found her through DNA testing online out in California and that they had started conversing. She couldn't even look me in the eye. I didn't bother destroying her by saying I already knew or telling my dad's secret that he had told me already. She didn't deserve to know. I still love my mom, but she has kind of become this shambles since meeting her first child and is this nervous wreck of a person now, likely from holding a secret for so long and having it eat away at her all these years. The worst part is I was and still would be like okay cool the whole time, because that's all I ever am with stuff like that. She's just super awkward to be around, and I can't really trust her, so I minimize contact, and I'm just kind of polite and distant when it's necessary. I can't really tell her anything she can use against me, because trust is broken, and she's betrayed my trust before, when I trusted her with information that I didn't have to. Oddly enough, my older sister is thrilled that she has an older half sister and they talk on Facebook. It's like she forgot that my mom nuked her relationship with our dad by telling on his first kid. It was a long time ago, so whatever my older sees is awesome and only deserves to be happy, even if it's with our mom whom I don't understand. My dad is one of 9 children and only has one sibling with the same parents. Grandpa was married prior to meeting my grandma and had 5 kids with his first wife. Their first child they had together was a set of twins, and the eldest was named Ryan. Not actually the name, but anonymity is great. We found out about 10 years ago, after she had passed away, that the first wife had put up 2 children for adoption that she had out of wedlock. Okay, not the biggest deal in the world except for the fact that the older of the 2 is also named Ryan. I've got 2 uncles named Ryan that were born about 4 years apart. So my grandpa is in his 80s and due to one of my aunts getting a 23andMe done a few years ago we find out that my grandpa had also had 2 children with separate women prior to his first marriage. We've got 13 aunts and uncles so far, and there's a running joke with my siblings that we'll continue to find more before he passes away. My uncle's younger twin found a job in a different state while married to my aunt, stole his older brother's social security number, and started a second family in that other state. We found out about that when his older brother started receiving child support claims in the mail whilst never working in that state. I feel like I need to get a DNA test, and every time I have a new partner compare results to make sure that they aren't somehow related to me due to hidden families and children. That my mom's uncle was a big drug dealer in my home country, and I mean big as in, he could have shot somebody in front of a police station and still not be arrested big. And that for a brief moment, my dad worked for him cutting opium butts and harvesting it. Nobody mentions it now because he's an old man whose legs don't work and can barely piece words together, but I can tell you that he is faking loaded. He built homes for all his grandchildren when they got married, as well as his brothers and sisters' grandchildren, including my mom. He's the reason that my dad was able to go to school and apply for a visa overseas, that my grandma's nephew shot her dad, my great-grandpa, so he would get the land from the will quicker. That's it, he killed his grandpa to get his piece of the inheritance quicker. But joke's on him, his uncles didn't like that. You get one chance to guess what happened to him. And he was loaded too, my great-grandpa. My grandma tells me that he owned land that was almost the size of a small city. Don't know if that's true, because I've got a long time till I see a piece of it. And finally, my uncle's best friend was shot in front of him when they were about 16 to 17 as a result of a family feud, his best friends. And that the reason for the shooting was retaliation for something his family had done. I don't know what. Nobody will tell me anything about it. But it explained a lot of the overprotective behavior that my uncle has towards my siblings and cousins and the nervousness he had in crowded spaces. He was scared of it happening again to someone else he cared about. Found out from my cousin when we went out drinking one night that my brother is my half brother and he has 3 other half sisters who he didn't get to grow up with, even though our other sister did. My half sister and his now whole sister. We're all close now, and I consider their kids my nieces and nephews, but we missed out on a lot growing up because of it. Obviously the situation with his bio father is upsetting, but they talk sometimes now. I'd even found adoption papers in their closet once, but I was young and assumed that my dad had adopted my sister or something. Our father is a great dad, but had his flaws as a husband in the past. A lot of reasons I don't hold it against him much. His other daughter had just passed away from a battle with leukemia, and my mother was raving. I was also the one who found out that my dad cheated on my mom 2 different times. The first time I heard was on the recess field from the other woman's daughter. She said my dad brought her mom wine all the time and was always at their house. She then said that she was sorry that my parents are getting divorced. They weren't as far as I knew then and are still together. The second time I found out he cheated was when I worked at a go-go bar, college/housing money. One of the other bartenders said my dad used to date his mom and that he practically raised them. Apparently he even brought me to hang out with her and her sister, which I had no recollection of. I have no idea how I'm always the one to stumble upon these secrets. It kinda sucks. Anyway, if you made it this far through my vent without a flowchart of my family, then good for you. Not sure if it would really be considered a secret, but it certainly wasn't out in the open until it all blew up. Nan and Pop hated some of their grandchildren. Couldn't stand them. Basically, they had 3 kids, 2 boys, dad, youngest, and uncle, oldest, and girl, aunt, middle. All of their children went on to have children of their own with multiple father/mother combinations, so combinations of step and biological kids, and multiple partners having their biological kids. Neither of them were pure bloodline families of one marriage. Aunt had the first grandchild of the generation, a daughter who was loved as the first, then aunt had a boy second who was never liked as much. Uncle married a woman who already had a daughter the same age as the second, who was hated by grandparents. Then dad, technically my stepdad, married my mum, and I was brought into the family, 4th in the age timeline, and also hated by the grandparents. Next to come along in the succession of grandchildren was my brother, 5th, the first biological child of my dad, and also, as we would all later discover, had great significance to the grandparents, the first male grandchild to carry the family name. He was the golden grandson, the only one who truly mattered. Spoiled with attention, gifts, praise, you name it. Their children went on to produce a combined one more grandchild, not with their family name, 3 granddaughters with the family name, and 1 more grandson with the family name, my second brother born immediately after my first brother. None of whom were as special as the golden grandchild, but who were treated equally as third place, behind golden grandson and the first. Neither truly loved nor hated by the grandparents. But they were liked. They never really hid how they felt, but it was also never spoken about and just sort of accepted. It wasn't until my dad died that it all really came out. I was disowned by the family, and they cut contact with my 2 younger siblings. Did everything they could to maintain my brother the golden grandson on a pedestal. The best part is, he cut contact with them for how they treated his siblings after dad passed. We were only teenagers and all very close, and changed his name. He took my mum's maiden surname and passed that on to his kids. It's been 8 years since dad passed, and from what I understand, they eventually gave up on golden grandson and turned their attention to my second brother, who is now the only one of us to maintains contact with them at all, and the only one of us who still has the oh so important family name. Uncle never had any sons to carry the family name. He is also genetically sterile due to a childhood accident, but I really don't care anymore. I shut out any feelings I had about how they treated me years ago. They were just mean old assholes. It wasn't even some important family. Just a lower class, barely living above poverty, family from the bottom is so TLDR. Grandparents didn't care about, even openly disliked some of, the grandkids who would not pass on the family name to their own children. And it came back to bite them in the ass, because their family name will die with their sons. Most of my family's dirt is right out in the open, but they managed to hide a few secrets for a while. My mom was born when her mom was 16 and her dad was 30. They were married at the time and produced 2 other kids very quickly. One 10 months later, one a year after that. In the 80s, and after my grandmother's death, 2 secret half-siblings emerged. One was born between kid-2 and kid-3. The other one, between my mom and kid-2. Grandpa was naughty. 3 kids only 10 months apart. In the late 90s, another half-sibling showed up. This one was even more unusual. She was born when at a home for unwed mothers, when my grandmother was only 13 and adopted. Nobody knows the exact circumstances of her conception. My grandmother was dead already. My great-grandmother refused to talk about it. My great-aunt would have been 11 at the time. She remembered a long trip to grandma's house for my grandmother that year, but that was it. She knew about the baby, but only in the most abstract sense. A cousin said it may have belonged to a neighbor's son home on leave from the army, would have been around the end of the Korean War. Nobody knows the truth. My great-grandmother's reluctance to reveal my aunt's parentage might be related to her own past. She was married on Pearl Harbor Day in 1941 for those of you who don't know, and her husband was drafted into the army a while later. While he was thousands of miles away, she conceived a child. He was born and given my great-grandfather's last name, but always lived with his maternal grandparents. He was kind of an open secret. My mom always thought he was her great-uncle, not her uncle. She didn't figure it out until she was older and learned his last name. My great-grandmother never told anybody who her son's father was. To my knowledge, he didn't know either. My great-grandfather's sister told my mom that she thought it may have been one of her sister's husbands, a much older man, but she couldn't be sure. She said there was a pretty marked family resemblance. Found out I had an older sister. TBF, my dad didn't know either. He had a summer fling with a friend of his family when he was 16. She got pregnant and her family hid it. A few years ago, in the middle of a family tragedy, my dad reconnected with the family and his daughter came in, and her uncle looks and my dad and says, "You know she's yours, right?" She was already over 40 with an 18-year-old son of her own. Found out my grandmother had had a relationship with a college professor, got pregnant, and gave the child up for adoption. We found out when her daughter, then in her late 40s, contacted my grandmother. She had been adopted by a great family and simply wanted to know her birth mother. Now I have another aunt. She rapidly slipped right in and became part of the family. My wife's family had a recent revelation. It was kind of a known secret, but not all involved parties knew. Her cousin found out her uncle is actually her father. Her mother was in an incest relationship with her own half-brother. It had been a loving mutual relationship, but he finally broke it off and moved, which ticked off her mom. They never told the cousin about the relationship or who her father was. When it was exposed, her mother panicked trying to cover it up and claimed that he had raped her and that the rest of my wife's family knew about it but were covering for him. Whole thing has been a disaster for the family. I'm a fascist. Not in the terms that all these democratic Americans hear fascism, but the actual idea of fascism. I grew up Italian and not Catholic, but the influence of the church was everywhere. We were forced to read the Bible, except we were conditioned to not see it as an Abrahamic religion coming from the Jews. I started seeing the system in which the old book of laws and numbers teach a system to get along with your neighbor, except I saw the corruption that Western thinking leads to. I was a full-blown anti-Semite. Then I found out, when my grandfather died, that he saved more Jews than Schindler. No one knew this until a Jew reached out to us. When he found out, these Jews in masses wanted to thank him. He went on the news and everything. He was made a righteous among the nations in Israel, and he traveled for a few years, so it was hard for me to ask him what it was like. I got to see him on his deathbed. He saved 3,500 by himself and 5,000 with the help of Franco's Spain. I still believe that fascism in its purest state is achievable, but now I don't call myself a fascist or an anti-fascist. The things my grandfather went through made me be an anti-Nazi and anti-bigot. I still see flaws in the mathematics used by the Talmud and ancient Abrahamic books, but if the system is there, America has its freedom to base their economic system under one God according to their corporate constitution. Not really my story to tell, but the gist of it is that my partner's biological father was a married guy. His mom cheated on her husband at the time with .2 married couples. The wife from one and the husband from another had an affair. My partner was the product of said affair. The affair did not break up either marriage, and as far as I'm aware the man's wife never even found out about the affair. The man who my partner thought was his dad probably but maybe didn't know his son was not biologically his child. This was told to my partner when he was 23. I think it is likely the man who my partner thought was his father did know he wasn't the father. I say this just because my partner said his dad very clearly favored his daughter, my partner's younger half-sister, over him. So maybe he knew, forgave his wife, and just lived his life as though it never happened. I don't know. It seems to me it would be difficult to forgive your wife for having an affair and having a child with another man. But it is nice that he did end up being more or less chill about it. Either way, it is unclear whether his bio dad knew about my partner being his son or not. When my partner connected with his half-siblings, they didn't mention his existence to their dad, just because it could be stressful for him and he was in poor health. So, he has never met his bio dad. The man who he thought was his dad growing up died quite a few years ago, and the guy his mom married after that had just recently died, or maybe at that time he had just been diagnosed with cancer. Either way, my partner had two father figures die, and coincidentally his bio dad was still alive, but he'll never meet him. My mom's side of the family always treated us poorly, refusing to talk to us during family get-togethers, letting off little snide comments when they didn't think we could hear, etc. My uncle Denny, one of the few who wasn't shitty to us, passed away last year, and they didn't even tell us. We had to find out via people sharing his obituary on Facebook. When I was in my 20s, I found out that my mom was the product of an extramarital affair between grandma and the man she married after her first husband passed away. The affair happened before he died. The rest of the family knew pretty much right away about the affair back in the day and were just horrible to my mother because they saw her as why the relationship between their parents worsened until his death. This abuse also manifested in one of my uncles physically and sexually abusing my mother for years when they were kids. Yes, it's horrible how they've treated her. That said, she has lived as one of the most toxic, spiteful people you'll ever find since then. She has been emotionally, verbally, and physically abusive to me and my little sister, and continues to be shitty to this day, despite us being grown up, moved away, and nearly no contact with her since moving away, sister less so, as she's financially dependent on their help. I only stay in contact to keep up with things with dad, to not end on a poor note. The abuses she suffered and inflicted have given me the resolve to break the cycle and not be anything at all like that for my kids. I do sometimes lose my temper due to not having a healthy example of processing frustration/anger growing up, but I know to either bite my tongue or walk away before I have a chance to do anything like what was done to my mom or me. I make it a point to explain emotions to my kids whenever I can, as opposed to the "I only feel this way because of you" that I grew up with. When I was in kindergarten back in the very early 70s, my grandfather on my mom's side died. I distinctly remember being at the funeral home and the casket being closed because I asked my mom why I couldn't see grandpa. She told me he had been in the army and they had closed caskets. Okay, that made sense. A few months later we sold our house and the one we were building wasn't ready yet, so we went to live with my grandma. I noticed that she never went into her bedroom and slept in one of the guest rooms, so I asked her why. She just told me that she was still sad because grandpa had died. That made sense too. Fast forward about 35 years. I was talking with one of my younger sisters on the phone and she casually mentioned about grandpa committing suicide. What? I thought she was joking and called her out on it. She felt bad because she had slipped and mentioned it. Well, it turns out that he was a serious alcoholic with depression issues. One night he had a huge fight with one of my uncles who was still living at home. When it was done, he went up to their bedroom, laid down in bed, and put a gun in his mouth. The family obviously never talked about it, and my mom never told me because she didn't want me to be upset since I remembered him. My sister was too young, so she didn't. It was the strangest feeling when all of the pieces came together. Edit. Spelling. I'm kinda late to this, but my grandfather told the entire family a very interesting story while on his deathbed. No one in my family had ever heard this story before, and he was on a tiny bit of morphine for pain, so it could be totally made up. First, a little backstory. My grandfather emigrated from Cuba at the age of 18 with $4 in his pocket. He didn't know where he was going to stay the night he arrived by plane. Thankfully his father worked for an American company and was able to purchase him a ticket to America. This was after the uprising of Castro and when he began to seize power. My grandfather had told stories of witnessing public hangings and firing squads. All crazy stuff. So fast forward to the week of his death, he unloads this on us, something along the lines of this: I was forwarding information to the CIA and was caught. The night the Castro's goons came to our house I was out, but my father was there to answer and told them I wouldn't be home till the following night. The next morning I was out on a plane and headed to America. We were all dumbfounded. We searched everywhere and everything after he had passed to see if any of this were true or at least something linking him to the CIA, but we never found anything except a Gen 7 Series 7 Colt 1911 Gov issue, which we never knew he had. Anyways, rest in peace Abulo, I miss you tons. Buckle up, this has multiple parts. My uncle rejected and abandoned his deaf and blind child, my cousin, leaving that deaf plus blind child to be taken over by the state. I found the years ago abandoned cousin recently on Facebook. Cousin told me everything. Cousin was abandoned at a school for deaf plus blind kids, which meant that the cousin was entered into the foster system after cousin's father, my uncle, failed to pick up my cousin for summer break. My cousin eventually was adopted at 16 years old by another family with school ties to the deaf plus blind institution. Plot twist. Years before the abandonment, my mother stole the only biological sibling of that abandoned cousin, claiming the reason for stealing the child was due to neglect. Instead, the abandoned cousin thinks the theft likely caused to the mental breakdown of the abandoned cousin's surviving parent. Abandoned cousin's biological mother died years prior to everything. The stolen child was stolen when the stolen child was about 7 years old, about 6 years before the abandonment of my blind plus DEAF cousin. Which means that my mother's brother, my uncle, absolved ties with 2 of his kids. One that was taken by his sister and another whom he abandoned at a deaf plus blind school. Based upon patterns, the father of both kids, my uncle, was likely unable to parent anyone, since he experienced lifelong psychological torment by his sister. And likely was psychologically killed by his sister's theft of his child. His sister, my mother, was married to an extremely wealthy 1% man, which rendered her brother, my uncle, incapable of fighting for his kidnapped child. My uncle says, I'm unsure of the truth, since both of his kids were technically relinquished. And there's more surrounding to the death of my 1% father. So I think this is different in different families, because my family has a full house of giant secrets we don't find out until we're adults. My grandma is the product of my Navajo great grandma being raped by the landowner she worked for, and was fired once he knocked her up. My Navajo grandfather was raised by the man who killed his father for his land. My other grandmother, Spaniard, was a cheat, and my dad was very obviously not his dad's son. He was over a foot taller than everyone in his family, with straight pitch black hair, a hairless slim build and the complete inability to grow a mustache. Another Navajo baby in New Mexico with a curly haired bearded Mexican dad. This really faked up my dad, who had major issues his entire short life. My cousin was raised as my aunt's daughter, when she actually was my aunt's granddaughter. My other cousin was raised by my grandparents for the first few years of his life, and then raised as my aunt and uncle's son, when he was conceived, before they were married, and while my aunt was in college with another guy. 2 of my cousins are married, and have multiple children together. 2 of my uncles did something so bad, sexually I think, possibly prostitution, in South America in the 80s that my other uncle completely won't talk to them, or about them even after one has died. I think they were paying for child prostitutes, but nobody ever fully answers the question beyond my uncle's son, who I don't know if he actually knows. My dad was in a severe accident when I was an infant and drove his car off a cliff and was left with major facial scars. He was apparently drunk. My dad was in a major motorcycle accident and again road rashed his face. He was drunk, but again didn't get a DUI. My dad abused my brother so bad that he ran away at 16 and never moved back. My mom apparently stole something from my brother after my parents got a divorce that also contributed to him running away. Later, when I was a teenager, my mom bought him a $5,000 solid gold bracelet as repayment. I still don't fully know what happened there. My little cousin tried to kill herself and was hypersexual, like fully flirting with adult men, as a 10-year-old, and ended up in a facility for a little while. I was a gay kid raised in an evangelical household with a codependent mother, an alcoholic father and abusive stepfather, with PTSD from Vietnam that left me with a dozen scars, burns and countless bruises over the 7 years he was married to my mom. This is just the big sheet I know of. I can't imagine what's never come to light. Edit. Just to update on current status of people. Cousin that was raised as aunt's daughter, but was actually her granddaughter, died of an overdose on a cruise ship a few years ago. Her sister mom has multiple children that she hasn't raised, including a son that is being raised by her actual younger sister. Same cousin who is raising her sister's son had her son murdered by her boyfriend when he was an infant. Cousin that was raised by grandparents and then by his mom and dad has kids of his own and is doing just fine. Cousins that are married have multiple kids and I think at least one grandkid by now, and they are still married. And one of the very few family members that didn't get divorced. My husband and I are also part of that club. So the gay kid and his kissing cousin's marriages are 2 of the healthiest marriages in the family. Lol, my brother became a cop, had kids, and is now partially handicapped after being crushed in his cruiser by a teen girl texting while driving. Not sure what has happened to my little cousin who hurt herself. Dad died of brain cancer that stemmed from lung cancer. He started smoking at 11.